choked on dick, Phoebe's on both my wrists. I was in the jump bucket, now I'm out in all my sins.
Hit the bitch with a Glock emoji, turn gang to the guacamole. Can't hurt me, I'm with my OGs. Can't nerf me, Sandy LP.
Shit, told them rest in peace. Where the packet had, they want it so bad. They been asking where they credit.
Oh, that's me. Done on my hip, fuck you me. But ain't in that chopper with my teeth. Oh, know me, boy. See, you've done it now. You are fucked.
That's for the theme of my eyebrow. Sipping hella lean, smoking hydro. When I hit the reap, turn it tidal. Gary is my shadow, bitch, he go wherever I go.
Gary hit him with the.
Gary hit him with the.
Gary hit him with the. I'm a stone-faced killer like my motherfucking house is. Cometh hit that dosey dough, it's not your way your mouth is. Heard they want a solo, I can't do that till we out this. Grab my clarinet and smoke them up his by the ounces. My tweet the finger flash, rub it on. I'm addicted to this cash, I want it all. Let the chopper blow his brad, bend him over, set relax. Put some lead up in his ass, still hetero. You know the crab like money.
Know the spines like fun.
Know the store keeps shining.
Know the squid likes guns.
What we all got in common when the shit's said and done is a dead fucking road cheddar city that we run. That's for the theme of my eyebrow. Sipping hella lean, smoking hydro. When I hit the reap, turning tidal. Gary is my shadow, bitch, he go wherever I go.
Gary hit him with the.
Gary hit him with the.
Gary hit him with the.
Hello, how's it going? I am streaming today on Facebook as well as YouTube. I thought I'd try to reach out to some of my IRL friends. Some of them aren't doing too good. They're pretty upset. They're literally terrified, literally shaking right now. I'm kind of here to just kind of go live and maybe talk them off the edge. Noise says John Richards. CLS Studio says Facebook is for nerds. Yeah, it's for boomers. Yeah, people 30 and up using Facebook. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good, wild, crazy couple days. Basically, just been chilling. I got some news I heard about. Besides the big stuff that happened last night, I've been having some back pain since Thursday. Went to the doctor. They think I might have shingles. That is not what I thought they'd say. So I am taking some medication, and I think I'm already starting to do better. I think I'm going to have a pretty mild case if I do have shingles. So that is partly why I didn't stream Monday. Also because I knew this election was happening, and I don't know. I felt like a lot of people were also streaming. I don't know. I thought maybe, who knows, this would be the last pray for me, says CLS. Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, is shingles that serious? I don't know. I think most people get over it naturally in a week or two. Of course, there's a risk of like serious cases, but that I think is only true if you're old. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll go blind. But yeah, that was kind of going on. And then Tuesday. This happened Tuesday, excuse me. Then I had to miss the not sure, but you'll pray for me anyway. Good job. Thank you. I pray for you guys. I pray for all of you. So yeah, found that out. Went home, kind of rested some more, and then the election was getting counted, and boy, I swear, I think everyone's like biting their nails. I don't know, it kind of went down how I thought it would, but there was a while where I was like, man, they better not try any fuckery this time. And yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I did vote for Trump. I voted for Trump last election too. I don't think I'm that secretive about it. I certainly tell a lot of people in real life. Try not to post about it all the time on personal social media, Facebook and stuff. Mostly because, a lot of my friends are kind of insane. I think I've already gotten blocked by a few people in the last day. I think I laugh reacted at someone's comment, someone's Facebook post. This is a person with serious, Trump derangement syndrome. They basically go live and they basically make their posts, and it's Facebook stories, and it's always just the same old talking points. And I don't say anything. I just kind of roll my eyes and continue. What happened this time is he made some post that was very hyperbolic. I'm seeing a lot of posts like this. It's very how can I describe it? What did he say exactly? Like, this is the end of America. America's officially over. We're all going to death camps. Like, literally, we're all going to death camps. And I said, I can't even laugh react at that. It took like less than 5 minutes and he blocked me. He was completely removed. And then what's interesting is I think other people, I got a couple other people that were doing the same thing. I think he probably made a post about me. This guy, I have 50 mutual friends with this guy. He must be, taken to the cleaners. Lord Toxic asking to come in. I will let some of you guys in maybe later. Mostly want to talk to some of my Trump hating friends. See if any of them want to join or come and leave comments or, give them the link. Kind of want to have a kind, friendly debate. Nadia's here as well. Hello, Nadia. Great to see you. I know I'm streaming over people. I didn't really care about that today. Usually I try to not do that, but I figure I'd stream because I'm like I said, I'm trying to stream mostly on Facebook. I'm streaming on YouTube right now, but this stream specifically, like I'm trying to stream to my in real life friends and understand what they're feeling. Black Lives is not dead. No, I saw you in the Cecil chat. We were watching Cecil Says' live stream covering the election. That was a fun one. I know a lot of people were watching D-Day Cobra. What's his name? Jeremy Prime, Geeks and Gamers guy. He had like one of the biggest streams of the evening, which is crazy. I think donation wise anyway. Congratulations to him. Yeah, we also got obviously CLS and Lord Toxic is here. Like I said, if nobody comes in, for the first hour or so, like who cares? Yeah, I'll start letting people in. We can all just gloat, I guess. Right now, I kind of want to just tell my friends that think they're going to die. Our daughters aren't going to be able to, our daughters are basically going to be having the worst time ever because of this. I kind of wanted to understand that more and maybe try to dispel some of these rumors. Because, guys, I don't know how to tell you this. I think this was a big awakening. I think you guys are realizing that. And I think I could have waited a few days to do this stream, but I think I'd rather help this awakening that's been happening. It happened to me in 2020. There's this moment where you realize, like, oh my God, wait a minute. The people lying to us about everything are lying to us about Trump. Who would have thought? Like I said, I remember when that happened for me. It was kind of during the pandemic. And like I said, 2016, I didn't vote. I thought, hey, I hope Trump wins. That was basically it. And I remember getting crazy looks back then just saying that. It's like, Hillary Clinton, though, And they'd be like, yeah, of course, I understand. She's evil. She's a war hawk. She's a witch. I get it. But I was kind of like, hey, this 2020 election, I might vote for Trump. He's doing pretty good. Then the pandemic happened. And I was already like pro-Trump. But that was mostly like out of necessity. I thought, well, he's just going to help out. I think he actually cares. But like there was specifically like a moment during the pandemic where you realize like just how bad it was. Like, when you get truly red pilled and you realize they're lying to you about everything, especially the fact that Trump is, all these things and all these things that he's been doing are all going to be terrible. You basically realize the people in charge of this country literally want us dead or enslaved. And I'm not being hyperbolic. And it's funny because you got anti-Trumpers right now saying that same rhetoric. It's like, you guys don't even understand. Like, this is how bad the brainwashing has gotten during the pandemic. And I really think this is, I'm no stranger to saying this on my show. I remember I was saying this a lot on Facebook during the pandemic, getting a lot of laugh reacts and, various thumbs ups and things. Cannoli Sasquatch is here. Hello. How's it going? The squirrel and raccoon murders saved us. Yeah. Also the Amish really, really clinched in. Someone compared the Amish to like the trees fighting at the end of Lord of the Rings. The tree people, like these elder gods, these elders from a time long ago have risen up and joined the ranks of the normal humans to vanquish this evil. And I swear, if it wasn't for them, this one dude with the long hair, what's his name? He's the guy who went out and convinced all these Trump supporters to, all these Amish people to vote Trump. He kind of pretty much single-handedly got us the election. Because, whether you want to think the numbers are legitimate or, maybe they've been manipulated. The point is Trump clinched it. It was too big to rig, I think. Maybe it actually is half and half. Maybe actually, about half the country, more than half likes Trump and a little less than half likes Kamala. I really don't think that's the case. What I'm noticing is just a lot of my friends in some kind of hyperbolic bubble. And again, this is what happens when you unfriend and block real life friends and family members based on basic disagreements. I mean, the thing is, it's a cult. I mean, you say the Trumpers are the cult, but it's like I've never once tried to isolate myself from people that hate Trump. That's what cults do. People who not even like Trump, just I think I'm going to vote for the guy. I don't think he's that bad. Just saying these basic things. I don't think he's guilty of the crimes that they're accusing him of. They freak out. They go crazy. And what do? They block you and they publicly try to drag your name and they try to call you a racist, xenophobe, transphobe, homophobe, all these things. And guys, this is 2024. This has been going on for about 8 years now, 9 or 10 basically. And we don't care anymore. It's not working. The more you guys push back, the more it, wakes us up to what's actually going on, how bad things have gotten. And I have friends right now, like literally freaking out, literally losing their minds Just scrolling Facebook, I'm literally seeing people saying, they might, have their first cigarette in 6 years. They don't know where to go. They might move. I got a friend in Florida who blocked me, or maybe he just deleted his profile. I don't know. I tried to go back and find that post. I didn't even react to it. I just read it. It was insane. He's like, I'm in Florida. He just moved there, and he can't believe that there's no abortion allowed in Florida and that Miami voted against legal weed. And he's trying to see. I mean, I don't know if he's joking, but he's basically thinking about selling his house. Probably isn't. I think you get fined for, selling a house real quick like that. You should, though. That's actually not a bad idea, though. Like if you buy a house and try to sell it within 8 months, there should be a huge tax for that or something. A huge fine, because it's prevents, predatory buying of houses and stuff. That's not a terrible idea, but still, I got friends, so many ladies friends that are just basically think, again, it's the Handmaid's Tale. I don't think it is, guys. And also, let me double check something. I don't think I'm getting any comments. Facebook is gay. I I have no problem stopping the Facebook stream. But it seems like even if people watch this after the fact, I think that's also valuable. But like I said, I would like to have a discussion with some of my anti-Trump hating homies. Nerd Film Girl says Dems lost because they didn't do a primary. No, Dems think it was fraudulent. I have 2 friends that voted for Trump. I am not blocking them. Florida abortion thing is fucked, though. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, Facebook is gay. Stupenzo 2024. Yeah. I think the thing is, with the, it's too, whether you think they're fraudulent or not. I mean, let's see. Let's find out if those numbers were anyway cheated. I definitely think it's starting to let people realize that last year seems fishy. People who were definitely sure that Trump didn't cheat, that Trump, lost fair and square last time. I think they're starting to understand, something smells fishy, because basically 17 million less voters so far than last time. That's a lot. If we go to election results so far, Kamala Harris has 226 electoral votes, 295 to Trump, and he's probably going to get to 312. I don't remember what the other 2 are worth. Nevada's worth 6, and Arizona's worth 11. So plus 17. Yeah, 312. So he'll have 312 total, assuming he gets those 2, which are leaning in his direction. But what's really cool, what's really fascinating, 5 million more votes, popular vote for Trump than Kamala Harris. And I think it's not, is Kamala Harris that bad? I don't think it's like that. I think it's really Trump is that good. And those of us that see it, we're in the majority now. The lies and disinformation that have been put out by the mainstream media, the corporations, the government, they are not working anymore. And it is a big part of Twitter being uncensored, and other various free speech platforms. You guys understand during the pandemic, posts were getting taken down. Posts were getting removed. People were getting their social media accounts yanked just for asking questions and saying, things that go against the norm. Nobody's saying any death threats. Nobody's posting obscenities or nudity. We're just over here hey, what's up with this vaccine? I don't want to take it. I think you guys should wait. Hey, what's up with this hydroxychloroquine? I had people freak out at me when they were announcing hydrochloroquine works. I was like, dude, guys, good news. And people were like, fucking racist. I don't understand. It was insane. It's bro, you got to be smarter than this. Of course, that eventually being proved true. In fact, they're thinking that ivermectin might cure cancer. You don't understand how upset we're going to get when we realize that ivermectin, a cheap, effective, over-the-counter prescription, it's basically on the same level as aspirin. Ivermectin cures cancer, lots of different forms of cancer, and the government knew about it. You understand how crazy shit's going to get when that comes out, if that comes out, if that ends up being true. Nerdy Film Girl says, I think a lot of votes still haven't been counted, but they wouldn't save Kamala. No, and that's what I was saying about the Amish. There was 7 or 8 states up for grabs or something like that. And out of nowhere, Pennsylvania was the big one. And I was getting worried, man, because it's like he was whooping ass. And Kamala was very behind, 100 plus points behind. And I don't know. They just all of a sudden stalled on all the big states, the swing states. And they were building up Kamala's, letting her catch up. And I think that's why they were trying to do. They were trying to somehow get it closer. So that way, when they do the 3 a.m. ballot drop, it won't be unbelievable. But I think we were saved by two big things. First of all, the early voting, not mail-in voting, but voting early. You have to understand, people were saying, Pennsylvania, they didn't call Pennsylvania. They were stalling on Pennsylvania, which was like 90-something% counted. And he had, a huge lead. And people were like, the mail-in ballot, the early ballots, the mail-in ballots. It's like, guys, those were already counted. Those were counted first. So, I really think they just wanted us to watch all night for television ratings. Seriously. Because once they call Georgia and Pennsylvania for him, it's over. It was over. And that's kind of what happened. Once, Pennsylvania got called for them, it was like everyone was celebrating. And even I was like hesitant to be like, I'm not celebrating until I see that fucking map on Google update and say he's officially over 270. And it didn't. And I remember Trump giving his big victory speech. Like, still the maps hadn't updated, but Fox and The Hill had called it for him. Every other mainstream media outlet was waiting. So I was seriously kind of worried that there would be a moment where they would try shenanigans. But the thing is, that was the question. Would they just let him win, which is what I thought was going to happen, or are they going to blatantly cheat? Like, cheat to the point where everyone makes sure it's obvious and everyone notices it. And even people who didn't think last time there was cheating, they're going to have to say, wait a minute, again, that happened again, I really think there was meetings, because there was rumors of midnight big ballot trucks showing up to Philadelphia and Detroit, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And we were like, dude, they better fucking not. And I think there was like a moment somewhere in one of those. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in one of those meetings. Just heard it saying, like, guys, we can't do it. The math won't make sense. Everyone who we could, because you have to understand, when they do fake votes, they just look at the reals who didn't vote. And they'll take your Social Security and put it up there and vote for you. Like, that's legitimate what they're doing, or they did. Here in Texas, you have to vote with an ID, which is the way it should be. I mean, come on. And the idea that I'm suggesting otherwise is some kind of racist nonsense. Like, no, it isn't. Again, you're being racist when you think black people can't get IDs. You're racist when you hate white males. You're the sexist when you hate heterosexuals. You understand? Like, you guys think that, the party of intolerance won last night. And I'm here to tell you guys, the Republican Party, as we know it, what it's called, I mean, it's not even the Republican Party. It is more diverse than the left. Okay. It's more diverse, with, what's the word I'm looking for? It's more diverse ideologically, thought-wise, but it's also more diverse statistically with physical traits and stuff. You have to understand, like, the left is just turning into gay white women and gay dudes, and just a bunch of race. Racist. I can't tell you. And also, you guys have to understand, a lot of registered Democrats voted for Trump as well last night. That's something that I don't think they were taking into account. Tony K says, we are proud over here of you septic Americans. Hell yeah. Thank you. I'm proud of you, Tony, with your new movie coming out. Guys, Tony K's new movie is coming out. Jesus Christ. My brain is so fried. I got baked before I did this. Tony K's new movie. What is that one called? We were talking about it literally the other day. Why am I so terrible at this? Tony, remind me. It's a good one. It's a comedy with no, wait, I got it. Tony K's new movie, The Trainer. I knew that. I had a picture of the poster in my head. The Trainer's coming out. I can't wait to see it. Early voting in person rocks. Should never go away. I agree. I voted on Halloween. It was great. Yeah, Toxic beat me. All right, see you later, Stupenzo. I gotta be back for The Void sometime near Thanksgiving. Okay. Yeah, CLS, it was good to see you, buddy. Glad you could make it. Black Lives or Black Cats says the left. Is gay white women and gay dudes and racists. So it's the KKK. Yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah, authoritarians, Enzo. That's the thing, guys. I know some of these. I made a post last night on Twitter because I could be a lot more open on Twitter. And the thing is, like, it's not like I'm afraid on Facebook. I just don't want to, deal with the chicanery on Facebook. You got friends, you post something like this on Facebook and people just, like I said, they just block you, unfriend me. They can't fire me. That's the thing. I work for myself, so that's always good. But yeah, it wouldn't be hard for people to say, hey, don't hire this guy in the future. Luckily, I don't know, the results of my work kind of speak for themselves. So I don't know. Yeah, you could not hire me if you don't want a really good dude who's good at his job to do it. That's fine. I will get work elsewhere. But yeah, I said this, hail to the chief, baby. But remember, it's not too late for many of the quote unquote not Trump voters to be saved and brought to our side. Some are too far gone, yes, but the ones that can still be reached need to be shown patience, understanding, guidance, and love to be awakened like us. Now, I will put a little, a caption on the end of that saying, hey, we can make fun of you for a little bit. And, we are the party that takes jokes. So don't be surprised if I bust your balls a little. But yes, for real, though, I want my friends over here to realize what's going on. Chicanery, good word for a Yank, yeah. FB is a tism zone. Facebook, yeah, I agree, says John Richards. And we would know. It's easy to spot it. But yeah, I mean, I'm over here. I'm doing a stream right now on Facebook. I wouldn't be surprised if people are scrolling by, watching 5 minutes, and then just unfriending me, But if I could get some of you to just think about it for the second. Just think about it for a minute. Like, are we really all have we all really just become fascist? Like, is that what's going on? Or is it that you guys have been brainwashed? You guys need to understand. This is something I said yesterday. People that hate Trump unexplainably, irrationally, for no reason, they can't give reasons. When I say you hate this guy for no reason, you can't even give reasons. You'll say, oh, he's racist, he's sexist, he's homophobic. What did he say? What did he do? But he just is. How? Give us one example out of 8 to 10 years. Hell, we go all the way back to The Apprentice. He said, grab him by the pussy. Okay, that's one thing. He's talking about groupies being whores. Many, many rock stars have had similar conversations. In fact, it makes him more badass. I'm sorry. He says women let you grab them by the pussy. And it's true. Sometimes they do when they like you. I mean, again, like, what's the problem? His guy, his comedian, Tony, Kill Tony. He said, Puerto Rico's a garbage island. And Puerto Ricans voted for him in droves. And he's, Puerto Rico has Republican control right now. So obviously they didn't think it was bad. Nobody thinks it was that bad. It's a joke. And even if it's a bad joke, who cares? It's a bad joke. Don't laugh at it. That's the thing. We're all well past this stuff. We watched the 90s movies, the early 2000s movies, and we missed that shit. We listened to the music from back then, and we realized, what the hell happened? Why is everything terrible? He wasn't wrong or lying. I think the biggest problem for Trumpers is their Christian agenda. Our founding fathers didn't even believe in it. Yeah, I mean, the thing about being a Christian, though, is, I don't know, it's one of those ideologies that doesn't really have as much problematic beliefs behind it. The Christian scripture is a good book to live by. I'm sorry. Or at least out of all the religious texts, it's objectively the best one. I mean, you look at what Christian societies have done, and it's just overwhelmingly better. Sorry. And this is why everyone wants to move in Christian-based countries, Christian-founded countries, the Western world. Why is it so damn popular? Well, why are people so desperate to destroy it? I mean, that's the thing. And yeah, you don't have to be completely religious. We love you anyway. And obviously, there should be a separation of church and state. Yeah, Lord Toxic, not a Christian, and a Trumper. And there were that's the other thing. how many, a lot of Jewish people came out and voted for Trump, especially when you went to the actual, Orthodox Jews, the Jews with the hair, and the outfits running around New York. They can't even use cell phones on certain days, you walk down the street, you ask them who they're voting for. They all say Trump. You go to little, Mexican parts of your town. You talk to actual Mexicans, maybe not illegal immigrants. And that's the idea. There's plenty of Mexicans. I'm in Texas. You know how many Mexicans are here? They're all voting for Trump. All the citizens are anyway, especially if they migrated here. They were all voting for Trump. Black people. Every fucking black dude I know practically is voting for Trump. Or at least all the gangster ass ones I know, they for sure are voting for Trump, dude. The ones that are smoking blunts and wearing jerseys and having bling. I know a few of those fellas. I do karaoke with them. They were all fucking, they were all pro-Trump back then. Nerdy Film Girl says, I think Trump followers' rhetoric is more dangerous. Your body, my choice. Well, again, it's that's a state-by-state thing. And I think that's the thing that other people are realizing this election is maybe abortion isn't as popular as people think it is, or at least we're led to believe. I think most people, the thing is, abortion within reason, obviously, having parades and celebrating it and bragging about it is weird and gross and frankly demonic. Japan has always had legal abortions. They don't have celebrations for it. It's very respectful and serious, and it's a touchy subject, and it's handled with delicacy. People aren't running around in bikinis with pussy hats, showing pictures of the fetus they had removed on big billboard signs and dancing and singing like idiots. That is literally like Moloch worship right there, sacrificing children to the devil. It's insane. It is a death cult. And what was really strange is, I think abortion should be legal. I don't think people should be thrown in jail for abortion. Hell no. I don't think you should be getting abortions willy-nilly for any reason. And maybe you should, but it should be frowned upon. It should be kind of a faux pas, especially if you're gonna laugh and do TikToks about it. That is straight up strange. It's a little weird. It's a little bit much, and I think most people, especially the past several years, have kind of realized, I don't really like this. And just because you don't like that doesn't mean you want the Handmaid's Tale. We want forced births. I don't know. There's a middle ground, obviously, but I'm glad it's up to states now. It's a state by state basis. It's just better that way. It really is. You can't have something that's so nuanced on a case-by-case basis, have a sweeping federal yes or no, it's allowed. Murder, it's pretty bad, no matter what. I don't think it's one of those things that needs to be debated. Extremist Jews did, but the majority of Jews hate Netanyahu and want to protect innocent Palestinians. Yeah, I don't know. And that's the thing is I don't know. Trump, man, I don't think I'm one of these guys that thinks Trump is he's a different beast, which is why Republicans and Democrats hate him all alike. I think we're seeing the changing of the guard. It's no longer right versus left. It's the people versus the machine. It's the populist versus the globalists. I've said this before. I had so many friends saying, we're fucked. Things are going to be so bad. What did someone say? Just because he won doesn't mean we didn't lose. And it's honestly, that's true. You didn't lose. You guys, everyone won last night. We all won. Some of us don't realize it yet. And like Lord Toxic saying, now between January and now is going to be a time to be real vigilant because they're going to do something to prevent him from getting in the White House. Whether it be tried to prevent him from taking office due to bogus lawfare, something to do with his bogus convictions that are obviously nonsense. And when I say obvious, if you have questions as to why, I can easily explain this. what did they do? They basically had to create new laws. Basically, they had to extend the statute of limitations on some of these misdemeanors, and they had to upgrade them to felonies just so they could prosecute him. You have to understand how clean of a politician you have to be if they're literally looking for anything to charge you on for decades. And they can't, all they can find is like you did some weird miscalculation in your taxes or your finances. You basically, what else did they charge him for? Yeah, trying to incite a riot on the Capitol. Guys, that was not a riot. No one gets abortions willy-nilly. It's a very difficult decision to make. If someone is making TikToks about it, it's absolutely dumb. Yeah, I agree. And there are. That's the thing that's crazy. And yeah, exactly. Like, it should be a delicate decision. I had a roommate who had to get an abortion, and it was not a fun time for anybody, and that's how it should be. She didn't go out and fucking party that night. It's weird. I followed the whole legal situation, says Bush. New York's prosecution of President Trump was wholly unconstitutional. Yep. And that's the thing is, like, they keep losing a lot of these cases. There's one case that he was found guilty of, but the sentencing is coming later. Now, hopefully, we'll see if it's done right. Maybe he'll get dropped. But guys, wouldn't it be crazy if he literally gets sentenced and goes to jail and he's still the president? Could you imagine how crazy that'd be if we had a sitting president in prison? Because that could technically happen. Like, that would be insane. But yeah, honestly, I'm not expecting a whole lot. Nerdy, my ex got 6 abortions, now has 4 kids. Make that make sense. I mean, I guess she just wasn't ready for it at the time. Or maybe they were children of a person that shouldn't breed. I don't know. I'm not here to ask questions. The point is, like, I got friends who are like, they don't care if World War III starts as long as they can get abortions. Like, I'm sorry. I think maybe we could take a few year break off of it. Like, if I had to choose between making abortions like straight up illegal and crashing the economy, sending us into World War III, nuclear war, just enslaving us with digital dollars and energy caps, control how much energy we can use, and only drive electric cars that can't really go across the country, and you can only drive them a certain amount of time. That's literally what these people are proposing. They talk about Agenda 25, and it's some nightmarish hellscape. You know what's even worse was Project 2020. That was pretty bad. They pretty much were trying to say, yeah, I mean, it's this idea that we'll own nothing. We won't own anything. We're going to be serfs. We're going to be cattle. And that includes greatly reducing our numbers. They're so open about this. Like, it's insane. It's all for the sake of, quote unquote, the environment. But we know this global climate change thing is really, above all, about getting more money out of us and taking more control over how we live our lives. Lord Toxic went from 500 friends to 388 in 24 hours. Yeah. How many friends do I have right now? Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm losing some friends. Let's see here. All friends. Okay. Right now I have 1810. Maybe I did lose a few since then. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. So who knows? More money and land, says John Richards. Wearing an ankle banner and all that. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting at, nerdy film girl. She doesn't believe in birth control. Yeah, I don't know. I would like, abortion shouldn't be a form of birth control. Especially for, I don't know, reckless sleeping around. I don't know. It's kind of cringe at the very least. Even if it's not illegal or shouldn't be illegal, it's cringe. It's just a little weird. And same thing with guys who just constantly impregnate chicks on accident. That's also like, dude, control your load, stop premature ejaculating inside women. Or like, I think a lot of times is I don't know. There's a window where it's okay. There's a window of time, like during the month, where you can do it. You can do that, and it's okay. You shouldn't be having any babies. But I don't know. Maybe people just get too comfortable with it. I don't know. Some people are just turned on by it. You got to take these pills and all these other things that you can do to prevent it. But that's the thing, is like, I don't even like talking about this much. We've already been talking about abortion for like 30 minutes. Like, it's the biggest issue on the docket. It absolutely isn't. It's the economy. It's, the risk of war, global international relations with other countries. That's number 2. And, number 3 is the economy again, our money. Just make sure we don't go to war. Make sure we have plenty of money that goes farther. And also, make sure we don't die. This is another thing. The fact that all my hippie friends that are really freaking out right now, it's crazy. It's crazy because, oh yeah, sure thing. Sorry, I'm getting messages right now. Also, let me check these windows here. I don't know, man. I guess nobody on Facebook is even watching. Facebook is weird. I don't see any of my friends going live on Facebook ever. So, I mean, I haven't done this in a hot minute, a year maybe. So we'll see. I don't think I even have anybody watching on Facebook. Maybe I'll just stop it. Maybe I'll just end it after a while. Once I let Toxic in, I'll stop streaming on Facebook. There we go. And we can gloat like crazy people. Bush says Zelensky and Putin have both already reached out to President Trump to find and end the Biden-Harris war. Yeah, find an end to it. Exactly. And I said this before: peace, prosperity, health. These things are more valuable than, war, poverty, and illness. Nerdy Film Girl says, I genuinely think Elon doesn't give a fuck and wants his rich friends to move to Mars, wreak havoc here, make his friends as rich as possible, and peace out. I mean, that would be cool in a sci-fi movie. I don't think living on Mars would be fun. I don't think that'd be good. I don't think most people really want to live on Mars, unless, of course, there's like actual aliens living on Mars, and they have been for a long time. And, it's totally possible to live on Mars and we don't even realize it. There's thick ecosystems and breathable air and jungles and stuff we don't know about on Mars. And okay, go move to Mars. That'd actually be pretty dope. A whole new world, a whole new place inside of you. I don't know the words to this silly song. I agree. It's just from his Occupy Mars t-shirts. Oh, yeah. Elon Musk, though, him, Joe Rogan, the Amish. Like I said, dude, the Amish were like the tree people in Lord of the Rings, man. They really clinched it for us. There were people in line of the election saying they were interviewing some guy in the news, and he said straight up, like, I was on the fence when Kamala didn't do Joe Rogan. I switched sides. It's like, Jesus, really? That's crazy. But that's the thing, is I'm hoping these next 4 years, hell, I'm hoping these next 4 months kind of wake up some of my friends that are really freaking out. You guys just need to understand, it's not that more than half the country is racist, sexist, fascist. It's actually that, there has been a fear campaign. People who hate Trump have been the victims. They are victims right now of a multi-billion-dollar disinformation campaign. And it started before COVID. And once COVID lockdown happened, it was like subject everyone to nonstop 24/7 fear porn, literally designed to break our psyche and give us post-traumatic stress syndrome whenever Trump's name is uttered. It didn't work on me, obviously. Like I said, during 2020 was the first time I ever voted for the guy. It's the first time I voted for anybody. 2016, I was like, I hope he wins. 2020, it's like, I'm voting for him. 2024, I was like, dude, he has to win. He has to. I'm sorry. It's gotten that bad. But yeah, they literally unleashed a pandemic on the country so they could, steal an election. It's becoming so obvious. Like I said, 17 million votes from last time. You're telling me with all the rhetoric, all the panic alarms, you're telling me 11 million Democrats chose not to go out and vote, and another bunch of Trumpers, millions and millions, didn't go out to vote? They didn't bother? Or is it possible that last election, I'd say 20 million fake election votes? Like, that seems like it's on the table, guys. You're telling me Joe Biden's the most popular president in history. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has won 3 elections. Let's be real here. Like, he's insanely popular. And this is why I would like, all these election polls to still get audited. How many of these votes are fake? Because we've known about fake voter rolls for years and years and years. It was a plot point in the movie Black Sheep with Chris Farley. The evil governor is using dead people to register votes. How many movies was that a plot point in, or television shows? It worked very well, says Boosh. Is it time to sit and gloat yet? Nerdy says, I'm not freaking out, and it's good to have these conversations. I guess we will see how it unfolds. Got to head out since I'm on work. Bernie for life. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, I had Bernie bros that were like all of a sudden reluctantly coming on the side of Trump. I reluctantly came on the side of Trump around 2016, 17. Just once you start kind of easing in there, you realize you made the right decision, especially once you start interacting with the people. I talk to people in real life. And I understand all my friends on Facebook that don't understand what's happening. How could this be? Well, it's because you've blocked and isolated yourself from anyone that disagrees with you, including family and friends and loved ones. And you are not understanding what's on the pulse of the people. So it's just very, very strange and confusing to everybody. I understand. But I'm basically here to tell you guys, we're not evil. We're here. And I think I'm talking also to my Trump supporting friends. Like, we need to understand, like, yeah, some of these people are fuckheads. They tried to get us fired. They tried to get us arrested. They tried to silence us. They tried to trample our First and Second Amendment rights. That shit, those motherfuckers are literally treasonous traitors. Okay? Now, if you're just one of these people that just, falsely thinks I'm a racist, you could probably be reached. You could probably be reached. And it's going to take us to be, like I said, loving, kind, and patient, and understanding, while also kind of making fun of them. I'm sorry, but we can't be doing the same thing they're doing. You have to understand, you guys, the politicians, the corrupt politicians who support big war, big pharma, big chemical, big food, big data, big surveillance, big media, big government, these fuckers all hate Trump. I mean, that right there should be enough for especially like my hippie friends that hate Trump so much. That, like, I thought you guys hated the corporations, man, and the government and the pollution. And, you have to understand, Donald Trump's talking about getting our water cleaned out. He's talking about taking out all the fucking poison that's in the food, all these unnatural preservatives and chemicals. And the friends of mine that are, so against Trump, that are raging hippies, they're vegans and shit. Why is that not of interest to you? Why does that not sound great? Not only are you going against big war, the military industrial complex, but you're also going against these industries and corporations that are poisoning us, whether it's inadvertently or intentional. Whether they're doing it on accident because they're trying to get more profits, or they're literally trying to cull our numbers, or it's a combination of both. Who cares? The point is, like, that's wrong. Obviously, we should be healthier than ever as humans. We should be living longer lifespans than ever. It's all going down the past decade or so. We should be more prosperous than ever. You guys need to understand the reason why the economy is so bad. It's awful. It's awful because of how bad things are going. But that's despite all the things they're doing to prevent that from being noticed. You have to understand, we switched to the credit-based currency in the 70s. And in order to battle the effects, they also introduced credit cards. This helped ease the pain. This helped prevent the riots. You have to understand, they also shipped everything in glass and wood crates and glass bottles. It's not that that's too expensive. You have to understand, these things also cost a lot of money to ship because they're heavier. But it didn't matter because these are renewable resources. You can grow wood. You can create glass out of sand. So then what do we do to save money? We switched everything to plastic, and that was because that would prevent the shipping costs from going up exponentially. Everything's lighter now. Now everything's got plastic in it. We've all got microplastics in our body. Like all the food and water we drink comes in plastic. Like, we need to stop. Go back to glass. Go back to wood. We can do it. It's actually better. And yeah, go back to a gold-based currency where our money gains value instead of losing it. Our debt-based economy is designed to fail. That's a huge thing for me. This idea of getting rid of our income taxes, you have to understand the inflation's still here. It's not going away, even if Trump takes charge. So he's going to help us ease the pain by doing what? Hopefully, before, the economy crashes and switches us to a gold-based currency, before that, lighten the load on the taxes. A lot of tariffs. Those are paying for things. And then, no income tax. No state tax. These are insane ideas. Those things weren't taxed like they are now. And some things are cheaper or expensive due to red tape. Exporting, you have to understand, because of the industrial revolution, like growing food is easier than ever. Shipping stuff is easier than ever. But yet everything is still going up in price. Everything should be going down in price when you think about how far the technology is going. Okay? And because of the price of everything, the technology is plateauing. Like, we should have fucking rail cars in every city. Where are the cities of the future? They are possible. They are still possible. And I think, many of our friends who are loved ones who are in a state of shock right now, I think they need to, after a year or so of this world getting better, maybe even a few months, I think they're going to slowly start coming around. But we're only going to be able to reach them if we can still talk to them, and if we're still, getting along with them. You can't just be like, ha ha ha, we were right again, losers, suck it. We can't be, dividing everybody, because that's what they want. The corporations, the corrupt politicians, they want civil war. They want total chaos. This is why when they try to take Trump's victory away through either illegal lawfare or maybe some cataclysmic event like a cyber attack or economy crash or even a nuclear bomb going off somewhere, who fucking knows what they're going to try? You think they're just going to hand him the keys again after all the pissing and moaning? That's why I'm really worried that they accepted defeat in the election and actually conceded, because that means they have a plan B. They have a plan C. And I think we just need to have cooler heads and just hold tight, stay at home, have the popcorn going, and just enjoy the show, because I really think this has all been taken care of, and I really think everything's been planned ahead. It takes a huge effort to take down this beast that controls us all, the Matrix. We have to literally take down the Matrix. Right now, me and all my friends have been unplugged for the Matrix for years, and we still have friends in the Matrix, and they don't understand what's happening, and they need to figure it out before we straight up unplug the Matrix, because then it's going to be much harder for these friends of ours to adapt and realize what's going on and be useful. You guys understand the fight's not over now. The fight's just beginning. We're literally trying to take the world back from fucking vampires that run it. These shadowy cabal-like characters that pull the strings. We all know they're out there. Everyone knows they're out there. And you guys need to understand, some people think Trump is an agent of Mossad. Trump is this, Trump is that. No, he's actually, he's the real deal. I think it's him and a huge crew of people working in tangent to take back the planet, not just the country. U.S. is first, though. We have to do first, and this is why everyone's excited that Trump won. People in other countries are super excited that Trump won. Designator's here. He says those things weren't taxed. Oh, yeah, sorry. Boosh says plastic is safer in the kitchen, but it's also dense, tough plastic that doesn't leak microplastics unless melted. The plastic our processed food comes in dissolves and bleeds. Exactly. John Richards, we need to get back to reoccupy Wall Street mentality. Yeah, more people were on the same page at that time. Yeah, and that's what's so crazy is the same Occupy Wall Street friends of mine, they hate Trump. It's like, what? You guys, yeah, like I said, the Federal Reserve is a huge business, a huge problem. And, they loan us our own money with interest. And it's a system designed to fail. And I've said this many times, we have to abolish the Federal Reserve. The Treasury Department should be, in charge of making our money. the Treasury Department. And our money should be based on something sound. That's why cryptocurrency went up. It's like an all-time high right now. And I understand you're probably thinking, how is this possible? Why did this happen? It's because we are all, the harder the machine pushes us, the easier it is for us to see what's happening. The people that I know that are really freaking out right now, I think they're mostly just confused and scared because, like I said, they've isolated themselves into bubbles, and they're believing all the lies that they're being told on the television. It's just so easy to think, oh, I got it all figured out. But I mean, and the thing is, I have these thoughts all the time. Like, how do I know that I'm not the one who's brainwashed? And it's because, these logistical fallacies, I mean, do they withstand scrutiny? Can they be double checked? Can they be replicated? Has this been done before? These are things you need to ask yourself. But yeah, last night was just wild, man. And of course, woke up this morning, saw the numbers, the electoral vote. And that's what's also funny. People saying, oh, we got to get rid of the electoral college. We got to get rid of the electoral college. I was saying this for the past 2 or 3 years. Like, what are you guys going to do when Trump wins the popular vote? Like, what are you guys going to do? Like I said, I was expecting some cheating, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was. And these numbers are still fraudulent. Because like I said, it just doesn't add up from last election. It really doesn't. We were saying Joe Biden was senile back then. And the same motherfuckers that were telling you he's of sound mind, he's the best ever, they also were the ones that came out and said, oh, guess what? He's actually terrible. We're going to replace him. You didn't even vote for Kamala. And like I said, if Kamala had been replaced a day or two earlier before the election, people would have still voted for whoever it was. Even if it was a white old man, even if it was literally Dick Cheney running for president, they would have voted for him. And you guys if that was you guys got to ask yourself, Am I being lied to? Am I being manipulated? And the answer is yes. And yeah, that squirrel and that raccoon, yeah, they really helped save the day. Like I said, Joe Rogan coming out and endorsing him at the very last minute. That was huge. Hulk Hogan. No. But yeah, some big names. Tulsi Gabbard, that was a big part of it. When Robert F. Kennedy, he came out and said, we got to vote for Trump. And he was still on the ballot in some places, and people were still voting for him. You dumbasses. I don't know. Guys. It's not that more than half the country wants you dead. It's more than half the country wants us all to be wealthy and healthy and doing all right. Ron Paul. Yeah, Ron Paul's coming back with a vengeance, baby. Doge. Like I said, dude, I was like listening to Ron Paul almost, what was it, 10 plus years ago, 15 years ago, jamming out Ron Paul. This guy's crazy. Hell yeah. Audit the Fed. End the Fed. Yeah, they did try 2020 again. People were ready this time. Dozens of independent journalists were on site and put them on blast. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We all saw these California plate trucks coming in to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, born and raised. On the playground is where I spent most of my days. These trucks with boxes full of whatever, California trucks walking in, being filmed. People saying, call the cops. Let them know. Donald Trump had 250,000 lawyers on standby. 250,000 poll watchers on standby. And 50,000 lawyers in all the states. Just ready for anything. Last election, remember they were putting up cardboard and blocking windows and telling people they couldn't watch anything? I mean, come on. Come the fuck on, guys. Like, I understand there are still friends of mine that are in denial, but the next few months, there's going to be some rude awakenings. Like I said, they're going to try something. And when they do, I need you guys to really think about it. Like, is this Donald Trump doing this? Or is it the people that don't want him in charge? They think about it. The people who hate Trump so much, they would rather, set a bomb off in a city or take down our power grids, or have some kind of cyber attack, take out all of our internet communications, all of our ability to speak to each other, silence us. They are willing to do that just to not get him in office. Then he should be totally the president. You understand? Kamala Harris sucked dick. that's basically what she was. She was really good at sucking dick. And I'm not going to be lying. I really would like a blowjob from her because she probably gives the best head. You understand how good your head game needs to be for you to be able to make it to the president, to almost be the president of the United States, because your dome game is that good. What did Cecil say last night? She's going to cave your skull in, sucking your dick. Like, that's insane. But no, that is not a good qualification to run the country. I'm sorry. Now, totally, though, I would totally not say no to Kamala Harris for various reasons. But then again, it's like, yeah, I mean, am I being sexist right now? A little. I'm being funny. But for real, though, this is not sexism when I say this, but a female president, I don't think that's a good idea. We had Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. They both lost. What did they do? Did they give a concession speech, a powerful concession speech the night of, saying, "Oh, we almost tried"? No, they had to sleep for a night. They had to have a few glasses of wine and have a good cry before they could address the country the next day. That's not cool. That's not the kind of person you want to be the president. President needs to be able to handle high stakes pressure, and that was something Kamala Harris was obviously not able to do. And it's not just Joe Biden was the best ever. That's not it. He was just as bad as Kamala, if not worse. So again, the math isn't adding up. And Kamala Harris, almost going on Joe Rogan, it wasn't that she missed an opportunity there. It's not that, like, oh, if she went on Joe Rogan, she would have had a better chance. No, if she had gone on Joe Rogan, she would have made it worse. For real. Her numbers would be worse. She's that bad. You like to think, oh, you're speaking hyperbolic when you say this person has never said anything you agree with. This person literally doesn't say anything I have ever agreed with. Now, I was very, very happy to see her make her concession speech today, and I was very happy when she was saying, even if she was lying her eyes out, whether she's telling the truth or lying, she said the right thing. Hey, we all need to come together. We all need to join hands, form a love train. And I got friends who were sharing the same posts over and over again. Like, we agree to disagree only works for coffee and bagels. We can agree or disagree on what kind of cake we like. We cannot agree to disagree about being racist, sexist, transphobic. Why not? Why not? Like, let's say I have friends that are legitimately racist. It's not, agree to disagree. I don't know. You have to understand, you guys are racist. You guys are the racists. You hate white males. You are the sexists. You are the fascists. You want to silence people. You wish they had no job. You wish they had no income. You wish they didn't have social media. You're going to block them and isolate them. This is the emotional blackmail shit. I saw someone making a post. It was like two beers cheersing. Hey, just know that I love you, dude. And someone in the comments, this is a post I only see Trump supporters say. And my friend had to say it. Hey, I don't like Trump. When have you ever seen me post anything political? I'm just saying. It's okay if you like Trump. You have to just come out and say it. We all just have to come out and say it. I voted for Trump. I voted for Trump. I think he's the best president we've ever had. And I had no problem saying this to people in person. I remember saying this to a handful of ladies at one of my shows a few years back, and they were looking at me like I was a psycho. They were getting visibly pissed off. They literally were like, you have to leave. Like, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. And it's just like, I'm talking to the girl's husband, and he's giving me this face like, you might be making sense, but I have to visibly disagree with you or I'm going to get in the doghouse. Guys, don't let your wives tell you how to vote, because your wives have been manipulated and fear-mongered into thinking that abortion is the most popular, powerful thing that a woman can do. If we take away a woman's right to kill fetuses, to kill babies, we're basically Hitlers. It's weird. I have books to work on, so the clock is ticking. Oh, is that what you're saying? You're saying you want to come in right now? All right. Jesus. All right, I guess it's time to gloat. We're still going to be nice, though. You guys have to understand, I'm about to let a guy in named Lord of Toxicity. So if he's saying something that's fucked up, just understand it's just some kind of meta level of humor. All right. Also, it's like, apparently it's bad to reward this behavior when someone's in the chat asking for links, but I don't care. Oftentimes I just kind of want to rant by myself. I feel like I am pretty high though, and I'm kind of rambling. Totally abhorrent derangements. Yeah. Bush says they use black people as stage props and call others racist. They abort 22 million black babies in 30 years, all us other racist. Yeah, incredible. I know. And it's one of those things where, black friends, you get to their, you try to reach them by saying these things like, you guys understand, you guys understand, right? They don't think you know how to use computers. They don't think you know how to use IDs. What is up, LT? How you doing?
I am not going to gloat, and you are not rambling too much. You are being very, very loquacious, but
Good.
you're also being very coherent, and
All right.
I'm here for it all day.
What'd you do last night?
I was at the girlfriend's house last night.
Were you guys excited?
She wasn't. She was tired because she has like a real world job. She has a real job.
No,
She's
but
not like us.
She's not like a Kamala supporter freaking out. That would be hilarious.
No.
If you were dating a Kamala voter, I mean, I wouldn't say no to it.
No, she's as far as I know, she's a Trump supporter. I think she is, but I mean, she's definitely Republican.
All right.
As far as that goes. But
cool.
yeah, no, but I'm gonna blow your mind. I, up until 2020, was a rip-roaring liberal. I was a liberal for the longest time.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know that about me. I only started dating a serious tinfoil hat Trump supporter in 2020. And she kind of opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. And because I don't like to live in an echo chamber, I like, if I'm wrong about something, I want you to tell me I'm wrong. And she just was like, well, this is this and this is that. And, and just, one of the biggest things that she did was she said, don't take the vaccine. And I'm like, well, I've had 20 vaccines, so I don't need you to tell me not to take a vaccine. I'm not worried about a vaccine. And she's like, well, she goes, do this. She goes, if you're so sure that it's not a big deal, she goes, tell them no and see what they do. If nothing weird happens, then just go ahead and take it. But if you tell them no and something weird happens, then, consider it. And so I did. Just because, I wanted to keep getting laid. So I told them no, and then all of a sudden they sent a team a team of VA people to the halfway house that I was staying at, because I just gotten released from prison in 2020, and they sent them over there, and they like stopped me from going to work. They were like, hey, you need to get this shot, and I said, I don't need to. I was going to, but now I'm
definitely not.
Yeah, I was like. And they're like, no, you have to. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have to. They're like, well, if you're staying at this halfway house, then you have to. I'm like, no, I'm also sure that's not true either. And they're like, well, listen, we'll give you $50. I'm like, wait, I have to, or you're going to give me $50? They're like, well, you really should, but we'll also give you $50. I'm like, well, I have a job, so I don't need your $50, but now I'm not going to. And they were like, well, listen, you really need to do this. I was like, listen, you need to get out of my way because I'm on my way to work. And I told that to my girlfriend, and she's like, see, I told you.
Yeah.
And then they just started showing up like every single day. Like, why won't you take it? Then they had me do a health assessment at the VA, right? And they were like, hey, you're up for a tetanus shot. I was like, well, how often are you supposed to get tetanus shots? And they said, every 10 years. I'm like, well, I had one 2 years ago in prison. And they said, oh, well, you need another one. I was like, wait, you just said it's every 10 years. So I have 8 more years before I need to get another one. And they're like, oh, well, you need a flu shot. I was like, it's not flu season. Why am I? I was like, why are you so interested in giving me a shot? Stop it. Now I don't want anything from you. Get away from me. So, yeah. So that kind of opened my eyes a little bit. And, because I'm older than you, obviously. So I grew up seeing Trump as like a, he's in Home Alone, and he's a, The Apprentice. He's a reality TV star. So when he became the president, I was like, what is happening right now? This is weird. I didn't know there was this whole cabal of, people that are trying to, destroy the country from within, and, let in all these, put us all in FEMA camps. And, my eyes have been wide the fuck open. I just did that a couple weeks ago, I left Kansas and I went down to North Carolina for the hurricane relief, and then I went down to Florida for the hurricane relief. I have a video on my YouTube channel. I've gotten lots of views on it, and I saw what FEMA is actually doing, and I saw the camps, and I saw all that other stuff, and that's what they have in mind for us. It's like what you said. You will own nothing and you will like it. They wanted to put us in camps, and they want us to just produce and wipe out as many of us as they can wipe out, and then the rest of us just lord over it and, basically create this communist utopia. And again, listen, 4 years ago, I was a rip-roaring liberal, and now I've kind of had my eyes open. And also in the last year, I've been very vocal to say that I didn't think there was even going to be an election. I thought they would have done something before the election and just stopped it and just declared martial law, because that's what I've seen them do in third world countries that I have been, a mercenary in. That is not what happened. Whether or not they overplayed their hand or they have some other hand to play, I don't know. I really don't know. But I do know that, I was wrong on a lot of counts. I woke up yesterday in a great mood. I had been turned down for a security assignment because of my felony records. And then all of a sudden, earlier today, they brought me into the office and they were like, "Hey, we're going to put you in charge of that security assignment at the university. We can't really tell you no because we have a felon as a president, so we can't tell you no that you can't be head of our security team." They literally said that. So I was like, "All right, bet. Yeah, cool. Sounds good." So also, I got myself another office to work and live out of for $400 a month. So that works out pretty good too.
Sweet. Yeah. Like I said, I've said this before, but yeah, it was like the Matrix when Neo gets out of the Matrix. Like I remember watching some documentary about, Podesta and, all this crazy shit. And you're like, dude, you get sick to your stomach, like I fucking got sick to my stomach, vomited, and then just slept for like a whole day.
Yeah.
It was like, you're like, oh my God. Like,
well, some of the stuff you have to see for yourself. I mean,
right?
You can't. It's like you said, you can't live in an echo chamber.
Just like the Matrix, can't be told what's going on. You have to just start to see it.
Yeah, where people just don't like when I posted, those travel videos I did when I left Kansas and I went down to Florida.
Right.
I posted some of them in my local Kansas. The town is called Lawrence, and I posted it in Live Love Lawrence, where me and Dudicus live. And I had people going, why are you spreading disinformation? Like, what are you talking? Yeah. Like, I'm literally videoing it right now. I have FEMA on my video. I filmed FEMA. How are you telling me that that's not real? Like, you can look right at the video of me doing it. And I'm certainly not a great cameraman. I don't know how to make special effects. So I'm videoing FEMA and the bullshit they're doing, and people are like, "Why are you spreading disinformation?" It's like, listen, man, and there's a line in the Matrix, since you brought up the Matrix, there's a line that Lawrence Fishburne, Morpheus, uses where he says, "Some people are so hopelessly attached to the Matrix and what it represents that they would rather die than to be unplugged." Yeah. And that's scary, man. I'm not,
dude, here's a post I did from April 22nd, 2020. And I said, "Hey, listen, y'all, hydroxychloroquine." This is April 20th, 2020. This is a month after the pandemic lockdown started. A month. Okay. I said, "Listen, y'all, hydroxychloroquine plus Z, that's zinc, it works. We've suspected that for months," which is true since January. Some of you would rather it not work just so you could say Orange Man wrong, and that is deranged. The question is, why are people hellbent on making you think these cheap generic treatments don't work? Think with your brain, not your politics. Look into it and stop regurgitating BS. And 60 comments here. Now, a lot of people are joking. Zach, my keyboard player, says, "More double yoke live streams, less COVID content," which I thought was funny. People were definitely COVIDed out. I got this guy, Dave, basically posting links to some no evidence of clinical efficiency of hydroxychloroquine in patients hospitalized for COVID-19. And I said, he says basically he just quotes something from some medrxiv.org, saying basically it doesn't work. And I said, hey, watch the video that I posted. It's an early treatment antiviral to be effective. It has to be administered early. And he says, I get my info from research papers, not people who want YouTube ad revenue. But I will say that a friend of a family was recently released from the hospital, and he claims Z is what saved him. Obviously, that's anecdotal, though. Okay, all right. And then, that's one comment. Someone, here we go. Please stop being so fucking stupid, dude, says Russ, who's probably freaking out right now. Again, just calling me stupid because I shared one link, He's like, can you explain, what the hell I shared was disinformation or what you disagree with? I got one person saying, I hope it works. That's the correct answer. Yeah, right. Hello. The reason anti-malarial and zinc work early is likely because we were finding out the virus is a blood disease. Yeah, I mean, people just freaking out, basically. Saying someone sharing a meme of the Trump looking at the lady, she's bleach. I don't understand. It's just stupidity. The point is, like, I've dealt with this shit for years. Even before that, that was a specific moment where I kind of realized, like, all right, people are getting brainwashed at this point. And yeah, it was seriously done to, I don't know, man. You can't look at this recent election and think, oh man, like I said, 17 million voters didn't show up this year. I don't believe that for a second. Oh, well, maybe they all died of COVID. Okay, but that would have been Trump supporters, you'd think, right? Not getting vaccinated. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Echo, our buddy Echo, YouTube friend, Echo Chamberlain, he left. Yeah. He's taking a break. But dude.
Yeah, all these people, I can't believe I went from 500 solid to 388. That's fucking crazy.
Well,
that is so crazy.
This is what's going to be really crazy. January 6, 2025, when the left has an actual insurrection at the Capitol building. They actually bring guns. They actually storm the Capitol. That's going to be hilarious.
I don't think they're gonna. I think they are going to follow the lead of Kamala and just get drunk and lay down and just cry.
I think Kamala was told, hey, play ball or go to jail. And that's why her concession speech was very... I'm spitballing with this. This is me being tinfoil hat here.
I don't know how late you stayed up the previous night, but I was up for
up all night. She's saying she's not making an appearance. Everyone go home.
She just went and got drunk. She was like, well, fuck it. It didn't work. Because they didn't go all the see. Now here's the thing that I was wrong about, and I'm willing to admit that I was wrong. I thought they were going to go all the way. I thought they were going to shut the power grid down or make some huge event or just say, look, martial law, shut the fuck up. And everybody would just kind of fall in line. But at some point they backed down and were just like, listen, let's just try to play this kind of halfway straight. And I know they tried to pull a few tricks and things like that. But I think they were just like, listen, we've got plenty of people that are going to side with us. So let's just play it straight and then it'll be fine. Not realizing that with the people who are pro-Trump, what they did was they lied about being pro-Trump because they didn't want to be outed and they didn't want to be so they were just they voted for him kind of in secret. Even people who were Democrats.
I know so many people, guys. If you're listening to this still and you're wondering what the fuck am I talking about, I know people literally that say on social media, go Kamala, and they're voting for Trump. They voted for Trump. There are registered Democrats that voted for Trump.
Yeah,
I mean, it's bad. It's that bad. And you guys need to understand, look at yourselves. Is it that, we're all, like I said, are we all fascists? Are we all racist? Or is it that minority of the population have been brainwashed by a multi-billion-dollar fear disinformation campaign? Like I said,
if you are a liberal, possibly blackmailed by P. Diddy and or Epstein Island video celeb, you can afford to be pro Harris and Biden. You can afford that. If you are not that people, then you're just listen, I gotta put fucking gas in my car. I gotta put groceries in the refrigerator. Like I can't afford another 4 years.
No one cares what these millionaires think, and that's the other thing is like I really think the DEI, the overuse of diversity and calling everyone Nazis, especially in film, like stories, these ideas that these movies lately have been just going downhill because they'd rather say the message, they'd rather stroke the egos. They'd rather check the boxes than actually tell a good story. Well, because of that, one of the secondary effects is humans, Americans, we don't give a shit what any of these celebrities think. If this happened in 1990 and fucking Tom Cruise told you who to vote for, you might actually listen. You'd be like, Tom Cruise. Yeah. If Tom Cruise tells me to do anything now, I'm like, who the fuck are you? I don't care. How about you get me one of those cool coconut cakes you get people? That's really, unless you're getting me one of those coconut cakes, I don't really give a shit what you think of Tom Cruise. Okay, yeah, you're an old guy. You do some great stunts. You made some big movies. You're a great hard worker. But please don't tell me what to do. And I'm not. And Tom Cruise is one of those actors who didn't. He hasn't been telling us what to do. And I'm at this point where, like, if you're basically what I think is like everyone that voted Kamala is very vocal about it. You have to be. Whereas, like anyone who isn't vocal about who they're voting for, I assume they might be voting for Trump.
I think you're right. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, people want to be able to have bread in their cabinet. They want to be able to have peanut butter in their cabinet. They want to be able to have gas in their car. And
yeah,
you can virtue signal all you want, but guess what you can't do with virtual signaling? You can't eat it. You can do it if you have millions and billions of dollars. Sure, then you can virtue signal, but you can't virtue signal when you can't afford to live.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about this whole pandering to racism and sexism and all this stuff is it actually caused the right, like I said, the right is actually now more diverse than the left.
Yeah.
And people don't realize that. They think, oh, that's bullshit. It's 100% true.
Well, it's like I had 7 different people on my Facebook posts earlier, right? Who were just, they said the same talking point. They said, God, what was it? It was something along the lines of this. If you have a gay friend that, you don't understand why they're scared right now, then you don't have a gay friend. You have a gay person that you know. I had 7 different friends post that. So I'm like, okay, well, what CNN talking point taught you to say that? Like, okay. And so and all you have to do is turn the argument around. And I was like, okay, so why? What is the thing? They're like, well, because he's installed so many different judges that are against gay rights. I'm like, you really think that Trump is worried about gay rights and gay? First of all,
he's pro-gay.
He's pro-gay.
Yeah,
he's totally pro-gay.
I don't understand. He not only is he not racist or sexist or homophobic, he's literally the opposite of those things. In fact, racism, actual racists don't like Trump that much because he's, he's friends with black people. He has no problem with the gays. He's got no problem with the thing is he's not blatantly on the side of Israel, but he loves Jewish people. And the thing is, like, you've got Netanyahu and Putin and Xi and the fucking North Korea guy, Kim Jong-un. They're all like, you have to understand, is it that, these people are all evil? These people are all working against us? Or is this the first time where we're getting a guy who's like, you have to understand these global Kabbalists, they're all over the globe. They're secretly running all the countries right now, most of the countries. And right now there are pieces being put on the board to take these people down. We're living through the biggest, sting operation, the biggest change of power ever. And it's all being done covertly behind curtains, behind closed doors. Like, it's all being done for the past 10, 15 years. There's a plan set in motion. There are literal satanic vampiric pedivores that worship the devil in very high places of power that basically run the world. Yes. And I know that sounds like fucking science fiction. No, I know it sounds like a horror movie, but that's why you get sick to your stomach when you find out it's true.
Listen, I've worked in countries where they sacrifice children. I've worked in countries where they kill children. Like, this is a real thing that really happens. Okay. I was so sure that we were going to lose. This is how sure I was that we were going to lose. I went out and did something. You know what? I'm not even going to say I did this. Let's say someone I know went out even though he's a felon, he went out and got himself an M4 just on the off chance, on the likelihood that, things were going to go sideways so that he could start, doing whatever needs to be done when, the Great Divide happened. So, and let me tell you, in just having it is something that could get him in a whole lot of trouble. So I'm saying that to say this, which is, I am shocked that things have gone the way that now, if we go the next couple months and no craziness happens,
Right. That's going to be crazy.
Right. And no nuclear weapon gets blown up or
Kamala Harris certifies the election. That's what's great about Mike Pence. People hate on Mike Pence. And I'm like, I really think whether he did this on purpose or not, he had a role to play. And the fact that he certified the last election and brought attention that, hey, the vice president has the power to not certify the election. What did they do right after that? They made that not the case. The vice president no longer has that power. So because of their own making, Vice President Kamala Harris has to certify the election she lost. And that is just like icing on the cake. And like I said, if there's no insurrection on the 6th and, he actually gets the football and everything passes over, it's like, okay, the only way I think that would happen is if, like I said, they're making deals behind closed doors. Either let us.
That's what I think. That's what I think.
Like you can either go down publicly, get arrested, get sentenced with everyone else when the sealed documents come out, the sealed indictments start coming out. You have to understand, we've been building cases against these people for almost 10 years.
I think that they've had their people go to his people and say, look, okay, you got this. We're going to fall in line, but listen, we can't have a huge sweeping epidemic. We're going to let you get rid of all the illegals, all the poors. We're going to let you do that. Okay. We overstepped by letting all the illegals in. So you can go ahead and deport them. You can build your wall.
Dude, you don't even need to deport them. This is what's so cool. You can say to the illegal immigrants, because you have to understand a lot of the illegal immigrants are not evil. They've been told to come here and you'll get free shit. Like what, who's not going to do that? Right. Here's what they're going to say. This is ideal. You tell them, if you leave willingly, if you deport yourself, you have the option later down the line to legally migrate here, to legally become an immigrant.
I'll buy that.
You will have millions of immigrants get up and leave and just say, hey, because I mean, you can't take away, this is the land of the free, within reason. But like, if we have to round you up and literally deport you, you're fucking banned, and you'll be surprised how many, and that's another big awakening moment that the left will have, is when they see millions and millions of illegal immigrants purposely and willingly leave the country just so they can have the chance to come back here legally.
Yeah, no. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
That would be a great, great idea. And it's something that I'm sure is going to happen.
I think that they're talking right now and just going, listen, I know we know you got us by the balls, but listen, take it easy on us, play ball. And we won't flip the power grid. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's something like that. Listen, fix this Ukrainian shit. You're the deal maker, and here's the other thing too, that people don't realize. Whatever you don't like about Trump, and you can not like Trump. I don't like Trump, for the record. I do not like Trump. I am very happy he's the president. But just because I'm happy he's the president, see, you have to remember, I'm a military guy. I've had generals that I've worked for that I don't personally like, but I'm glad that they were generals. I was very happy to have General Petraeus as my commanding officer, my general. But do I personally like General Petraeus? No, I do not. So, make of that what you will. But he's got a great VP. He's got a great cabinet. And the main thing is, we've shown the world, hey, listen, we're not going to be overrun. We're not going to turn into 15-minute cities. We're not going to FEMA camps. No. And there's no reason to shoot a bunch of nukes over here because we've got shit under control. So for whatever, they definitely overplayed their hand with all the shenanigans.
Yeah. I mean, if you're wondering why Trump won still, you guys need to understand it's for a lot of reasons. Like, America does not like this idea that we are going down the drain. Americans want to be the land of, we're not going to accept, having our things are the things we like getting taken away from us, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
We're not going to accept this idea that we're doomed to fail. We're not going to accept this fact that, like, the politicians and ruling class are above us and separate from us, common working people. They aren't. In fact, most of the times with politicians, your terms as any politician should be limited. That was the way it used to work. Like, you're a shoemaker or whatever, and then you have to, like, jury duty. Like, it's time for me to be a senator. Damn, yeah, like, that's the thing. It shouldn't be, I'm going to do this as a career and make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars somehow, in ways that are known but not explicitly talked about behind closed doors, even though I have a meager senator salary or a vice president salary or whatever. I'm going to just have all these, generous appearance fees and book deals and sell generic abstract art or whatever and make shitloads of money. It's like, these are obviously backdoor deals. It is a place that's rife with corruption. And when you say, Donald Trump, he's the corrupt one, it's like, you guys have to
No, if Donald Trump was really corrupt and self-serving, here's the deal. If he was really corrupt and self-serving, because I'm going to tell you this right now, if it was me, I would have never tried to get back into office, because I love myself too much and I don't love this country enough. And yes, I know. Yes, I was in the military for 14 years. But do you know why I joined the military? I joined the military so that I could kill people and I could make money. I would literally kill for any country that paid me. If Russia came to me and was like, listen, we like what you do. We saw your YouTube channel. We want you to come work for us. We'll pay you $100,000 a year. I'm like, bet. Let's do it, Boris. Done. Right now. Done deal. So that's why I did it. But Trump actually loves America. It's actually so obvious. Fucking loves it. Because if he didn't, do you think that Kamala or Joe or any of these other motherfuckers would have hung in there with people shooting at them, with people putting false charges on them, trying to get them arrested, taking away all their fortunes? It's crazy to me that people actually still believe that bullshit, that he wants to be a dictator. He doesn't want to be a dictator.
He had 4 years to be a dictator. And here's the reason why they really are afraid and really freaking out and panicking, they're doing everything in their power to prevent it, is because he already had 4 years behind the doors. He knows the secrets. He knows the dirty laundry. He tried to play ball last term, and they kept shutting him out. Well, guess what? Now we have the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
And he's got a balls to the wall VP who is not going to back the fuck down.
JD Vance, president next term. Shit.
Yeah. He's got Peter Ducey. He's got, he's got so many alkalites that are in there. Like, listen, we do not like what happened in the last 4 years. We're not going to sit still for it again.
Who's on the side of Kamala and company? It's not even Kamala. We know that. It doesn't matter who's in charge of the presidency, because we know there are other people that are their person's boss. It's Obama, the Clintons, the Obamas, the Bidens, the Harrises. They're all like in this.
Let me
group.
spoiler alert to you guys. The reason, if you've been wondering why the DEI agenda has been pushed so hard into media, social media, putting men into women's sports, things like that, it's because fucking Michelle Obama is Mike Obama, and she has a dick and she's a man. I am totally fine with that, by the way, just so you know. If President Obama was the president while I was in the military, and I would have served for him and done anything that he had asked me to do, because he was my president at the time. So was Bush.
Yeah. So if he was a gay man with a husband,
totally fine with me. Totally fine with me. The reason why they have pushed this bullshit agenda for so long is because they want you to be accepting of that, is they want that to be okay.
I also think another big part of that's the transgenderism stuff, but I really think the whole point of all the, reverse racism, the anti-white rhetoric, This whole idea of power versus privilege, it's literally just, like I said, they're stoking the flames of civil war. They want conflict between us. That's like their last agenda is to have us fight each other, go crazy, but we're not going to do it. I am not going to, like, I do not hate the people that voted for Kamala.
Right.
I am trying to, tack them off the ledge, literally. Like, hey, stop with your little shaking. Things are not bad. Things are great right now. You need to realize it. And it might take you a while. It may take a year for you to realize how good things are right now. And like I said, it's a very hopeful time right now.
You're still gonna listen, liberal. You're still gonna get to kill your babies. You're still gonna get to. There's so many babies you're gonna get to kill.
Go to California or Colorado if it's a huge deal for you.
You can order stuff online. You can murder as many.
That
of your
was so
children.
Hilarious. Was people saying, look, we got to vote for Kamala because our abortion rights. It's like, you guys understand, even if she wins, she can't reverse Roe versus Wade thing. She can't do that.
You can still.
You need to talk to your governor.
You can. There's the morning after pill. There's so many ways for you to murder your child. You can murder your child in so many different ways.
And like I said, the idea that this is the most important topic, it's not even close.
World War III, fine. Bring in billions and billions of illegals to offset the economy and to create strife in America. Totally fine.
And that's the other thing. Me and Toxic, you can't threaten us with this whole, if you're against abortion and women's rights, we're not going to have sex with you. It's like, first of all, yes, you are. And second of all, even if you weren't, we don't care.
Yeah, I had literally had sex yesterday. I can have sex tomorrow if I want to. It's totally fine. Listen, it doesn't matter.
Thing with emotional blackmail with if I see anyone vocally supporting Trump before the election, they're getting unfriended. Like, just trying to prevent thinking that first of all, that's not going to convince me to not vote for Trump. What that's going to do is just keep my mouth shut. Yeah, so I don't upset you.
I work for myself. I have my own company, so
I'm just gonna keep quiet and just do what I'm gonna do, and you can't do anything to stop me. And if you hate me because of that, then that's on you. That is not on me.
Yeah.
I can't believe these people don't understand how they're supporting a literal rapist. And it's like, guys, you understand? Like, he's being charged fraudulently, which is another reason why a lot of people changed. The past 4 years, there were so many things, something would happen every month for the past 4 years that would make more people realize I should vote for Trump, or what's going on with Trump is he's getting a raw deal.
They overplayed their hand. They should have done it a lot more subtly and not gone so hard. They went too hard.
The harder they pushed, the more it awakens us, to their nonsense. And this all started with COVID, and before that even. But once COVID happened, it was that woke up a lot of people. And I know for a fact that he should have won that election. Everyone does. And I'm hoping that because of this election, we can get to the bottom of the last election, and we'll find out, and then what happens? How does Trump get that term he lost? Does he get a second term after this? I'm all for it,
Well, I mean, listen, let's be realistic. Let's be really realistic. I'm glad that Trump won. It's a great day. However, Trump's oldest. He's an old fucking man.
I agree, but he's good for his age.
Yeah, he's okay for his age. He's not great. Listen, I've never been a big Trump supporter. I'm not just gonna be a Trump supporter just because the rest of the shit is so garbage.
Right.
For me, he will always be a reality TV star. You're just not gonna change my mind. Now, I do respect him for the fact that he has put everything on the line in order to do this. But there's things that I don't like about Trump, and one of the main things is knowing he was in the situation that he was in. He should have played the game a little better on the last term. He should have drained the swamp a little better. He should have shored up. And instead, what he did was he was like, "No, I'm the tits. I'm gonna do this. You're just going to fall in line because I'm unstoppable." He kind of fell in love with his own ideas a little bit. That's why I love the fact that he's got a great VP, because his VP is, you know what I hope they do? I hope they pull something out of the Harris-Biden playbook. And during this 4 years, Trump has an episode and gets sick and dies or some shit like that. And Vance takes over and then has Candace Owens become his first black woman, female vice president.
I don't hope that happens, but I mean, let's say it does happen. Like, no one's going to be. That's the thing. Is like people were like, when Mike Pence was vice president, we're like, oh God, hope that nothing happens to Trump.
Right.
Know?
Yeah.
Well, JD Vance, if something happens to Trump, God forbid, then it's like, well,
Vance is the tits, baby. Like,
yeah, and a lot of people hate Vance, and then he did his debate, and people. That's the other thing people woke up to is like, maybe he's not fucking crazy, whatever right-wing troll they try to make him out to be.
Vance is great. Vance is great. He could get Tulsi Gabbard as his VP, and I mean, we could live in a fucking crazy, amazing age. And I'm saying all this.
The only way that the amazing golden age happens is if many of these people on the left that are freaking out and filled with fear right now, they have to come on our side. They have to understand, like, dude, we're not here to hurt you. We're not here to be your enemy. We're not here to put you in camps. Like, I have people who literally think that right now. They're going to camp soon. It's like, guys, that was the last regime. You understand? If Kamala had won, the camps were going to be a thing.
Right.
And I know that sounds like, oh, here's he said, she said type stuff.
I have seen the camps. The camps exist. I have seen them. I have put people in camps.
Oh my God.
I am that guy. Just so you know, like, I have done that, and not in this country, but in other countries. I have put people into camps. I am that person.
I said before, though, it's not right versus left. Like, all these people hate Trump. All the bad ones, like, you got who supported Kamala, Dick Cheney and fucking Bill Gates and the Avenger actors. Like, who gives a shit about these people are stupid or evil,
and
one of the two.
They're rich, which we are not yet.
And I'm not
None
trying
of us
to point,
are.
I'm not trying to point fingers at my friends, but dude, all the ones that are really crying right now, that are really upset, anyone that's trying to unfriend me over this shit or unfriend you over this shit, they're all mentally ill. Like, I'm not speaking, like insulting. They all have, like, therapist or depression or, anxiety or whatever. They all are in basically poverty. They're all poverty stricken. Most of them anyway, or they just have no, I got friends in the past, like 4 or 5 years, their hair has all gone white, they're my age, and it's not genetic. It's the stress. It's the fear porn. It's the prospect. But that's the other thing. The moral superiority of it all is also what turns off. This is the exact reason why Trump won again. This idea that, like, oh, only the dumb fuck rednecks voted for Trump. No, I had some of my friends say this last election. Like, I don't understand. Like, some of the smartest friends I know voted for Trump. And it's like, yeah, say that again. Say that again one more time out loud. All your smartest friends that you look up to, they voted for Trump. Like, what does that mean? Think about it for a second. Does it mean that they're stupid now? Like, no, it doesn't.
Right.
And yeah, when you look at, like, the people that supported Kamala versus, like, the people that supported Trump, it's like, oh yeah, it's easy to laugh. Oh, Joe Rogan, ha ha ha. The My Pillow guy, ha ha ha. John Voight, ha ha ha. But it's like, how's that any different from, Jennifer Lopez?
Right.
Jennifer Lopez was dating Puff Daddy for years and years. She never warned anyone about him.
Yeah. Why would you listen to people who have been to Epstein's Island? Like, I don't get that.
Trump's been to Epstein Island several times. No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
Because if he had, it'd be all over the fucking news. That's what I was saying, guys. It's like they had to try so hard to try him for anything. And the fact that all they could muster was some bullshit. If you really tried to find something in Kamala Harris's dirty past, like, yeah, you'd get pay dirt. All these politicians have done crazy shit.
Yeah.
It's not hard to find this stuff. With Trump, they really had to stretch the limits of the imagination as to what they could try him with. That alone, he's one of the cleanest politicians we probably ever had. Like,
because he's not why? Because he's not a politician.
Right.
He's not a politician. He doesn't know what he's doing. He is just playing on instinct, and he's going in there. And you know what? That's what I love about him, because it's like he has no clue what he's doing.
Well,
and
it's like you said, I really think the military is like, the actual military, the real generals. There's the TV generals that we know.
Right.
And there's the actual, there's like a, how there's like a shadowy cabal. Well, there's like a shadowy resistance, just like Star Wars. You guys are not part of the resistance if you're on the side with all the corporations and the global governments and all that shit. There are actual people behind closed doors that were saying, hey, the people that run the country and the countries all over the world right now are all in cahoots with these very powerful families. We've all heard about them, the Bilderbergs, the Rothschilds, the Soros, the fucking, these World Economic Forum assholes who literally want us enslaved. They all work together to take over everything. And there are people that are behind closed doors. Like, how do we take the world back? How do we do this? We have to slowly wake people up. And that's what you're saying earlier about, I really think they asked Trump, hey, you're the guy. We want you to do this. We want you to run. That's probably how it happened. He was approached. And then, like I said, he wins. And you said, oh, well, why didn't he go harder and drain the swamp? Because it would have looked bad. The optics. It's like you were saying, like they went too hard against Trump and it woke people up. Well, Trump did the exact same opposite. It's like he let them do their thing. I really think letting Biden be president for 4 years was part of the plan. That is technically a shadow second term, dude. If Biden had not been president, Biden had not been president the past 4 years, way less people would be on board by now, especially if it's time to start arresting people and rounding people up and getting, and that's the thing, when you talk about the enemy within, when you talk about rounding people up and arresting and indictments, we're not talking about American people. We're talking about these fucking corrupt politicians who have enriched themselves over our tax money for years. And we know that's a thing. How can you in one breath say, oh my God, politicians and corporations and governments are all evil, but also all those same things that hate Donald Trump? Like I'm on their side because Donald Trump is bad. There's a disconnect. And there, people are starting to, like, especially in the wake of yesterday, like there are way more people right now on Reddit that are crying and talking about threatening suicide or whatever. And they're saying, something doesn't add up about the last election.
May I say something? May I, in all seriousness and in humanitarian, may I say something to some of the people who are, maybe a bit misguided out there? Like I want you to listen. Okay, here we go. This isn't even the Lord of Toxicity talking. This is Wes. Okay, I want to talk to you people out there who are so upset about Donald Trump becoming
angry at us.
Yeah, some of you guys and girls that are out there that are in any way thinking of any kind of extreme action. I have to watch what I say because it's YouTube. Self-harm, self-deletion, anything like that. Now, I want you to listen to me, okay? And then this is coming straight from my heart. I want you to definitely embrace the darkness and do that shit because I don't give a fuck. Fucking die. Seriously, fucking die. I don't fucking care. The world is better off without you. There is a tree that is producing oxygen that you need to fucking apologize to because you fucking suck and you have let this country go to shit for the last 4 years because you fucking suck so hard. Because you want to scrape your kid out of your fucking twat because you can't keep your fucking legs closed. Seriously, if you're threatening to leave the country and or self-delete yourself, fucking please do it. Please do it right now. Go get another vax. Go get another booster. Do whatever you have to do. I don't care. Become a Lithuanian. I do whatever you want to do. But seriously, leave my country alone. I really don't give a shit.
I disagree. Like I said, there's about 5 to 10% of the population that are beyond saving, and they got to go. They're trying to do some shit
much larger. You don't really see because I live in a liberal town.
No, I'm saying like there's a huge swath of the population that are against us, but they can be converted. They can be reasoned with. There's 10%, 10% tops of the population are beyond reaching.
I would say 40% of the population is beyond saving.
No.
Listen, I am pro Bill Gates. Just so you know, I want to be really transparent. I am pro Bill Gates. I am pro the Kabbalah that wants to wipe out most of the population in order to. Now, there are reasons for doing it I do not agree with, and them being in charge of the remnants of the population, I don't agree with that. However, wiping out a good amount of the population, yes, let's do that. We can easily lose like 60%, wipe them out totally. Thanos was right.
I disagree. I've said this before. I think the world like they say, I don't believe in the climate change stuff that they say. Oh,
neither do I. Neither do I.
No, but I mean, they also say like, there's too many people on Earth. It's like, dude, I think the Earth can.
No, there is too many people on Earth.
I think the Earth can literally provide for up to 10 to 15 billion people.
Yeah, but why? But why?
Well-
but why? They're stupid. We don't need them. We don't need
Well,
them.
imagine there's 10 to 15 billion people and we're all geniuses. Like,
I love it. I love that for us.
I mean, it's
It's-
possible,
it-
guys. Like I said,
it-
the golden age, man, the golden age of wonder, the golden age of love. This is the dawning of Aquarius, like this could be the moment where, like I
The
said,
age of Aquarius.
people are going to want to unite with us if we wish they're dead. However, those people that were trying to fire, they wanted us dead. They hope that they're happy when we died of COVID or whatever. They were happy when we got fired. Like, fuck you.
Yeah,
But
still no
most
shot.
people-
Still no shot, by the way. FYI, still no
Same.
shot.
Same,
Yeah.
It's like I'm doing great.
Never had
Except that-
COVID. Yeah, never had it.
Boosh did send us a little graph here, and I guess I'll start sharing some screenage. But this is a U.S. presidential election popular vote, Democrat versus Republican in millions. We got 2012, 2016, 2020, and 2024. Now, as you can see, we've got Democrats, kind of the same, and then right here, literally double that amount. And which is why I'm thinking there's still more fuckery this election, because seriously, because you have to understand, as this number reduces, this number should go up, which is, but then again, like I said, you got a lot of new people who'd never voting. I was one of those people. I was one of these new Republicans right here, and I'm not even a Republican. Like I said, it's just, I'm going to vote for the party that doesn't, want me poor and enslaved. It's that simple. And, I don't know. It's just hard to reach these people. It's hard to reach anybody when we're insulting each other, yelling at each other, and trying to kill each other. Tell us how you really feel, Lord Toxic, says Tony K. And I don't know. As far as some of my friends who feel lost right now, they feel I can't live here anymore. I don't know what to do. You guys are not surrounded by enemies. You're surrounded by your friends and your family, and we're all over here with open arms, saying, dude, anytime you come to our side, it just, it's better. It's better that way. We can't go to war with 40% of the fucking population. We can go to war with 10%, though. We can totally do that. And that's what I'm saying. Too big to rig. Many people paying attention to this election, looking out for shenanigans, and not that they didn't try to do some shit. Yeah. Aegis says Wes is always standing on business.
Stop calling me that. My name is Toxic on YouTube, Brian.
You
Stop
said your
it.
name. You said your name on here earlier, though.
Did I? I don't remember.
You said this is Wes speaking. This isn't Lord of Toxicity. This is Wes.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Stop calling me that, though. That
All
was
right.
just for that 1 second. It's Lord Toxic.
Yeah, blue collar. Always calling all streamers by their first name. If blue collar finds out your real name, he's gonna call you it.
Oh,
no matter what.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna be like, dude, I tell you what, Daniel, I love you, man. It's like, just don't call me that. What are you? Oh, Will, Russ, whatever.
Enzo.
Yeah, I mean, Enzo's fine. My name is in the username. I don't care.
Yeah.
In fact, people call me Stupenzo, audibly, and it's weird. It's just you don't need to do that. You can take off one of those syllables if it's easier. But I mean, I might, like I said, this isn't really a gloat stream. I was hoping to get some friends in here.
I tried to get one of my friends who's a hardcore Democrat that he's
that would have been cool.
He didn't want to do it because he didn't want to because they just lost, so he didn't want to get on here. And he thought, I was like, listen, we're totally gonna be chill. You can get on there. The
vibe here is chill, guys. I mean,
totally
people who know me on Facebook knew that I was doing these kind of stupid anti-woke movie streams, and people thought I was kind of a nerd, and but I was kind of vocal about Gina Carano and Donald Trump, and people were disagreeing with me, but I'm not surprised. Let's check the old friends list. Let's see if I've lost any more friends since the stream started.
I have lost so many friends. It's crazy.
No, it looks like we're still at 1810, so that's good. We'll check tomorrow. I'll give you guys an update. But I mean,
literally
I said,
last night I was at 500, and now I have 388. So.
This is all coming from a place of love, though, but like I said, it's this rhetoric that this moral superiority. If you voted for Trump, you're bad and you're stupid, and we're smarter and better than you because we didn't. It's you're wrong. You're absolutely 100% wrong. You are the one that is bad and stupid and wrong, and you need to right your ways. You need to
ask,
come.
ask Peanut the squirrel whether or not you think you're still right. That's
dude,
what I want you
what
to do.
about the squirrel that took a piss on the fucking stage before Kamala Harris's concession speech? Did you see that?
Love it. No, but I love that. I love that
A
for
little
him.
squirrel ran out on the floor. You guys, I mean, saying this is like too hard to believe. I'll have to share the fucking video. I think Gord King sent this video. I'll have to scroll up a ways because that's the thing is like all the group chats are on fire. Like all of them. They're all like, "What the hell, dude? Last night was nuts." And like I said, I didn't celebrate it all until we saw the map go to over 270, because I wouldn't have been surprised if they waited till we all waked up. But like I said, they what they had to do was just at the very least wait till 3 a.m. to tell us, because they wanted to milk the ratings and they didn't want us to celebrate. They wanted us to feel like crazy on edge. They wanted us to feel like that, even though they could have called Pennsylvania way earlier. And like I said, thank you to the Amish. I know the Amish aren't watching this because they don't have computers or internet, but dude, we all owe a debt of gratitude to the Amish. Let's see here. This is today, this morning. I guess we don't need any audio. There's a squirrel. There he is. And he goes over here and apparently he takes a leak somewhere. Allegedly. But even then, the squirrel is that's like reason enough to be like, wow, what are the odds? Remember when Mike Pence had the fly thing? That was like one of those moments that was like embarrassing for our side. We were like, ooh, the fly is.
We can't speak on that. That's there's nothing we can do that's going to make that sound okay with that big old fly and his big white hair. That was bad. That was bad.
God has a sense of humor. Yeah, God has the best sense of humor, honestly. It's very fucked up too sometimes. Did you vote, Lord Toxic? I don't think Toxic voted, right?
No, I am a felon. I
can't
vote.
I don't know. I mean, if we had a felon become president, some people saying, well, felons should vote. It's like, well, okay, I'll take that. I'll agree with that to a degree. Unless, of course, Trump gets his charges dropped and he isn't a felon. What do you think? Do you think felons should vote Trump? Do you think Trump Toxic? Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't. What's the point of doing your time if
you didn't vote either? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. If you got to keep paying for it, like what? So what is the point of doing your time?
Right. Right. That's why I'm all for corporal punishment. Like I really think if you get caught stealing shit, we just cane the shit out of you for a few times and then go back to work tomorrow. And all this forgiven.
What kind of punishment would I have received for my charges?
Oh, probably bad. Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you get for aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a deadly weapon, burglary? Fleeing and looting.
Maybe something like, some caning and a few weeks in a hole, solitary.
Well, I did get that. I did get that. So,
right. Well, yeah, I mean, as far as like violent, crazy psychopaths, yeah. Death sentence. I mean, shit. Violent murder. Like, who was the Lord Starship Troopers? A murderer was tried today. His trial.
I don't think, you know what? I don't agree with that, actually. I met a guy in federal prison who had murdered a guy when he was 18. He was in his late 40s when I met him. He was the librarian. That's the only crime he ever committed in his whole life. One of the smartest guys I've ever met. He was the head librarian at Talladega Federal Correctional Facility. And, he had a lot to offer the world, and he's never going to get to do it. He's still sitting there right now to this day. He's going to die in that place. Not a bad prison, by the way, for the record, but and what good does that do? So he shot a guy while he was running and gunning as a gangbanger when he was 18 years old. Okay, who cares? The only people that should die in prison are pedophiles. Everybody else, I think they should be able to be rehabilitated.
Well, let me share, and this is the other thing that gave me hope this election. I was seeing, obviously the same usual suspects I know were like being very TDS every day. But like what was interesting was like the people that I would see that were like, catching on and posting like based shit and saying things behind, in person, talking about how, Trump, dude, totally. Like, because I make fun of the hippie friends I have that are freaking out right now. But a lot of the hippie friends I have were like, nah, dude, I think Trump is the guy. And I'm like, exactly. One of the hottest chicks I know, she's a younger lady. She's like a professional model and ballet dancer. She's like a big deal. She has some posts here I'm going to read. First of all, she got, like I said, a map all the red counties just says dumb fuckistan, and all the blue counties are America. And her comment above it is great. It says, honestly, this kind of rhetoric that further alienates voters from the Democratic Party. Elitist moral superiority never translates well. And the facts that they didn't realize how much, like I said, this is great. This is her saying this. I don't want to share it visually because of doxing, but she says, to everyone supporting myself and your other Gen Z conservatives in the DMs, but are too afraid to speak out publicly due to the toxic cancer, which is cancel culture, I do not blame you. Living in fear is a power move proliferated by the legacy media and the far left. They want you to self-censor yourself. That's me saying that. Just know, hoarding away this fear, while valid, only validates the insanity of the people in your lives, which would call you every name in the book for standing by fact, justice, truth, fairness, and protection. I could go on, but I mustn't be unladylike. And so long as we are here, I earnestly encourage you to speak up loud and proud. Fear tactics only work on the weak, and this country was not built on the backs of the weak. Just as the left proclaims proudly for their very interesting opinions, you should, and I implore you to do the same. Stop living in fear of these people. We will never agree, and that is just fine enough. And at the very least, you're safe here. With lots of pride for my country and lots of love for those who voted to protect our most vulnerable, I send you big snuggles. So, very eloquent young lady. Democrats foolishly and most irresponsibly gambled using the freedom of country's most vulnerable people and lost. So shame on them. And again, you've got all these politicians like congratulating him, foreign diplomats and stuff. And like I said, this is from the Conservator. It says, I voted because children are being sex trafficked across our border. I voted because I don't want another American to die from fentanyl. I voted because I don't want my daughter sharing locker rooms with men. I voted because I want America to be healthy again. I voted because I want to feel safe walking around my city again. I voted because children are being chemically castrated and mutilated under gender ideology. I voted because I want to be able to speak freely, afraid of censorship. I voted because I want to fire the failed corrupt bureaucrats ruling our nation. I voted because I want to invest in the American people's interest instead of endless wars. I voted because I want government to lower taxes and cut wasteful, reckless spending. I voted because I have awoken to the brazen lies of propaganda by the media and government. I voted because I want a businessman to run our nation, not a failed career politician. I voted because I want my children to achieve the American dream. I voted to save babies from barbaric third trimester abortions, and I voted to make America great again. Again, this is one of these things where people are catching on. And of course, she's sharing comments where, people are, privately saying, hey, thanks for saying this shit. But it's more than that. We have to publicly be not afraid to say this. Now, I'm not afraid to say this, on the internet, on my YouTube channel, on video form. I've been very vocal about this stuff in person with friends. And, I kind of avoid just posting anything that isn't meme on Facebook just because I want my Facebook profile to be just kind of a land of humor, a land of jokes. So, but if you ask me straight up, I ain't going to lie. And I ain't going to tell you otherwise. Yeah, Lord Taxic, is great having you here.
Yeah.
Any last final thoughts before you bounce out of here?
Don't be afraid to admit that you were wrong. There are some people who would rather continue to be fooled than admit that they were fooled. This is coming from a former liberal. And yes, I was basically shamed into opening my eyes. I was shamed into it by the pandemic and by the fact that my girlfriend, who was a pro-Trumper at the time, said she would not have relations with me if I didn't at least look at the alternative.
If we find out you voted Trump, you're not going to have sex with you for 4 years. We're having a women's strike for 4 years. That's what I'm hearing right now. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah, good luck with that. Anyway, so listen, just open your eyes and stop letting people tell you what things are. I spent so much of my life believing in, I was in the military for 14 years, and I believed everything that they told me from day one until day whatever it was that was the end of 14 years. So, you've got to be able to think for yourself. And if the conclusion that you come up with after you've thought for yourself and after you've done critical thinking is that, yes, I'm still on the side of the Democrats, I'm still a liberal, I'm still this, blah, 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 then that's fine. That's fine. But don't let other people use you for their own agenda. Because I tell you what, if there was money in it, if there was, Kamala would be anti-abortion. If she'd be anti-trans, anti-immigration, if there was money, if there wasn't the DEI agenda paying her way, she would flip to whatever. Trump, however, will pretty much stick to what he's going to stick to regardless, because he was already rich to start with. He's actually lost money coming into this thing. So just try to think about things logically. Quit fear mongering. It's so ridiculous. Come on, guys. We can do better. We have a chance now.
Race called. Donald Trump has won Arizona.
Nice.
So that's like we thought. He's going to get to 312. And that's the thing is like getting, I'm tired of these every election, every Super Bowl, every World Series has always got to be neck and neck. It seems like it's all faked. And like I said, I think when 2016 happened, that was the first time someone legitimately won the election. Every election for the past 50 something years has been rigged. And I think that's the thing. We're starting to realize it. They didn't think he was going to pull it off. He did. So that's why they went extra hard 2020. Yeah. And like I said, now 2024, he did it again. And the question is, why did they let him win this time? That's what's up in the air. It seems like at some point there was a call. Someone said something and we're like, we got to let him take it because the people are onto us, you know? So
I think basically they overplayed their hand. I think too many things didn't go their way. I think they thought that Elon Musk was going to be on the home team, that he was going to be like, hey, he's a pedophile elite just like the rest of us. Well, they made a bad call. He's not. He may be an elitist and he may be a weirdo, but I don't think he's their elitist and weirdo. So I think that was a bad strike against them. And then a couple other smaller things, the squirrel and the raccoon getting killed right before election day, Biden having a gaffe and calling all of us garbage.
Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy, all supporting him, Tulsi Gabbard. Like these aren't, that's not fucking Robert Downey Jr. It's not Cardi B.
Right.
Cardi B tells you to vote for someone who gives a shit what she thinks. Bush is here and he's muted. But anyway, he's not.
Well, I'll let Bush take my spot. Thank you so much for having me on.
Of course.
God bless America. God bless
the USA, and God bless everyone.
Yeah.
God bless all of us.
Yeah. Let's all get together and let's make this country great.
Dude,
again.
let's party. Like, let's fucking seriously party and throw these criminals in jail. And that's the thing is, like, if you're literally still against us after all the curtains have been unveiled and everything's kind of out in the open and it's all, undeniable at a certain point, it will be, and you're still on the side of these elite, then you're a treason. You're a traitor. You're fucking treasonous.
Correct.
You should be in jail.
Correct.
All right. Well, it's been great hanging out with you and have a good day.
Thank you so much for having me on. You guys take it easy, greasy, and I'll see you next time.
Bye, Tox.
Boosh, how are you?
Oh, I did not get a lot of sleep.
You did not vote. That's interesting.
Yeah, I did. I didn't use a comma when I said that.
Oh.
So what the other person said, what was it, Aegis? Whoever it was, said, did you vote Lord Tox?
Oh, I see.
No, I didn't vote Lord Tox.
I gotcha.
I voted Donald Trump.
I see what you meant to say.
It was a clever joke that was screwed up.
No. I mean, yes, the thing is, I with Twitter, Facebook posts, and YouTube comments, like punctuation is secondary. Jamalama says Brett Weinstein was supporting Trump, and Biden is a full blown criminal. Exactly.
Did you see? It's Christopher. Oh God, I saw it on Leon's. He was streaming the election last night, and I saw Christopher something. He's like the leader of the neo-Nazi party in the United States, and he's just going ham on all of Trump's ideas. It's like I really don't care what the mainstream media has to say. Donald Trump wants more brown people in this country. He has tried to streamline the immigration process, and he just goes off. Yeah. He says Kamala wants to kill him. I think that's great. I'm like, he endorsed Kamala. He talked about the abortion thing, which you were talking about. 22 million dead babies in 30 years from abortion of black kids. And he's like, yeah, we need to get those numbers up under Kamala. We can't.
Joke. Hey, dude, I got friends right here. Like this person, she is, I think, maybe one of the ones beyond saving. I don't know. But, she has broken brain. This is from 19 minutes ago. Plan B is shelf stable for 4 years. Ovulation and pregnancy tests are stable up to 3 years. Like literally, like prepare, like stock up your bomb shelter with fucking Plan B and pregnancy tests. Good God.
Well, maybe stop fucking everything.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe actually just have some kids with your boyfriend or husband.
Yeah, right. Like I've let's see. I was with this girl for a little bit in the spring. Fell apart. That's fine. But between then, like I got laid in late May, and then I got laid in mid-June, and then July 3rd, because I was at the pub. We were going to do a July 3rd fireworks thing outside the pub. And I went home with her and got laid then. I use protection. None of them have to worry about that whole pregnancy thing. It's really, really easy.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, here's another thing I'm seeing is like we can disagree on many things and still remain friends. Racism isn't one of them, nor homophobia, nor reproductive rights. It's like, guys, abortion is not a right.
Yeah.
Idiot. I'm sorry.
Also, define racism and explain why you think I'm that.
Yeah, like it's racist to think all white dudes are racist.
It actually is. Yeah,
it is.
That fits the definition of that.
Right. No, it's power plus privilege equals whatever. Shut the fuck up. I don't care.
What is this is the same party who tells black people are going to put you back in chains if you don't obey me.
No, okay. I mean, right. They're going to put us in chains if we do obey them as well. I mean,
yeah,
it's so strange. It's so weird. Like, and I mean, like I said, again, just trying to talk to some of my friends. I mean, I can't talk to them, so maybe I'll just read some posts. Again, these are the people that are Biden supporters. Like, besides medication and meditation, what are your recommendations for anxiety? Just like I'm not feeling well. Like, remember when we lost the last election and it was like, I don't think anyone was saying like, oh no, I'm so tired. I don't know what to do.
Did you see any like that girl in the green jacket in Times Square going, no? I didn't see one MAGA Republican doing that.
No, right.
I saw some ladies going, oh no, Biden's won, and like getting a little teary. I didn't see anyone losing their shit.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing is like, there was a post I saw this year saying, hey, stop. If for those of you that are freaking out right now, do not go on TikTok. Do not make videos because it's going to be fuel. Like these people love these, it'll be used against you. Like the screaming lady, you will be that
not wrong.
Bitch. Yeah.
That's not wrong. I mean, yeah, keep doing it, please.
But what's even more disheartening, like you see a post like this from a friend of mine saying, I've tried dozens of times to put into words what I'm feeling, but nothing seems enough. I just hope the next 4 years aren't as damaging as I fear they'll be. And it'd be easy for me to come in and say, it's going to be all right. Things are going to be fine. But no, the reason why I can't do that is not because of her. It's because of the people in her comments. We will not recover. Unfortunately, there will be a classic pattern. Conservatives mess up everything, and then the liberals spend the next 2 terms trying to fix it. At least there can't be another 4 years. Someone else, I am so depressed. Totally understand. I'm right here with you. Someone else, I honestly don't know what to do. I suspected it was going to happen, but the reality is here. I'm so depressed.
Sorry, you're talking too fast. Go back to, what is it? The Democrats do what now?
Oh, was my mic garbly or something? Unfortunately,
yeah, it's actually my end. I told you the headset's getting screwed.
Oh, sorry.
You're going too fast for me.
Oh,
sorry.
Basically, conservatives mess up everything, and then the liberals spend the next 2 terms trying to fix it. And at least there won't be another. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again,
that's never happened in the history of the country.
Guys, it's not. We're beyond right versus left. We're beyond Democrat versus Republican now. We're beyond red versus blue. It is something else now. It is literally we the people versus these fucking entities that control us. Yeah, the media, the corporations, the Hollywood, the politicians. Like they're in a separate cast. They are, they think they're above us. Here's someone that is, speaking truth here. This is someone who's on the right side of history. That's the other thing I love. You're on the wrong side of history. No, we're not. Like,
No.
it's projection. Everything they project us of is insane. But here's someone else. I hope everyone freaking out today saying they're scared will take a moment to consider that they were lied to. It's going to be okay. No one is coming after you or trying to hurt them. A successful presidency is good for all of us. A good economy and good trade policies are good for all of us. Ending pointless wars is good for all of us. We're all part of this country and we're all on the same team. Don't be fooled into believing we're not. Don't be fooled into fear. Don't be fooled into fearing someone who just wants to make the country better for all of us. There's no reason why any American to be scared today. The future looks bright. Exactly. Everyone should be happy right now. Everyone should be excited. Did
you see what I posted in the chat? I think John did. It was a while ago. It was right before, it was 2020 summer when Creepy Joe did 3 campaign visits or something for that whole summer. My cousin's boyfriend, he's a big idiot, was talking about if Trump wins, this is going to happen. If Trump wins, this is going to happen. I said something like, you sound like you're terrified of this guy because of what the TV told you. And he went, well, you're scared of Biden. And I said, no, I'm not a little girl.
Also, Biden is not the one that's in trouble. Everyone knew that Biden wasn't in charge. They know he's still not in charge. It's obvious he's not in charge. Biden has bosses. Donald Trump, when he was in charge, he felt like he was the boss. Now, obviously, last election term that he had, the last term he was in charge, you could tell there was a lot of pushback from everyone under him.
Yes,
everything he was trying to do was getting shut down because he was trying to play, legal, fair president. He was trying to do things by the book. This time, it's not about that. It's about literally just getting shit done. Like I said, drain the swamp. But again, he still can't come in on day one and start draining the swamp because again, it's still going to look bad optically, unless of course something crazy happens in the next 3 months. But yeah, there still is this awakening process that a lot of people need to go through. And I'm hoping that this election's a big part of that. People will start looking back at the last one. But yeah, I mean, as far as, here's a good post for everyone that's fear mongering. You deserve a special place in hell, for physically twisting people's perspective in a way that they feel an existential threat. Disgusting. To all the piss pants crybabies. Too bad. This is a democracy. This is the democracy you so dearly hold in your heart. Sometimes you lose.
That's a bit harsh.
Yeah, it is. But still, I mean,
he's not wrong. Or
yeah,
she.
This is the Lord Toxic perspective, But that's what I'm trying to say is there needs to be a middle ground. You were wrong. But let me convince you, why. Let me bring you over here. I mean, you can't be thinking that more than half the country is evil and fascist. Your friends and family are all wrong. No, it's that you have been brainwashed. You have been tricked.
That's what's great about
the
only thing they have to do is ask questions. When the TV tells them something, all they have to do is go, hang on a minute, let me think about that and let me question it and go actually do some research instead of just, yes, the TV told me that's what's happening and that's what happened. So I'm just going to immediately agree with it. Yeah. And they've been doing that for 8 years.
I know.
It's hard to break.
Well, it's one of those things where once you're broken, it's like vampires. Once you're not afraid of the vampire and you have your garlic and your sunlight and your holy water, it's easy to overcome the spell of the vampire. But yeah, once you're when you're in the rapture of them, when you're in their they have you under their power. They seem like they have you by the balls, They do. It's easy. The more that they ramp up the fear, the harder you fall for it, Whereas if you're already awoken, the more they ramp up the fear, the more insulted and disgusted you get.
They call us the fear mongers. What did I say that was fear mongering?
No, I know.
I didn't say Biden is going to start new wars. I said Biden did start 3 new foreign conflicts. That's not a fear mongering thing. That's a thing that happened.
Yeah.
I didn't say he's going to allow a massive influx. I didn't say fear mongering. This is what's going to happen. There's going to be 20 million illegals crossing the border. No, 20 million illegals cross the border. It's not fear mongering. This is what happened. Did you see there was one I saw a little while ago. This black lady's on doing a TikTok video, the one that someone said you shouldn't be doing.
PWG. What's up, buddy?
Oh, hey, John.
Oh, not too much. How are we all doing tonight?
Doing all right. She's crying into the phone, and she said, I might wake up being a slave tomorrow because Trump won.
Yeah.
Just like, were you not alive in 2016?
Dude.
Like, what?
This is
a slave then.
This is a non-ironic post from a friend of mine. You know how much he loathes disabled people too. I expect my insurance to be taken away, and I feel strongly that a death camp is in my future. Like
the guy that increased benefits for the disabled is going to take away his rights and lock him in a camp. Okay.
He shares a link from time.com that says, here we go. This is insane. My uncle Donald Trump told me disabled Americans like my son should just die.
I don't believe you.
This is from July 24th. It took
that's what Justin Trudeau has been saying, not Donald Trump.
Dude, today's been hilarious. Like I don't know, like you said, mentioned Facebook. You know, all the people I know through Facebook are pretty much my art school days and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, so it's just like an endless line of coping and seething, and like, you know, just or people that like blacked out their profile images or just.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is just like the trauma drama is just taken to the next level, and it's just I mean, like there's that, and then I have like a few friends that are like very, very MAGA, you know, and I'm just kind of like a guy who's just kind of like, yeah, can we maybe not just, you know, go into full on authoritarianism? And I don't really care like what that means, as long as like I can actually at least have like self-determination and like, you know, a little bit of like, you know, individual sovereignty. Like, so I'm just being polite and not saying anything because like they're I'm sure all looking for whatever reason it is to just kind of be like, oh, he's you know,
I'm tired of that.
Yeah, this is me. You know, this is me saying something. I'm not gonna come into your comments. I'm not gonna, you know, send you laugh reacts. But yeah, I'm definitely going to, you know, like this whole stream is like I was hoping some Facebook buddies would come in and want to talk, but they don't. They don't.
No,
they're sore losers. I don't know. But yeah, you've got people on the same post talking about the death camps. You got someone saying, in addition to legislation tied to P25. Project 25, they have a separate piece of legislation that pertains specifically to dismantling all Social Security and disability benefits. Again, that's insane and not true.
It actually is kind of true because Obama defunded Medicare and Social Security in order to fund Obamacare. So that did happen, but it was not Trump. Trump tried to get rid of that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like I know some people that are straight up like militant vegans, right? And yet like they're sitting here like complaining about the lack of access to abortions now, and it's just like, all right, so you won't eat anything with a face. I've heard you go on about how like it's just unethical and all this and that. But late term abortions, we're all okay. Yeah, no, you seem to say your principles and values are beyond reproach. I mean, I would be an asshole for thinking that, you know, for some reason your value system is skewed when you're all like, don't eat meat, and if you do, I'm going to give you a 20-minute lecture. But let's all go down to Planned Parenthood and you know get our insides scraped. Like I don't understand the logic. But
there's a cognitive disconnect.
Totally
right.
And it's one of these things where, you know, it's more projection, you know, perceived notions of what people think we're up to is actually what, you know, these people are voting for is up to. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's every single thing they're talking about. Like, oh, he's gonna lock up the people that didn't vote for him or that didn't like the election. Yeah, Biden did that.
Right.
Remember?
I think the most joking thing I've said has been just like the Handmaiden Tales jokes about, oh, do I have to wait till January for like, to go down to the holding pins, or like, do they send me one through the mail? Like, how's like, because I mean, it's seriously like that's about the most I'm going to do is joke in those terms, because it's like, yeah, no, like I just want to go back. I remember living in 1997 where you could like tell people, like you're a complete utter piece of shit. I hope your mother, like fucking dies, and like, I never want to talk to you again. And like, they'll be like, yeah, whatever, I'll see you on Tuesday. Like people used to be able to like take jokes and just kind of like give each other shit. And like,
that's something I think we all really want to go back to, is this ability. That was something JD Vance was saying, like what, even the Puerto Rico thing, like why are we, it's a joke. Like, why are we getting upset about jokes? There was a time where South Park and roasts and Beavis and Butthead, these things were normal. Crank Yankers, the Man Show, these were all top TV shows, People
that were on Crank Yankers now pull the moral authority, like, I'm so tired of my civility porn. Like, that is the most annoying thing. Like, these people that want to be fence sitters, they want us in this society.
Yeah, the society of self-censorship. Yeah. They want us to be quiet because we're afraid, our friends aren't going to like us anymore. It's like, okay, well, they weren't our friends.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously, it's sad. It's sad to see them go. But it's one of those things where, like, okay, you're going to block me on Facebook for some political nonsense I disagree with you about, and I'm going to run into you in person. How much you want to bet you're going to be acting like everything's all cool? You're going to be like, oh, hey, it's good seeing you.
That's one of the things I told John in the chat is that I don't go over to one of my friends' house or one of my family members' houses anymore, because they have their friends and their whole view is, and they talk about politics constantly. And if I bring up anything political, they go, no, let's not talk about politics. Okay. Like, excuse me, you just went on a 15-minute tirade about global warming and how Venice has been flooding, and the sea level it's 12 feet that Venice has flooded, 12 feet. And I go, hey, I'm from Florida. And I was looking around going, hey, the water level, because it's at sea level, is not 12 feet above my head. What are you talking about? It's sinking. Not flooding. What are you talking? And they're going, let's not talk about politics. I don't miss having to listen to their communist bullshit and then curb what I say.
Right. And that's the other thing is like, they talk about how they're the party of joy, the party of love. And it's like, dude, every one of these guys I know, so many of them miserable, like fucking literally filled to the brim with hate. That was someone I knew, fucking asshole sound guy. I fucking, started calling him out in 2020, early 2020s, because of like, all of his posts. I remember just thinking, like, I told him straight up, like, dude, you are just a hate-filled loser. Like, why the fuck are you like this? Like, and the fact that you think you're better than everybody is disgusting. You're not. You're a piece of shit, actually.
Being able to joke in good faith is like, that's an essential part of like being human. And like these people life's too serious to take things so seriously in and of itself. Like, the fence sitters are the ones that I cannot stand the most. The ones that are just kind of like, well, you need to like do this because you need to think about other people's, feelings and this and that. Like I see like 5 of the exact same NPC, thought control memes just through a whole bunch of different people on my Facebook thing right now. And it's just like,
yeah. Here's some good. Here's some funny memes. We demoralized them so bad they didn't even burn the cities down last night. And top comment says they spent $1 billion on Kamala's campaign and ran out of money for pallets of bricks and bus tickets. And what's funny is like that's what they were talking about. Like on Reddit, you're seeing people saying like, "Oh my God, Trump cheated." He has the money and the means.
No,
like, what the hell are you talking about? Kamala Harris clearly had way more money behind her campaign. Like, you can't be thinking that is true.
Dude, during that whole witch hunt that they did on Trump the last few years, like they went after him for all sorts of fucking money just to like nickel and dime him along the way. Like
they found nothing.
Yeah. Like I don't know. Like
the stuff that they presented in court for the fraud was not fraud. It was it was a adjudicated decision from the bench. He just went, "Oh, you're guilty," and then the jury instructions were, if you think, and it was the 34 different charges were actually just all the same charge, but they want to lock him up for like 700 years or whatever the hell they were talking about. there was a Merchant, and then I forget the other judge. Engeron was the other judge, and they said, "Well, if you think that Donald Trump was at Trump Tower and signed a check, then you must find him guilty of all these charges." And I went, "Well, no, that's a violation of his Seventh Amendment rights." And then they said we're gonna charge him $900 million because he valued the property at $16 million. It's like that's a violation of his Eighth Amendment rights.
Right.
What is happening?
Yeah, no, they were pulling some pretty crazy, just kind of outlandish shit.
And
where
because of the way, I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just saying, like, I'm not even like a huge, Trump fan or anything. Like, I can just sit here and actually, like, I'm kind of like, in the same, box that Lord Toxic was in. I went through COVID hell world, and I actually have like a medical background. I try to explain some stuff to people, and they just like looked at me like, "How can you say any of these things?" Like, I've been saying these things for 30 years.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. Go ahead.
He didn't censure the his attorneys. There's another term for it. I can't think of it right now. But he, Engeron sanctioned. He sanctioned them. That's what it was. He sanctioned the attorneys because they kept filing motions. It's like, dude, you're the one who put it at 34 charges. Each charge now has a motion that needs to be put into the clerk of court. You did that. If it was just one charge, they would have one motion. So then he's like, "You can't do this. You're flooding the court process," which in fact Engeron did that himself. So he sanctioned all of the attorneys, which means they're not allowed to talk about the case anymore. They're not allowed to put in any more motions. They're not allowed to work for their client. Right. And that's why it went before the Supreme Court. I watched all of that. Holy shit. The only one on the panel who sounded like a complete buffoon was what's her name? Jackson Brown. Katani Jackson Brown, that's her name. Sotomayor was, she has some really irrelevant and stupid questions, but the rest of the justices were like, "Yeah, you can't sanction attorneys for doing their job. You're the one that set it up like this." It's really good to watch. So that was basically First Amendment rights were violated. Fourth Amendment rights were violated because they went and seized these documents illegally to provide evidence in court. The Trump attorneys were not allowed to look at any of this evidence. They were not allowed to talk to any jurors. They were not allowed to talk to any witnesses that the prosecution was coming up with. That's a violation of his Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights. It's just on and on and on and on and on. And people are going, "Yeah, we got him. Yeah, we finally got him." It's like, no, you violated pretty much the entire Constitution to get him. It's just, I followed the whole thing. I really actually liked it, even though it's stupid.
Here's another funny ass meme coming from Gourd King. Jimmy Carter saying, "Did she win?" I saw some great memes today. Yeah, I was like one with Joe Biden on the phone, like, "Tell her it was me. Tell Kamala it was me." Like smiling. Gord's so funny.
Gord's hilarious, man.
Let's see here. Yeah, Trumpomania is running wild.
There's one I said.
It's true. Trumpomania is running wild. Oh yeah, I shared this last week. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about I want to see only memes about him winning at this point.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I mean, we saw this last week. Yeah, that's the thing, is like constantly twisting his words. We're going to take one little sentence he said. What was crazy was this meme. This meme dropped really early, and it was crazy how accurate this map is. Mm-hmm. Like, that's insane, dude. Really, really weird. And again, it's like, hate to say it, but it's like, you really get the feeling that God is on the side of us, divine intervention, it happened when they tried. And that's what someone said. Like, dude, Trump won the second they tried to shoot him,
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
I mean, that was kind of my, full on actualization point. Like, I was already, to the point to where I was like, talking to people about like, yeah, this seems like this guy's kind of, not as big of an issue as everybody's making him out to be. And then when it's like, oh, the deep state's trying to kill him twice. And like,
Probably more than that.
yeah, right. Oh yeah, more than that. But like, I'm just talking about like with the guns and shit.
I mean,
like,
I know there's incidences that we haven't even known about.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like 4 possible.
The plane thing.
Or,
The plane thing and the 2 guns, yeah, those were, and that was all in like the span of what, like 2 months,
yeah.
And I was just like, okay, so even I was talking to one of my friends who is kind of like, he's conspiratorial minded like me as well, and and I was even saying to him today, I was like, like, here's the thing, dude. I'm like, even if all we get is clean water and clean food access and things like that, a little bit more, like, it's like I don't need the guy to be perfect. He can even be a criminal. I don't care, as long as if the deep state wants him that dead, then I think I've got like, at least a 4-year window to kind of like work some shit out on my own. Like,
I got so many friends. I got so many friends like setting their profile picture to just a black square. It's like, dude, calm down.
I know. That's what I was saying. Like the militant vegan, like it's so hilarious because it's like she's left the country. People constantly pay for like all sorts of stuff. She gets GoFundMe, and it's just like you act as though like you're somehow like like put upon in this life. I have less than $100 in the bank right now. Like, and the only thing like, and I'm not really complaining because it's like I got a stockpile of fucking food. It's like it's just beans and rice, but I got enough to live off of for like 6
salads
months.
don't cost $20 anymore.
Oh, what's the verdict on the house split?
Right?
We got the house, Jamma. We have total control. We have total control over women's bodies now. No, I'm just kidding.
Indeed. That's why I'm waiting for the pins to open. I'm gonna go find me a good handmade.
Here's a funny tweet from Twitter. It says, "I hope the male loneliness epidemic eats the MAGA scum alive. I hope you feel a hole in your soul and feel unloved until your dying day. I hope you rot in your deathbed wondering why women looked at you like you had rabies your whole life as your eyes closed for the last time. The party of love and joy, people."
Right. I'm supposed to react to that with grace. Okay.
Well, the thing to remember is it's kind of like,
calm down, sir.
Right. But that's kind of where I'm at, where it's like, it's like, I was saying this to one of my friends last night. I have a nephew who's high functioning, autism, right? But it's like not so terrible that he's like debilitated. It's just enough for him to kind of be an asshole and unreasonable about certain things, But at the same time, I don't want to like just like yell at him because it's like clearly, it's like I don't want to. When people are this demented and just deranged and just kind of like beyond their capacities, like just kind of. I'm trying to give as much leeway as possible. That's why I say, like, I haven't said one thing on Facebook. I've just looked through it and scrolled, and it's just, I'm having a good laugh at laughing as much as you can when people are sitting here saying, here's how you get a hold of your abortion drugs and everything like that. And it's just like, wow, you people really are like set on killing babies. But,
I have no idea what's going on.
Right. Like we're just gonna wake up tomorrow morning and everything's gonna go back to the way it'll be a psych. It'll be like a really bad dream, and none of this will have ever happened, right? Like it'll be like the first time, and then we're all gonna pull through fine in 4 years. Correct? Please.
Yeah.
One tell me. I can tell.
That's what people want, silly.
Yeah.
Why do you want it to be terrible for the next 4 years? What's wrong with you?
Right.
Women are in some very weird stuff. I think these women like want things like, oh, you're holding me down. Oh, don't choke me. Just choke me just a little bit. It's like,
oh, God.
It is. I mean, seriously, this is like some drama, like just the insane fetishization of violence and all this kind of stuff. It's just like, you want to just chill the fuck out. Like maybe people just want to be able to buy eggs.
They're not just doom and gloom. They want things to be terrible.
Yeah.
If things aren't bad, 2017 to 2021, disregarding COVID, everything was great. My life was a hell of a lot better. Not everyone was doing great. That happens. But overall, everyone was doing a hell of a lot better than they were doing after they got rid of Trump. And these people are like, oh, no, we can't go back to, $1.48 gas and a $2 carton of eggs. We can't go back. What? Why not? That would be better.
Trump administration.
What's in the wars?
I was working at a doctor's office with a 15-year, my junior girlfriend, living in a apartment overlooking Lake Washington, in like the most expensive part of like Seattle or Washington that you could really live in. And then like Biden administration that you heard me say, I don't even have $100 in the bank. You know,
Yeah.
like there's
And
a
that's the thing, is, like,
dramatic
people,
change.
there were people like getting raises, getting more money than ever, and they still had to live paycheck to paycheck, dude.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's not
Well,
just about making more money, but also your money goes farther. It's pays for more shit.
Exactly.
When the cost of living triples and your income doubles, you're not winning.
Right. Yeah. No, it's it's hilarious how much people are just kind of like wanting to be deceived. But you know, like anybody's ever watched The Prestige, like it's the same kind of thing like The Matrix. You know, there's people who can't get broken out of that. There's people that want to be deceived. They want to, you know, be seduced by all this insanity and not actually think for themselves or actually, like, you know, use any level of discernment. Like, and I say this as somebody who was like, you know, like, I'm sure there's people out there who, you know, 8 years ago thought I had full blown TDS, like, leading all the way into, like, you know, what was going on with COVID. But COVID hell roll is like, no, dude, COVID hell, this is something else entirely. Like, the authoritarians are here, they're doing the thing. I mean, I know what the difference between, you know, this globalist corporatism destruction future dystopia is, and just, you know, just general level of, like, you know, like people kind of operating in gray spaces, you know, like in that regard, like, you know, like I feel very much a kinship with Trump in the sense that I too I've experienced lawfare and kind of had like my world kind of like, you know, brought to shit for, like, you know, like some stupid ideology stuff that ultimately, you know, it's like, it doesn't mean anything less about me. It means that the system I live in is a clown show. You know,
Well, I got fired because I refused to get vaccinated.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why I'm gone from the doctor's office, you know, like,
do I sound unhealthy to you? What's going on? Like, but I mean, you need to get vaccinated. Why? Because that's not good enough, man. Okay. You're
right.
fired.
Right. Yeah. Because I said so. It's like, well, fuck you. I'd rather, like, you know, suffer and figure out my shit than, like, you know, just
I
live
love Tox's story
on my
about
knees.
that too. And John, were you here for that?
What's that?
Toxic story about not getting vaccinated.
When he's in the
Oh yeah. No, that's the thing. Yeah. I went through some, you know, nothing quite to that degree, but because like when I lost my my contract to work at the doctor's office, I basically had to leave Washington at that point in time because I wasn't vaccinated. And like I said, where I was living, you couldn't even schedule to look at an apartment, let alone sign a lease if you didn't come with. Like,
here's a great
to buy
post
property. You couldn't get property. That's insane.
You couldn't rent. Yeah, you couldn't. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
you're right. You're right. But that's still
so
right.
Like I'm not going to leave my apartment. Have you seen me on the internet? There's a man on the internet. That's who I am. I don't leave the apartment. No one's going to get sick.
Right.
Oh boy.
Right. But
well, here's a couple memes. This will be my last order. I'm getting a huge promotion. You'll be seeing a lot more of me. And then here's a great post from Reddit Lies. It says from Mueller, she wrote, I hope in the coming days someone is able to explain how we had record turnout but 18 million fewer votes than 2020. Both of these things can't be true. And Reddit Lies says, I did not have, quote, shit libs figuring out that the mail-in ballots won them the election in 2020 on my election bingo card. That's true.
I know.
Now this
I was joking.
Breaking
news
about
that last night.
Breaking news, guys. This is might be a big deal. Mass protests begin in Chicago, developing.
Yeah. That is not one of the cities that I researched earlier today. Like Portland, Seattle, New York, Detroit, Atlanta. Most of the major ones were preparing for something crazy.
Right.
Chicago was not on them.
That's what I said last time. That's what I said last stream. Either Trump wins, the left riot, or Trump loses or gets the election taken from him and the left dress up like the right and riot. That's what's going to happen either way. So anybody think it's weird? My online medical history they have with me for 4 jabs 2 hours away and I've never been vaxxed. Oh yeah, that's weird. Maybe that's good. That's probably a good thing, you know?
Yeah.
That they're telling everyone, there could be some base doctor like, yeah, he's vaccinated. Just, you know, like,
yeah.
Oh, I have a Vax card now.
Yeah,
I do have a Vax card.
With that stuff supposedly happening in Chicago, though, with that being Obama's original stronghold, I can't say that that's all that surprising. Unfortunately,
they haven't had it's It's this. Hang on a minute. What the hell is
They're
it?
fomenting some bullshit, but
Oh,
it's
it's
whatever.
90. It's Democrats have had 91% control in Chicago for 91 years.
dude, it's where they had the DNC,
Oh.
where they were giving out like free vasectomies and fucking like abortions, obviously because they can't stop killing babies.
It's not like year by year, but historically, the most crime-ridden city in the United States, the most corruption politically, the most corruption legally, and for 91 years, it's been controlled by Democrats, almost complete majority. All right, maybe there's a connection there somehow, but keep voting for Brandon Johnson and Lori Lightfoot. I'm sure that'll work out.
Yeah.
It's
Project 2025 will force all women to pick the man over the bear.
Is that something
we
that could happen?
I mean, every time women choose the bear, they end up having to get a rescue team involved. So
Help! I'm a girl.
That's comprised of what? Men. So yeah, so many L's.
Yeah,
So
you ever
many
seen
L's on
a
display.
female garbage collector? Is that a thing?
I mean,
wish.
in theory, possibly, but I've never seen one.
Wait a minute, Enzo. What'd you say?
I wish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we need
I
to
wish I'd
dive
seen a
into this.
female garbage guy. I mean, yeah, why not?
yeah.
I bet she smells terrible. Mm.
Well, no. Like, I think the point that we're getting at is it's just like it's like female construction workers. I have seen those. They're very few and remote, and like
too.
few and far between. But it's like the whole idea of like, well, we'll be just fine without men. It's like, all right, so who's gonna like do the jobs that you don't want to do ultimately?
Yeah, mechanics. I think I've taken. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 different vehicles that I own to a mechanic, and I've taken my mom's. I used to take my dad's. In my life, I've met one female mechanic. Is she gonna fix all her cars? What's going?
Right. But because it's hilarious too. It's like that whole thing about the cognitive dissonance. Like people saying, "Well, I think that maybe we should secure our own economy before we start opening up to other people to come in here and kind of debase it even further when we're already still dealing with inflation. Even if you get rid of all the immigration stuff, and that happens, there's still all the inflationary buildup and all the other forms of economic fuckery that have taken place over the years.
Yeah, that's going to take like at least a year to start getting back. We had a massive spike in the Dow Jones today. I think it was 1,000 points just today.
Yeah.
People are going to have more confidence in their economic situation under Trump.
Right.
I understand the media doesn't give a shit about that because they're all loaded rich and have like 5 houses.
Right.
But for the average person who lost, $200,000 in the market in the last 3 years, that's going to be a good thing for them. That a lot of people tried to liquidate immediately. That really damaged the market. But there's still some, like my mother is holding on. She sent me a text that Amazon's at 200. So she's going to call her money market guy and actually get some stuff sold so she can do some luxury shit that she hasn't been able to do for years.
Right.
Sorry, did I miss anything? I had to go grab my phone. I didn't realize.
No. We're just.
I'm glad you guys are here. I was able to like get up and check on mother and stuff.
Yeah.
How's she doing?
She's in bed now. She went to bed early.
Your mom is awesome, dude. If you had her on for Mother's Day, she's amazing.
She's cool. Yeah, I mean, me and her were definitely up all night watching the election results, and she was real worried, for a while there. But it's like, nope, I think he's gonna clinch it, and he did more than clinch it. Here's another meme right here. Joe, we did it, Joe.
That's great.
Here's one that's not so funny. Men against abortion are just jealous. They'll never know how good it feels to kill a baby.
Oh,
that could be a joke.
She unfortunately she could be right. I mean, I will never know.
Here's one that's kind of on the good side of things. Jesus died for both of these people. It's Kamala and Trump.
Yeah.
Get it?
Mm-hmm.
You get it, guys.
Yep. And that's. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All right. Well, yeah, no, like, so like that was the thing, like I was saying earlier, it's like, 8 years ago, I kind of had like what people would be like full blown TDS. But then 4 years ago, when that election happened, I actually made a point to just kind of say, you know what? I think that people are people, and like this whole thing's kind of been a little bit blown out. And then, like I said, the way COVID hell world worked, and it kind of, brought me through to this whole other kind of perspective on things. And that's, I guess, for you, like, saying that you wanted to kind of have this conversation with people that, might be on the other side of it. As somebody who was kind of on the other side of it, it's like, don't worry. It's not that bad to just like chill the fuck out and just kind of like be cool with your fellow Americans again, like just
Trump getting elected flipped Carrie Smith, deprogrammed Carrie Smith. She was as liberal as they come. She was like just hated all Republicans because she was told to hate Republicans.
Yeah.
Then with the whole Trump stuff, she did. That's, I know I'm repeating myself, but that's all it takes. Is it's a very small thing. You just have to start questioning the powers that be, and once you start doing that and looking into it yourself, that's all it takes.
All right, here's someone. Like I said, here's someone I've had sex with before. If you voted for Trump, we're not friends and don't have anything important in common. Please unfriend me.
How tolerant.
Hate to tell you, girl. Damn, this girl had the hugest titties though. But anyway, I digress. What else did she say? This is hilarious. This is a picture the same woman shared. Drew Barrymore. Is that Drew Barrymore? Greatest country in the world. Why is every woman I know crying on the way to work today? Because women are fucking irrational. That's why.
Because the TV told them to cry.
Women
That's it.
Fucking vote with their feelings, and they've been told to feel scared. This is also disconnecting. This is a Kamala supporter, Biden, Harris, whoever the fuck supporters posting this. Slugs for salt. It's like, you don't even realize this is you. This is you. Like, you have to come to our side. You have to realize,
cows for Burger King or cows for McDonald's, whatever it was.
Yes, we don't hate you. We don't hate you. You hate us. Yeah. And you got to ask, like, why do you hate us? Like, why do you hate? At this point now, you realize you hate the majority of the population. The majority of the country. You hate them. Why? Or at least the majority of voters. But I mean, come on, dude. Election results so far. We still are at 295. We still have not called Nevada or Arizona. But it'll happen any minute now. And yeah, that was something that was such a relief, was the fact that when they called Pennsylvania, it was like, oh my God, it's over. It was like a wave of relief. And that's the thing, is like the fact that there are two sides of this coin, and one side thinks that we're about to die and America's over. Like, that's how polarizing this election was. But the thing is, now that we've won, like, we're gloating. Are we saying send you to the camps? Are we saying, no. You could guarantee I can guarantee you if Kamala had won, these people would be like, it's time for the Trumpers to pay. It's time for them to be silenced and debanked. Like, that's exactly what they'd be calling.
That's exactly what they did during Biden.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. When Biden won, they were like, re-education camps.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We told you this is going to happen. And and that was
you're not the fascist. Okay.
Right. And like I said, that was when I started kind of saying, you know what, these people aren't that bad. Maybe everybody needs to chill the fuck out. And like, kind of like, maybe, just maybe, like, because I questioned myself in the whole thing. Cause like, it's like, I was somebody, like I said, I've been an anti-vaxxer before it was even called anti-vaxxing and all this kind of stuff. And like, it was just like, all right, so, just trying to decipher through all this, as it was happening. And you see that, I lived in Seattle at the time 4 years ago. The energetic friction that we all encounter, like, the people that I knew, wouldn't say that I was necessarily part of a hive mind. I've never really been in those regards, but the people that were comfortable with me and, or at least that I was familiar with in my day-to-day dealings, like, they were very much about that, like, Trump's like the worst thing in the world. And when I was looking at, like, the Biden administration compared to that, I was like, you know what, I think that maybe, just maybe, we might have actually, like, really shortchanged ourselves just because of, like, the mean tweets and shit like that. But you look at the last few years of everything that's happened, that guy that so many people are afraid of as the boogeyman, only exists in, the propaganda that they've bought into.
Yeah, Mariah, this is a dear friend of mine, Mariah. No, this is not a parody. I'm just trying to hope to soothe some of my friends that are, freaking out right now and explain to them, no, we're not, we're not dangerous. We're not here. We're not angry. We just need to talk to some of our friends that are just freaking out right now. It's like, dude,
I don't want people in camps.
You guys have been, I mean, there's been a massive brainwashing campaign over the last several years designed to literally enjoy Project 2025. I mean, does this mean you're going to unfriend me? This is what I was saying. Like, you can't even vocally say, hey, guys, I don't think this is happening. Otherwise, risking getting blocked, unfriended.
Yeah, I don't support Project 2025. I barely know what it is. I heard the DNC talk about it all the time, but
I mean, I think the thing is,
that's not something that we believe in. That's not something we ever.
People with a depopulation agenda would be the people on the Epstein list or going to Diddy parties, and those people, last I checked, were
you're talking
the Georgia Guidestones with the.
Well, Agenda 2020 is a conspiracy theory,
right?
Whereas Project 2025 is obviously totally real. And I mean, there's just such a disconnect happening. Again, we're under the control of this $1 billion fear campaign, disinformation campaign. I know friends who just have like I said, they got PTSD anytime Trump's name is uttered. Barely know what it is. Wow, read a book. Says
I'm kind of curious about this. If I could respond to that real quick. I have read a lot of books, like 1984, Animal Farm, Brave New World, things like that.
Right.
Lots of things that the current administration has been doing for the last 4 years. And I don't need to know what this crazy conspiracy theory from the DNC has been saying. This is what all Republicans want. Now, you may believe that, and I'm here to tell you straight up, no. Because I watched them read from Project 2025, and I said, I don't believe in any of that. I've never heard a Republican say that those are the things that they want to happen while they're in office. So I don't have to read the book because I heard someone read from it, and it's nonsense. I'm telling you, flat out, I have never seen a Republican say that that's what they wanted.
I mean, I said it earlier in the chat, like when Occupy Wall Street was going on, there was a unified state throughout America, and they specifically did everything they could to put everybody into division and to just they amped up like this whole thing about racism's everywhere, all this kind of weird fuckery. This all emanated out of Black Bush's administration. I'm sorry, Obama's administration. But that's the thing is like these globalist corporatism is the thing that we should probably actually have concerns about. I have no problem with somebody wants to force us into having small local business based economies. Like that's actually how you have a strong nation from sea to shining sea. Like this top down kind of control state apparatus that is controlled through bureaucracy and the deep state of money markets and large scale corporations, these NGOs that nobody can do anything about. That's an issue. Yeah. And that's still going to be an issue regardless who's, occupying our governance. Far less so, though, with the current people that are going to be taking over rather than the last 4 years.
Who
all
cares?
you have to do is just have lived through it.
Who cares if fundamentalist Christians say he's ordained by God? What bearing does that have on anything whatsoever?
Yeah. Here's the thing. That's funny. What if he is? I'm just kidding.
True enough.
Left to say he's worse than Hitler all the time. He's basically Hitler. And Mariah, by the way, Mariah, I love you. I hope we're, that's the thing. I would love for you. There's a link in the comments if you want to come in here and just speak your mind. I don't want to get in a fight with anybody. I'm not here to yell. We're not here to yell at you or gloat or talk down to anybody. I'm here to tell my friends, especially a lot of my lady friends that are thinking like, it's the Handmaiden's Tale again. And I'm just like, I don't think it's that bad, guys. I think we're actually have a lot to look forward to right now. I think.
But what is the main purpose of Project 2025? Because you tell me I believe in it, even though I've never heard
of it. Hang on, Mariah, I'm sorry you've been crying all day. And it's okay if you don't want to come in here. I just hope, you don't hate me now.
I'm sorry.
I've been,
Brian,
you
I'll
guys,
say
you
that.
should know that I've been like this since, before the pandemic. I've just kind of been, I'm not into I'm not into the globalists. I'm not into the massive corporations. I'm not into the government. I hate the government. And the government hates Donald Trump. The Republicans and the conservatives, the Democrats, the neocons, they all hate him. And I'm like, well, I mean, sorry, that's like reason enough right there. Like, why is he so bad? I'm just one of these guys who's just like,
he can't be controlled by the cabal. Oh, okay. So that's bad.
I understand it might sound like tinfoil hat stuff, but I mean, at the same time, like I went through it. Everyone goes through it eventually where like, you're going to realize like they're lying to you about so much. And when you realize that, like, I got sick to my stomach and vomited and slept for a whole day. And it's one of these things, a total restructuring of government and installation of Christo ethno state.
That'll never happen. The Constitution does not allow it.
Again, it's like, I understand the fear. I understand the concern. I don't, I think everyone's being, prattled up. I think what's important that we all understand is that there are people out there that want conflict. There are people out there that are sowing the seeds of civil war, and I think we need to just not pay attention to those.
Yeah,
I would second that and say, whoever's telling you that this is going to happen is probably trying to scare you, and I'm telling you, I don't believe it, and I don't know why you do.
Yeah, I mean, literal Hitlers are telling us that he's literally Hitler. That's the thing.
Right. I mean, the projection of like the scientism that took hold of this country over the course of the last 4 years, like that in of itself, like the identity politics stuff that gets pushed. Like when people sit here and say, like their big beef is like, like an ethno state that's based around theocracy, we've had that.
Yeah,
we just didn't call it religion. It's like trust the science.
No, we called it trust the science and DEI.
And I understand. I mean, that's the thing is like I empathize with people like Mariah and others who are just like in total shock right now. And I think what's happened is like, we have isolated ourselves. You people have isolated themselves from anyone with a dissenting opinion, and they're kind of wondering what has happened. And I'm just here to tell you, like, like I said, dude, I love you, girl. And, I want you to feel better. I think we're all going to be okay. Yeah. Mariah says, I hope to God you're right, but I'm so fucking scared. Women have died already because of his Supreme Court appointment.
So no, there are several women that
it doesn't matter. It's okay.
Go ahead, Enzo.
Well, yeah.
I mean, wanted to address that real quick.
Yeah, I know. I've heard the story about the woman that got denied 3 times or whatever. That's medical malpractice, if anything.
Correct.
And also that happened before the overturning
exactly.
of Roe versus Wade. But that's irrelevant because I understand the fear is there. The fear is there, but you have to understand, like, it was the same thing during COVID. Like, they're trying to really make us terrified. They want us on the edge. They want us to do whatever they say. And you just, this is why you're seeing such pushback. This is why you're seeing such an immense effort. Yeah, go ahead, Bush.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm just.
Well, I just wanted to address this before I forget, because this is his Supreme Court appointments got rid of Roe v. Wade, which up until recently, every Democrat agreed was bad law. Roe v. Wade is not good law. Except Ruth Bader Ginsburg is, her dying breath, she said, we need to keep Roe v. Wade. That is a bold-faced lie, because in business law, I studied Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Right.
My final thesis was on her. She repeatedly said that Roe v. Wade was bad law.
Right. And just to piggyback on that,
what his Supreme Court did was kick it back to the states. Now there's 3. I can only remember the names of one, which is Kate Cox, because I'm in Texas and saw that ad every day for all summer long. She went to one doctor. That doctor did not follow what the abortion law was in Texas. That has nothing to do with the law. It has nothing to do with Ron DeSantis. It has nothing to do with the governor. It has to do with that doctor. And she refused to find a second opinion.
I don't really want to get into semantics of specifics here. I mean, as far as like, just the sweeping, like the fear. I mean, like I said, we were talking earlier, like, I think what we're realizing from the popular vote, the electoral vote, just like what we're getting, like, I think it's becoming more obvious that there was some fuckery last election. And also that, things like abortion and, transgender rights and stuff. They're not as important topics to voters as the economy and peace, like not going to war.
Yeah, not going to
and for-profit wars are obviously terrible. And it's just shocking to see friends of mine who are, literal hippies. I'm a hippie, guys. I mean, I am not a fucking Republican. I've always been against, big government and war and big data, big surveillance, big pharma, big food, big chemical. And all these people are against, the Trump regime.
Wait a minute. So if I could ask a question, you don't want the federal government telling you what you can and can't do with your body? Because that's what Roe v. Wade was.
Right.
So
I mean,
getting rid of it is less federal government involvement in your personal life in the States. Right?
I think,
and just to piggyback on that really quick, the last election, there was the Obama administration had all three parts of government. The Biden administration had them. So, when you talk about who didn't codify this thing and make it the Democrats have been using abortion, turmoil, just like the fear around it to generate money through donors and all this kind of stuff for decades now. So ultimately, it's almost better to just kind of have things clearly laid out so you know what the options are. And I've seen today, the same meme getting sent by everybody. And it's not even a meme. It's just, here's the information you need to get your at-home abortion drugs, Well, and they're not calling them that, obviously, because that's a little bit a little too on the nose. It's like they call it reproduction rights, but it's not about reproduction. It's about aborting. Aborting is not reproducing.
Your idea of fear might be a little bit different than mine, because when I have more homeless people showing up in the last 2 years than I've had in the last 7, that applies to me, right?
Well, you can argue, yeah, exactly. Maybe we're just afraid of Kabbalah because the fear applies to us. Like white males, whatever. But the thing is, this idea that these Trump voters, we have wives and sisters and mothers and daughters. We don't this is again, these are just blatant, I think, just propaganda to get people terrified. Like I said, there is a literal $1 billion fear campaign. I said this earlier, my friends who are freaking out right now, who hate Trump with a passion. I really think they are victims of this, entertainment mainstream media complex that has just designed. They've put all their chips into just creating the fear, creating the terror. And, I empathize with this. And it's I think it's like the end of, it's like at the part of 28 Days Later, when she said, what does he say? He says he sees the plane and he says to her, it's not all fucked. It's not all fucked. I want you to, definitely take a week to chill. Obviously I don't want to get in debates with anybody here. I'm not trying to start fights, but over the next several months, especially like I said earlier, sometime between January, I don't think the powers that be, they're not going to want Trump to literally get office. If he actually gets inaugurated in January, I want you to look around a few months later and see how bad things are getting or how good things are getting. If things are getting better, and again, like I said, we can't have liberals storming the Capitol on January 6th. That would be the ultimate irony.
That would be.
We can't have, Kamala Harris threatening to not certify the election. That again, it'd just be hilarious and ironic and crazy. But this idea that, the party of joy. Again, this is just gaslighting. It's not. It's definitely a party of fear and manipulation. And they do it by emotionally blackmailing you. And this is something I was saying earlier. I have the constant threat of being unfriended and blocked. I've been blocked many times just for disagreeing with people. It's hard to speak up vocally on platforms like Facebook. It's hard to just say, hey, I think you're blowing this out of proportion. I think this isn't true. I think that, this is you're on the wrong side of history. It's so easy for this, this echo chamber to get loud, and it's one of these things where I've already had it happen a couple times already in the last day or two. just saying, no, I don't think this is true. Blocked, unfriended, probably called out behind closed doors. But again, it's like, I'm not evil here. I'm not racist. I'm not sexist. I'm not trying to control women's bodies. We were talking earlier about how we don't have a problem with abortion, again, I said I had a problem with like the whole parade and partying and celebrating abortion and singing songs and TikTok videos. And I think most people are in agreement with that. It's tacky and weird and frankly, just kind of demonic.
It is. At a certain point, it's kind of beyond cringe.
I mean, and it's the same thing when you meet actual racists, it's like, okay, that's not cool. Like,
I have met actual racists in Tampa, Florida.
Right.
And then I've met people that go, I worked at this place called Hudson's, and it was during the flight from California where they lost population in like 2018, first time in state history. Then 2019 was even more than 2020. 2019, there's this woman that comes in there and she walks past me as I'm sitting outside having a cigarette, and she just walks right back out. I'm like, "Hi, how are you doing?" Because I work there, and she's like, "Wow, it's like really intensely racist in there." And I went, "I work here. Who accosted you? What happened? Like, we'll take care of it. What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I opened the door, and then everyone looked at me." And I went, "Oh,
I mean,
okay,
yeah." I mean, that's
the door opened.
I'm sorry about that."
Yeah.
That's the other
And
thing.
then she left, and I went, "Whoa, she's crazy."
There
Like,
was a
that's
period
literal
a few
insanity.
years ago where people were, on board with the whole microaggressions and
Yes,
but
dude,
but
it's
I
like
mean,
2
like I
p.m.
said,
The sun is shining straight in there. You open the
it-
door, people go, "Oh, what is that?" "Oh, it's the light."
it reminds me of the show The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead sucks because there's no levity whatsoever. It's so depressing and it just keeps going forward for no reason. There's no end goal. There's nothing to look forward to. There's no happiness. There's no levity whatsoever. And that's kind of what people's lives have been like over the past several years, where it's like, we're not allowed to joke. We're not allowed to, take the piss. Everything's got to be a slight against each other. Everyone's walking on eggshells. Everyone's terrified to speak their mind. And I think everyone's afraid of that and tired of it. And like I was saying, like, people have been watching movies from the last like 20, 30 years. And it's like, dude, I miss those times. I'm watching like not another teen movie. And it's just like, dude, come on. Like, it's just like there was a time where we could take jokes and be funny and no one had to take seriously. And you could disagree with people.
Yeah.
Like, you could call us, you could jokingly call us Nazis and we could jokingly call you communists. But like, the problem is like somewhere around 2016, it became all literal. And it's just
I mean, that's why I became problematic white guy, because it was like try to just vent some of that steam.
You're
because it's like
ironic and sarcastic.
Well,
exactly. Am I like, you guys have like known me online and for like a good half a year roughly, having conversations, this that.
Yeah, and that's what I learned in the last, during the pandemic. Like, people calling me racist because I don't believe in the vaccine. And I'm just like, okay, let's say I am racist. Let's just say I am. Now argue with what I'm actually saying about, what's going on with the COVID and the lockdown and the vaccines. It just seems sus. It just seems sus. You can't even say you think it looks sketched out because the fear brain kicks in. And it's just, I don't know. It's like they said, the Agent Smith. It's the Agent Smith, like your friends who are plugged into the Matrix. Like the second you start talking against the code, they turn into Agent Smith.
Into an agent. Oh,
yeah, and they start going, and again, it's like the only thing they could do. This is how you kind of know you're kind of on the right side of history, because they can't argue with the points. They can only call you names or threaten your friendship, threaten to not be your friend, threaten not to have sex with you, whatever the hell, threaten not to, it's just like, I'm over that.
I don't like the tone you're using,
I've heard that.
I want world peace. I want healthy people, and I want lots of money. These are something that everyone likes. These are things that people want. And I'm not saying Donald Trump is going to fucking put gold bullion in my sock at night or anything, but there is an economy crisis going on right now. There is an economic disaster looming, and I guarantee you the economy is going to crash anyway. And it was a miracle it didn't crash this last term. and it'll probably crash. Who knows? Maybe in the next 3 months, maybe some point. But whenever that happens, Trump will get the blame. But it's not any one politician's fault. It is the Federal Reserve. They're loaning our money to us with interest. And it has been designed to fail. It's only designed to last like 50 years.
He was given the blame for the massive increase in national deficit. It went up like $1.3 trillion in 3 months. And then we lost our economic status as the highest purchasing power in the world to China in 2016.
Right.
Trump got the blame for that, and he wasn't even in office yet.
Yeah, I know.
How crazy could you be?
Well, it's not. Yeah, you guys have to understand. It's not about crazy or not crazy. It's.
I'm not yelling at you guys. I'm just excited.
No, I know, and yeah, like I said, it's all love here. I mean, we're taking the piss. That's what I was saying. It's like, look, we're gonna have open arms for you the second that you do, if you do come around and realize, like, hey, maybe I was wrong about this guy. Maybe I was wrong. You guys, we might bust your balls a little. That's the thing I was saying. Like, we're going to kind of make fun of you a little bit, but we love you. And I'm not over here trying to disavow any of my friends. Oh, you voted for Kamala. You're part of the machine. You're treasonous to America. No.
Yeah.
You have to understand that the American government has been treasonous to you. They have literally tricked us into believing literal lies. Talk us over the edge of what? A cliff. Yeah, that was a joke. I mean, I had a lot of friends who are literally like, don't know what the hell they're doing. They're sounding like they've lost all hope. And I'm telling you, there is hope on the horizon. We might be, for all we know, this could be the turning point where things start looking good.
It also may be the worst thing in human history. Well, we don't know.
People aren't happy.
You can't live like that.
People aren't happy that
when
Trump
Biden won the
president.
election, I was like, I think he cheated. I don't, this is bullshit. But I didn't go, everything's going to suck. This is going to be the worst. This is what's going to happen. No, as they happened, then I said they happened. I didn't go, he's going to lock people in camps. He's going to lock up his detractors. He's going to sue Donald Trump into oblivion. He's going to use lawfare. I didn't say any of those things.
Yeah.
When they happened, I reported on them.
Well, like that's the saying, the sun's always going to be shining. The water's always going to be, the rain's going to come. The trees are going to grow, unless of course we get to, World War III, nuclear apocalypse. But even then, a few generations later, it will be like that again. I mean, but that's the point, is like, there are bigger issues than, racism, perceived, economic, they're just like the money, not going to war, our bodies being healthy. Stop putting poison in the food. Stop putting,
please.
Stop putting, all, these are things that I thought we'd all, everyone kind of agrees with.
Yeah.
And, I think what's going on is there's just this fear that, like Trump's going to start putting more poison in the food. I mean,
not with RFK on his team.
I was a big Ron Paul.
PWG is a huge hippie, Mariah. This guy he's all into crystals and shit.
Yeah, dude. Like, this is what I'm trying to say is like, I'm like the most extreme form of like I said, people thought John's got full on TDS, and that's why I'm part of the reason why I'm here in the conversation. And I just kind of be like, no, you can all like chill the fuck out. Like, we're still just people. Like, and the more that we actually just kind of own the aspect that we're just people, the control state doesn't have as much effect on you if you're able to actually just appreciate that people are just trying to live their lives. We're not any single one of us is not that much of an issue. We're like, we all need to get over ourselves to some degree.
Well, Mariah feels like she's a canary in a coal mine. Trump is planning to deregulate the food industry. The thing is, I'm all for this, decentralizing, deglobalizing everything, running everything through bureaucratic red tape, de-bloating the system. Like, so much money goes to bureaucratic bloat. There are so many unnecessary positions. And, this is like the world we live in is turning into the movie Brazil. Brazil was great because, 1984 is like this dystopian future of what might happen. Whereas Brazil was a parody of what is actually happening. And the idea that like, you can't even, get your air conditioner operated on fixed unless, you go through several, reams of forms and paperwork and stuff. And each one of these people has a job. Again, this is why, when we talk about movies, why are movies so expensive? there's massive like HR departments and massive teams of people that are just like getting paid for not really doing anything. This bureaucratic bloat. And
you
when
can't
you
even
talk
tell
about
a story because you have to do like 7 points of interest in like checkboxing before you even get to where you can tell your story. And you have all these rules in place about like where you can't show any violence towards women or anything like this, and everything just ends up being exactly the same, just a slightly different sort of paint.
Yeah, and when I say
everything John just said killed the MCU.
Right. Well, when I say like deregulating the food industry, like the idea that like all the food, like global food, it's the same thing with the, like during the pandemic, we had the issue with medicine
because we realized want to talk about that too.
All of our medicine is made in China, and that was something that was like kind of a big eye opener for me. Was like, they're running out of cough syrup and shit because it's all made in China or whatever.
I literally worked in a holistic naturopathic doctor's office for nearly a decade. I was the guy who ran the entire back end. Like I ate, and we had a organic gluten-free cafe in the doctor's office. And like gluten-free amongst these people that I'm talking to right now and like other people that I have in this social, like, it's like, oh, you said some queermo shit, huh, John? It's like, no, it's just like, it's just a way to like kind of make a different kind of bread. It's not that big of a deal. Like I'll tell you,
I was in Florida and I started in Virginia, but for the last 20 years, I've been in the food industry off and on.
Yeah.
I don't want, because they had control because of the delegates, the representatives they had in California and New York, which have a lot of problems with pollution, telling me in Florida and Texas what we should be and should not be putting into our food. We used locally sourced food at Star Cinema. Now, you're telling me that this person in New York who is choked by smog, who has never even seen a farm, needs to tell me how to cook and prepare our food for our customers. That's the deregulation that I am totally on
we're
the side
talking
with.
about. Yeah.
But yeah, if that's the deregulation, great. Because I would like our local farms to get more money so they can spread and keep and even keel. And one of the things we do is internal maintenance.
And
we had our own people come through the kitchen, look at this is messy, this needs to be cleaned up. We regulate ourselves.
And
we don't need the federal government. We don't need the federal government putting their boot on our neck and telling us we need to use this kind of plastic because it makes them more money.
Right. And I think we have to be kind of rational in our expectations. This is one of the things I was talking about with one of my friends today. Because as you just like, I am Mr. Hippie Fibers and like, like make your own food, like to the buyer beware. It doesn't matter. Like even if Trump comes in with, the best of intentions and does all this good stuff, it still doesn't mean that you're right. There will be bad actors. There will be bad agencies still throughout all of because there's NGOs are a thing. And, like the swamp operates through the stock market. So, ultimately what we're trying to do is just get the world to be a little bit more aware of just like the fact that it is on us as individuals to kind of discern for ourselves, to do what's right for ourselves and you don't have to trust me implicitly, but also at the same time, don't trust these talking heads that want to turn you into a bullet point by bullet point NPC, just kind of jargon talking jive machine.
Or the majority of the House of Representatives, which is in New York and California, telling me in Houston what we need to do. I'm sorry. They have no business whatsoever. We are a community of our own in a smaller area outside of Houston. We don't need this giant government entity coming in there and telling us, especially with the way they do their own business in those states.
Yeah. I mean, a guy just had his pets killed for no good reason. Whether it was from somebody putting a complaint on the pets directly or the fact that him and his wife had an OnlyFans account. I don't really care how they make their money.
A good point would be like, how different things would have been if this is Florida and the same thing happened under the Trump administration. You'd have everybody, politicizes everything. You'd have all the left people saying, this is an outrage. This is crazy. But yeah, right now we have, people, I've seen people saying like literally the squirrel had it coming. The squirrel, he didn't have the proper paperwork. He should have given the squirrel to a licensed rehabilitationist. And it's like, come on, dude. Everyone knows it's a nonsense, waste of money, waste of resources. And, it's a little squirrel. But yeah, as Mariah saying, they're running out of saline. because a domestic factory was in the path of Haleen. Well, that doesn't mean I'm not. Yeah, again, if all the saline in the country's made in one factory in one place, like again, I think that's
a fragility
problem.
point. That's part of the problem we're talking about. Is like that's a big control structure that's
we need less
down.
big, exactly, big things, big production companies. Like when the idea that a chicken farm can light on fire, and the price of chicken was going to go up exponentially because
what if it's 391 farms?
I know that's been a lot. I know that's, but I'm just using that as an example. Like, when you have these massive, things that are, obviously farming, industrial farming is a huge, thing.
Can you answer Jam-a-Llama real quick?
Oh yeah, Mariah's on my Facebook profile. So you guys who can't see, it's just like she can't see any of your all's comments.
Yeah,
That's why I'm highlighting everybody.
Yeah,
I'm streaming on 2 platforms
highlighting
right now.
Yeah.
I'm streaming on YouTube and Facebook. And the reason why I decided to stream on Facebook today is specifically so people like Mariah can come in. And just say, if they're upset at us or say, I feel scared and I don't know what to do. I think we're all going to be okay, guys. Unless, of course, there's more crazy shit happening. Like I said, they might try to take down the power grid or take down the internet, drop some dirty bombs. They don't want Trump in office. I mean, that's obvious.
I mean, we're not having a debate here. This is just a discussion. We're just talking about, the state of reality.
I still haven't heard how I believe in Project 2025 yet, because the two things that were mentioned, I have no interest in whatsoever.
I'm not worried about it because it's not a thing.
I know Donald Trump has said specifically is nothing to do with it, and even the most radical stuff I've seen in it is pale in comparison to all the stuff I read in Agenda 2020. Which was real. People say that that's a conspiracy theory, but Project 2025 is not. And it's like, no, they're both real and they're both stupid. So
2020 actually happened.
Yeah. I mean,
they did shut down the world using a bioweapon that was engineered.
Economic Forum has been very vocal that they don't want us to own anything and they want us to be happy about it. I mean, that's not the point. I mean, the thing is, like, I understand, like, it's ironic, it's kind of hypocritical and paradoxical that we're criticizing the left for just listing talking points when in fact we're kind of doing the same thing. But the thing is, like, I could back that up. Like, literally, I could pull up the tape of him saying it. What's his name?
Right.
Klaus Schwab. He's got it in his book, which is literally called what is it called? The Great
Reset.
There you go.
It's called Mein Kampf.
No. Although, I mean, that's the other thing that's so hilarious. It's like, even if you are, super against Trump and super against the Republicans and very pro the Party of Joy and all that, you got to admit Klaus Schwab looks like a fucking supervillain. You have
like
to.
Fucking Dr. No.
He dresses like a fucking comic book villain and he talks in a German accent, and it's just like, what the hell's going on?
It's deep too, and he had like no emotion on his face.
Why can't
absolutely
you
a Bond villain? John
yeah.
nailed it. He's a fucking Bond villain.
Bond. There you go. I mean, I'm just gonna go to Google Images for Klaus Schwab, and here's some.
Bugs
all right.
and it would be good
Let's
for
just
you.
show you the results here. First picture, him in a suit with a microphone. Cool. Second picture, him in a suit. Third picture, what the fuck is this? This is like something Dracula would wear.
He's getting ready for like a meeting at Scepter. Like he's literally. Yeah, dude, he's quite literally a Bond villain, bozo billionaire. I've been calling this guy that for a decade.
Right. I don't know. I mean, it's just you got to learn to laugh at it. I mean, let's say Donald Trump did trick us all, and he's actually going to throw all the gays in camps and make all the women do Handmaid's Tale. Like, that sucks, obviously, but god damn it, we can't laugh at that. It's just like if Kamala had won. And, we're all going to have, social media accounts terminated and people fined and imprisoned for wrongthink. Like, that would actually happen. Kind of funny. That would actually, it is kind of funny how shit's crazy right now.
That actually happened.
Right. Imagine in 15, 20 years, we're all living in tiny cubicles inside a big mega structure in a 15-minute city, and all we eat is like bugs and stuff. I mean, that'd be funny. That'd be kind of funny.
And we have like a monthly stipend of money that we must spend or we lose for the greater good. Right. So like you can never save anything or have anything for yourself.
Oh yeah. You get an electric car that can't travel across the country, and it's got you landlocked. You got an energy usage bill that you're not allowed to go over. You're not allowed to use over a certain. I mean, yeah, that sounds like.
And if you don't use enough, then you're also considered not a good consumer. So then you also get penalized. So it's like
Enzo, do I get to have a dog?
social. No, not at all. Social credit.
Oh,
You can
well,
have a
just
dog.
come out.
You can
Come
have
out,
you can have
come
a
out.
dog for lunch or maybe
No, I'm out.
breakfast.
No, I need my puppy companion.
But well, you can have part of a dog. You know.
Well, that's what's funny is like, is when you talk about there's two group sets of people, like, there's the what's it, like these global the climate change activists. They think that we shouldn't have pets for various resource reasons, and then of course there's like the animal liberation people who think we shouldn't have pets because it's cruel. It's slavery or whatever they say. I mean, both of these ideas don't agree with. I don't agree with them at all. I think we should have pets. I think pets are awesome. And even if it means I have to take a little bit of my food and give it, if the time, that's what I've thought of many times. Like if shit goes
Love
rough,
is sacrifice.
if shit
to
goes
whatever
rough
degree.
and we have to start eating on stored, canned and dry goods, for whatever reason, maybe I'm in a hurricane or maybe the power just goes out for no reason. Maybe there's World War III. I am prepared to give a portion of my personal food to my animals,
Correct.
I am prepared. And if shit gets really bad, like, yeah, maybe eat the pet.
No, Enzo, we're not friends anymore.
But it probably, I have
no,
cats.
no.
I have cats, so it'd probably be easier to just let them go and let them just try to live in the wild for free.
No, I have a different perspective, which is if those cats do love people, despite all this, like, oh, cats are just all for themselves. They think of you as staff. They will bring you food.
No, exactly.
They will go out and kill squirrels and raccoons and whatever. And dogs, you need to hunt with.
I mean, if you have a couple cats,
right.
I have a problem where I have too many cats in the house.
The cats, dude. I found a fucking huge dead rat in the closet the other day. It was awful. It was one of these things where I walked by the computer room, not my computer room, my mother's computer room, and there was a smell. I was like, "What the fuck's that smell, dude? It smells like a dead animal." And I walk in there, and I thought it was gonna be a bird. And I look in the closet, and sure enough, it's a fucking dead animal. I pick it up, and I'm holding it in my hand. But until I pull it out of the closet, I realize it's a fucking giant rat. And I'm like, holy
the way you just said nonchalant, it was awful.
Yeah. It stunk, and his ass was all prolapsed, and he's all bitten up in the inside. It was like, ew.
God.
But the point is, like, if I was in apocalypse mode, the cat bringing you a rat, it's like, thank you, little kitty cat. You're gonna get yourself a nice little leg.
Well, see, my dog caught I think I showed you that picture. My dog caught a rabbit, but I was with her. If I was not with her, my dog would have eaten that.
Oh
rabbit.
yeah, I know what you're saying.
He would not have brought it back to me. Your cat,
dude, going out
would have been like,
woods.
"Yo, dude, I got this big ass rabbit, son.
Yeah,
we're eating."
Well, if you take care of your cats, because that's the thing. It's like if you have to have like the right balance points, so they actually see you as like the apex of the pride. If you have too many cats, though, they will go feral on you.
Yeah, the cats just think,
I have in my house.
I'm better off on my own. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
right.
The thing is people don't train cats because it's a
fucking
cat.
Well, my issue is my issue is that we have way too many. Like my nephew, I don't know if I mentioned, like I say, he's on the spectrum a little bit, but just enough to kind of be an asshole and kind of be unreasonable. And it's about like his cats. He's got like 13, 17 cats. I don't know. It's way too many.
That's too many.
The point being is that they aren't able to take care of themselves, and so they're constantly fighting amongst themselves and fighting for resources and just shitting everywhere. It's just like it's a whole thing, right? But if you have maybe 5 cats maximum, depending on the size of your house.
Real? This is something I'm seeing right now saying Harrison Waltz.
Yes, they actually, yes. I've seen a couple different versions of that.
So this is kind of what I'm talking about. I'll tread wherever I want, sweetie. You don't ever, what kind of, no. If I was a politician's campaign manager, be like, do not tell them you're going to tread wherever you want.
Right. Because I saw this and then the thing with the squirrel happened. I was like, wow, this is, somebody should lose their I would expect to lose my job.
And even
I can't believe a campaign would actually do that. That's the Gadsden flag.
I was just scrolling and I saw that. That's unbelievable. But as far as it's not just the economy. I don't give a fuck just about money or obviously, like I said, health and not going to war, but also more importantly, the right of the actual rights we have, freedom of speech, freedom to say what we want, and freedom of guns. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Literally, as many guns as you want on your person, no problem. That's what that means.
It's not that we're granted the Second Amendment rights. No, we have the rights And like what the Second Amendment says is we have the right to that stuff in spite of the
Right.
government.
And I'll go even
Correct.
farther, where it's like the right, God-given unalienable right, like no one can take it away from you, to bear. That means carry, or hold or keep or whatever. You can keep it on your person. Arms, not just guns, but like swords and weapons and bullets and bombs and whatever, shall not be infringed. Like nothing, like saying I can't own a certain magazine, and you're thinking, oh my God, you're crazy. You're insane thinking that. It's like, no, I'm not.
my right.
It is the truth. Like the armed society is the polite society. You can't just have like, this idea like, oh, we're going to do forced gun buybacks. That's something that Kamala was saying. That's like, hell no.
The first person to sign the Constitution was a literal pirate. I suppose, like, the nice thing to say is a privateer, but no, he was like an actual legitimate pirate. We were founded by what are ostensibly terrorists. So
George Washington. The reason, I mean, that's why.
No, they weren't terrorists. They were insurrectionists.
Right, true, but
they were not terrorists.
I understand, but the point I'm just getting at is
the Crown would have called them terrorists,
Right.
Crown would be lying.
When they had to write all their political stuff, it's just like social media. Like you have Twitter, everyone with these aliases. It's the same thing. Like all these, foreign founding fathers, they had, pen names that they went under.
Yep.
When they were writing these messages in newspaper or opinion pieces and stuff, talking about, the British taxation.
Patience. Or was it Constance?
I don't remember. I don't know.
But you're right. There's a whole bunch of them, and they would send these pamphlets out, and people would go like, "Oh shit!" Now I'm actually starting to think about things, even though I can't read.
And I know it's like easy to think. I mean, everyone wants to be the good guy. Everyone wants to be on the right side. Everyone wants to be the hero, and it's very disillusioning. It's very nerve-wracking, and it could break your psyche when you realize, like, dude, I'm playing on the wrong team. Yeah. And I went through it. I wasn't,
unfortunately, but that's the thing. That's like, I think everybody might be easier to deal with is like, there's this thing called the Uniparty. It does still exist. And like, so everyone has levels of corruption. It's not like anybody in this thing is completely clean by any
there's
measure.
Plenty of Republicans that are just the worst, and they should be also behind bars.
I completely agree. Investigate them too.
Yeah, and that's basically what it gets to. These bureaucratic, figureheads that have illegally enriched themselves using taxpayer money and other various ill-gotten gains, literally money laundering and trafficking and all this stuff. Human slavery. That shit needs to stop. Like literally end modern slavery. And when I say modern slavery, I mean literal slaves. I'm not talking about the, metaphorical, like, indentured servitude that we're all kind of leading towards.
Yeah.
No. There's full-blown slaves and slavery and slave systems.
We all agree that that's terrible. We all agree that women being actually persecuted in like places like the Middle East and stuff and being treated literally like second-class citizens is wrong.
Yeah. Not Biden, because he refused to do any kind of actual deal with the Taliban and just gave them all the equipment, and they went straight back to Sharia law immediately. They're like, hey, there's a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old. You're both my brides now.
But that's Biden. That's not us. Is what Enzo's saying. It's like, we're, like what we're suggesting, just putting out there is that, it's like the world is a very fucked place. Like it only in America can like people actually, have the privilege to sit here and look for problems that don't really exist. Like the woman who actually like was walking around in, I believe it was Iran, in a bikini over the past week. Like that's an actual full-blown, like legitimate feminist. She is dead now.
A Rosa Parks. Yeah, I know.
She is dead now, but do I think that was the right thing to do to her? Fuck no. But that was somebody who was legitimately like dealing with a system of oppression that was speaking out against it. That's not this.
And when we look at these, like this new result right here, 312 to 226, 5 million more popular vote Trump. I mean, is it that America's truly lost, or is it that these actual bad guys that are running the country are the ones that are losing? I mean, I know you guys are smart enough to know, most politicians are assholes. That has always been a thing. That has been the running joke for 80 years, politicians, right? Lawyers, But all of a sudden, every politician that hates Donald Trump is like a good guy. doesn't.
Can I make a petition to Illinois, right there in the middle, towards the southern end of Illinois? Just make that one little dot blue and the rest of the state red, because that's how it is. Chicago rules that entire state.
Well, that's what's happened in a lot of these.
Right. I mean, the same thing for Washington. You know, Washington is the Puget Sound area is super woke, crazy, leftist insanity.
California, it's like
the whole West Coast. The whole West Coast is elitist. Left.
No. Well, I lived in Washington. What I'm saying is, like, you know, there are towns outside of Puget Sound.
I was talking about what Enzo was talking about. California. That whole coastline is all hard blue.
Well, you know, people have been talking about like, oh, Texas, like Texas is purple. Texas is going to turn blue because if we can just get Houston and Austin and San Antonio and, you know, these big mega cities to vote. But it's like, you know, look how huge Texas is, you know. But again, the problem with Texas is, you know, you need an ID to vote. Sorry. I don't know if that's true with, you know, that's not true with every other state. But like, it's just one of those things where.
I mean, that's true with here in Nebraska, which is why, you know, I didn't vote, but I'm not going to sit here.
You can't realistically be against IDs for voting. You can't be against that. I can't understand that. Does not compute to me. Like, you can't be thinking, you know, you need an ID to do this, and this, but voting, no. It's like, obviously, you know, like, oh, you don't have your vote, you don't have your ID on you for whatever reason, then I guess you're not voting.
I mean, it's like you can't rent, like, I know, like, they don't exist anymore other than one place in Oregon, but you can't rent a video without a video rental card. You know, like, you can't rent, you can't get a book from the library without a library card. You know, and even if all your ID is there for is just a verification process for the validity of your voting, then, you know, I think that it would be fine to just issue that once in life and you have it. Like, if you want to say that it's your social security number, what the hell ever, we could have done that. I think social security number is a little bit fucked in the way that it's used.
But also, you know, you don't like giving out your social security number.
True. But the point being, though, is what I'm saying is, like, if you're going to have some kind of system of adherence to, like, actually kind of like, you know, it's like two-form factor authentication that we use our fucking phones for every 5 minutes. You try to do something on the internet. Oh, verify against your phone. All right, fine. You know, like, but who's that there for ultimately at the end of the day? Isn't that for, like, your peace of mind? You know? And so, like,
oh, here we go. I found it.
I gotta tell you guys, like, I posted this yesterday from Zelda game, whatever.
Yeah, there's Zelda.
Dawn of the final day, 24 hours remain. I posted that yesterday, and I think Mariah specifically like gave me a wow react. I mean, the thing is, it's a joke.
Hello, Zelda.
I was fully prepared for to lose yesterday. I would have been shocked and upset, and really it would have gone against my prediction. But you know, I wouldn't have been surprised.
I would have said, "Here we go again." That'd be it.
And we'd probably be still sitting here tonight, still joking about things, and
absolutely,
very similar to the tone that we're talking about right now.
We'd be saying slightly same shit, except
we have the Economic Times, Snopes, and PolitiFact all saying misleading posts saying Harris only won states that do not require voter ID. No, that's not what people are saying. What people are saying is she won all of the states that do not require voter ID, and that is a fact.
Really?
Right. Yep. Every single state that does not require voter ID, Kamala Harris won.
No way. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna say that's proof of anything, but that is funny if true. What else I thought was interesting was and there was a video of Jake Tapper going over this. It was like they were trying to look over any county where Kamala Harris outperformed Joe Biden. Not a single county, not a single county in the entire United States. So either the whole country literally hates women,
and black people who aren't black.
There was fuckery last election. Like, I mean,
right.
I don't think the whole country
17 million votes disappeared. Like, that's either one of two things. Either they didn't exist to begin with, or when they did the COVID lockdown, they actually ended up killing their own electorate. Which, if you're trying, if that were the case, wow, that's a big fucking backfire. You know, like, maybe you shouldn't do that. And
Enzo's correct. You can't have it both ways, right?
Is it possible that 17 million people died from COVID?
No,
that's what I'm saying. Like, but they were all Democrats, you know. Like,
that's what he was saying earlier.
17 million total, but it was like 11 million for Democrats, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know.
Right, but the point I'm getting, it's even so we had 17 million people die.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like someone else
it's-
said, though, we were being told that this is going to be a bigger election year than last time. It was the
My
biggest
cousin-
voter
my
turnout
cousin
ever.
Patrick-
Right.
My
And it
cousin
just
Patrick
returned
said
to the
tonight-
standard that it's been for the last, 24, 30 years that they were showing in that one diagram that Bush, like we do
What
have
did,
population growth, but there's also like, kind of like this median
Actually
of people
not.
that are actually voters.
Right.
We don't really have a lot. Of
I understand.
population growth.
I understand.
What did Patrick say, though? Your cousin Patrick?
My cousin Patrick. So it was after the shit. I lost my thought.
Aha.
It was 2020. It was the election. Oh yeah. I was like, well, I mean, there was this happening in this city and this happening in this city, and yeah, there's video of it. Here's video of it. You can watch it happen. There's voter fraud, and he goes, well, I said, I think we should investigate this election, right? And he goes, well, how do you know it's just the Democrats? And I said, that's a very good point. Shouldn't we investigate? And he went, wait a minute. Wait, no, because if it's just Democrats, and I said, but you said probably Republicans too, right? Let's investigate. And he went, no, that's there
Dude,
wasn't
I think
voting.
you know,
He backtracked immediately.
Yeah, I think win or lose, I think a lot of these states and counties elections need to be audited.
Yeah.
And,
there were calls for audits in the swing states back in 2020, and they were denied.
Of course. And I mean, that's why I'm skeptical right now, because the fact that the quote unquote deep state is just going to roll over and say, you're right, Donald Trump, you won the election. We're just going to inaugurate you on January and we'll step out of your way. They're not going to do that.
No, they're going to be more desperate now than ever.
And you got to ask, like, why are they desperate? Why do they want us guys to have gone so bad? Is it because he's going to destroy us? Is it because they care so much about our well-being that they want Trump in jail? Or is it that he's going to, throw them in jail for actual crimes they've committed?
No, that's not going to happen.
In their own literature, they literally call us useless eaters.
He's going to do exactly what he did from 17 to 21, which is stop them from doing insider trading and laundering money. That their only goal for the Democrat Party, especially not all of them, but the ones in the House Representatives and Congress and any kind of executive position, is to get more money. They Kamala increased her personal wealth by $50 million in the last 2 years. How'd she do that? Because it wasn't her per diem adding up. Where'd the money come from? I'd like to know. She gets to buy more houses. Joe Biden has been in politics for he said 500 years, and
pretty much
his top 5 out of 24 most expensive houses each cost more than $5 million. Where the fuck does he get all that money from? Because it's not generational wealth.
Who owns, like, what kind of, you go into
private
politics and you own shell corporations and stuff. It's just a red flag, dude.
Dude, Biden owns more real estate than Donald Trump does. And Donald Trump was one of the premier real estate developers in the world.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when you look at what's going on
I
in
just
Ukraine,
think what's going on is the corporate propaganda machine has just did a real number on people, especially specifically white women. Like they have been traumatized. By the media. The TV has traumatized a huge swath of the population.
Bullshit.
It's just
it's mass formation hypnosis. I mean that is a legit term for a reason. And like it's done like it's like the whole thing on it's called programming because it's what it's doing, not what's on TV necessarily.
I heard that a long time ago.
Right. I mean this stuff is what it is, and so the whole idea of keeping you reinforced by things, like the energy does not emanate from the thing that is created. The thing that is created is manifested from the energy that's behind it all, and so we have to deal with the fact that this is a long-standing issue of this uniparty kind of system, and so anybody that's breaking that, the only that's going to break is if we actually kind of get beyond these partisan kind of mindsets and actually just deal with the fact that it does take two separate people who are very unique in their own regard, but still have the same kind of common long view, and that's what I see when I see Rand, when I see like RFK being a part of this thing, when I see Ron Paul being included, people that seem like they're diametrically opposed to what Donald Trump, supposed to like be 8 years ago, 4 years ago.
There's only one goal. You mentioned goal. There's only one goal that all of these people together should be working for, and it's the betterment of the American people. That's it.
Exactly. And so I think that's the thing that we have to remember at the end of the day is as long as we're holding them to that account, I don't care what your personal politics are or anything beyond that. It's just like I would like to think that my life shouldn't be utterly destroyed because of lawfare and stupid fuckery that just kind of like makes it impossible for me to kind of like exist, and I would feel the same way for anyone. And if you want to live in a state that has the laws that allow for you to have more viability to do a late term abortion or whatever, by all means, I'm not going to stop you. It's not my thing. It wouldn't be, but act as though like all this stuff is so doom and gloom and that it's only going to go a certain way. That's getting caught up in that top down level thinking, and that's the thing that we're trying to break is just like, we have the power to be ourselves.
This is a post I'm reading right now. Project 2025 is real. It was a secret we all kept. God, that's funny. But yeah, like I said, the reason why I made this stream is like I'm seeing so many friends of mine, specifically, white women, like crying, like freaking out, and it's like, ladies, I mean, I know you're not supposed to tell women to calm down, but guys,
calm down.
But calm down,
for real. Like just let's take a breather. Like we
had 4 years of this already, and everything you're saying was said in 2016 and didn't happen.
Right.
So let's take a chill pill. Let's hug it out. Let's calm down a little bit. No one was they didn't put all the gays in camps in 2017.
I know. And it's one of these things where I don't know. Like I said, I didn't want to do a gloating stream. I wanted to do a understanding stream.
I'm not trying to gloat. I'm just trying to say.
I know. I'm not saying you are. I'm just I'm just saying, like, I know it's a scary time for some people. Here's a post I'm seeing right now. If you're celebrating rather than mourning today, unfriend me. I'm not allowing anyone who relishes and revels in the pain and oppression of my kids to take up space in life over the next 4 years and beyond. Nobody's celebrating that. Nobody wants to take your kids' rights away. No one wants to, I don't know.
Maybe in California where they say, what's
maybe
I shouldn't say daughter?
Maybe I shouldn't say nobody, but I'm going to say I personally don't, and many people who I talk with.
I mean, I would caution you against changing your kid's sex, or gender or whatever, just because.
Well, again, they don't have a choice in California because they passed that law that says if the kindergarten teacher says your son is a girl, they take it to the government, and the government cuts off their
Jamalama. Jamalama saying this has been my favorite political stream in a while. It's a populist movement, and the old labels don't apply. Thank you, Jama. You're always great. I mean, like I said, I think it's just because we're not pretending to be political, experts or anything. I'm not trying to be. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling,
right?
What I'm experiencing.
Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm laughing my ass off too.
Right, but even though I'm sitting here actually openly saying I'm not really for the idea of doing gender reassignment on kids and anybody under the age of 18. If you're an adult, I don't have any rights over you. I'm not your daddy. Make your
you're over 18. Go ahead and do it.
That's the other thing we keep talking about is like our rights. Our rights are getting taken away. I mean, like, dude, you could argue women have more rights than men. You know what I mean? Like, I am not allowed to.
The largest population of educated women, educated people in America right now is Black women, statistically speaking. They have more college degrees than anybody. So like. Yeah, and so like
I don't hear that and think, yeah.
I mean,
also I hear that and I'm like, dude. I mean, I think most people have realized like college is a scam at this point.
Yeah,
go to trade school. So when you tell me, the most educated, they probably mean the most people getting actual college degrees from accredited universities are Black women. And at the same time, I'm like, yeah, that's great, good for them. But at the same time, I'm also like, I hope they're not getting scammed. I hope they're not going thousands and thousands of dollars in debt just so they can get a bogus degree in some, some kind of like a lot of these positions, like these HR positions, these, black liberal women's studies, like they are not, like these jobs are not going to be around forever or for very long, I would say. And they shouldn't.
This has been going on since I think it was 1993. It might have been 94 when Clinton administration implemented it, affirmative action. The colleges for law school started pushing students through. So yes, they got their law degree. Great. That's awesome. So great. They got higher education. They had the degree that's fit the statistic that was mentioned earlier. The problem is before affirmative action, the pass rate for first-time bar exam takers among African Americans was 75%. Since they implemented affirmative action, which we need more black people to get degrees, it dropped to 43%. So great, right. You have a law degree, but you can't practice law if you don't pass the bar. So it's not all to do with these statistics that they have more degrees now. If they can't perform in the job role because they've been pushed through with this affirmative action bullshit, it is not a positive.
Right. Here's some of these jobs. Go ahead, sorry. Oh, sorry. Some of these jobs were specifically kind of compromised through these methods so that they can actually set up for more kinds of forms of automation. Like when we're talking about like what's wrong with the gaming industry. This is what's wrong with the gaming industry is they specifically platform people into positions of power that didn't have the talent, skill, or ability to actually fulfill in a role of a good storyteller or somebody who actually understands the mechanics of how these things work. But because they're playing off like this kind of emotional kind of lifestyle baiting and able to generate more revenue cycle money, by meeting certain conditional goals from their stakeholders. That's what they do. That's what the risk aversion is. It's not like they're risk averse in what they're doing for the purpose of we don't really want to hurt anybody's feelings. That's how they advertise it. But no, their risk aversion is we want to do whatever it's going to take to make sure that we get enough money to keep pushing things forward. And only in the last few recent years of people actually having the pattern recognition enough to kind of sit here and say, nope, done with that, that we've seen, one flopbuster after the next, be it, comics, movies, or games, or even TV series, that you're actually starting to see some shift in that area. And so, this is the same kind of thing. This is going throughout the entire system. Everybody is breaking from these top-down control schemes. And it has to look some way when that happens in the government. Dude, and this is what that looks like.
You know, it's crazy. And I said this yesterday. I mean, technically it's the 7th, but on the 6th, November 6th is the 36th anniversary for They Live.
Right.
And it's crazy because, if you've seen the movie, how does that movie end? That movie ends with us all just waking up from the brainwashing and seeing the alien creatures for what they are. We don't see the final, what happens after that, because that is enough to destroy these, these entities. Mm-hmm. Just knowing they exist, we all realize it's there, then they lose. And I think that's what we're going through, this massive awakening, where I think people are slowly starting to, even then, some of my more radical friends, this is a post I'm seeing right now. You cannot fight fire with fire unless you want to watch the world burn. Choose peace by finding it within yourself. You are there by finding it within yourself first. There are no teams. There is only all of us. And anyone who does not want to hear your story can really only be convinced psychologically by feeling heard by you first. It's a frustrating process, but we must absolutely reach across this divide and for understanding if we're going to advance beyond this. Exactly. And she posted this too. And again, this is to everyone who is feeling particularly unsafe right now, you are loved. You are not alone. You have friends, you matter. Now, the thing is, it's easy to laugh at this, but it's also this is true. Mm-hmm. You are loved. You are not alone. You have friends. We are your friends. We are over here the Trump voters, please, wake up.
I am alone. No, crumple. I am utterly alone.
Oh God, are you doing Winona? Yeah. My favorite
And then
was
he's thrown myself.
my favorite was
whatever the name of the bridge.
woman. Whoa, man. She had a cat. I like whatever the fuck is
right. Mary
the
Max
woman
Murderer.
Did
poem.
you see the second one?
So I married an axe murderer?
No, Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, second Beetlejuice. Okay, I was quoting. So I married an
What
axe
do you
murderer.
think about that one, real quick?
I didn't like it.
I didn't like it either.
It fell flat. I would wonder what. I don't know. I don't think Mariah's still watching, but if she did, what did you think of Beetlejuice? I was disappointed by it. It felt like 3 stories combined into one. The practical effects were like, appreciated, but at the same time, I thought they kind of came off as kind of cringe. I did not like I liked how Bob was a character. I didn't like how there was a room full of Bobs. That was weird.
Yeah, I agree.
For me, the only part that I liked that actually felt like Beetlejuice was when he was lip singing Bon Jovi in the cemetery. That was the only part that I was like, oh, that's funny. All right.
I kind of like the wedding. Except for when the wife, like, I don't, if you take the wife out of that,
Anime
nothing
Nights
changes.
here. What's up, dudes?
If you completely take his wife out of that movie, nothing changes.
Right. Yeah.
He doesn't need to be there at all.
Yeah. Like there were 3 good stories that could have been their own movies. You could have done 3 Beetlejuice sequels. You know what I mean? If you just like,
yeah, you could have had one just about the wife and the cop, and she's trying to kill Beetlejuice, and the cop is chasing her.
Now, again, this is something else that's just hilarious. Like when someone stands behind, this is Reverend Benjamin Kramer. When someone stands behind a microphone and dehumanizes entire groups of people and says the most despicable and fear-mongering rhetoric, that disturbs me. What disturbs me even more, though, is a crowd of people that hears these and things and cheers. Again, this is the same thing when someone says, boo all white people and Republicans and boo all racist Trump supporters. And everyone's like, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. But furthermore, Donald Trump specifically, if you guys pay attention to what he's saying, if you actually watch his speeches instead of just, hear the highlights from the mainstream media, if you watch all of his speeches, he talks a lot of shit. He doesn't talk any shit about American people. He talks any shit. He only talks shit about other politicians and famous celebrities and stuff.
Well, he said San Francisco's a dump. And it's like, yes. What else did he say? Oh, because of Nancy Pelosi and London Breed. Right. 2 politicians who destroyed the most beautiful city in America in record time.
And that's the thing that you hear. Like when you look at the people on the left, the Democrats, they talk openly about how we're garbage, we're deplorables. We people, like people who support Trump, are
American citizens, regular American
criminals.
citizens.
They're Nazis. They're
right.
Yeah, and
Trump
has never said anything like that about woke people. He said woke, everything woke turns to shit. He doesn't say any like trans people who have been gone through this ordeal of transitioning. Like he does not. He's like empathizes with these people.
Right.
You have to understand he does not hate any of these American people, even if you are like totally brainwashed and you hate Trump and you hate anyone who votes for him. Like when I see that, I don't think you are my enemy. I think you
need help.
Yeah, something has gone wrong.
And even if when it comes to trans people, like right now as you're saying that, I'm looking on my Facebook thing and like someone here, they've got the crisis hotline for queer and trans people struggling with their mental health on election day, suicide crisis, life prevention or lifeline.
Sounds like a fucking problem.
Right. But it's like it's got the phone number and then it's got this other thing for the Trevor Project for LGBTQIA plus youth and another phone number. But then like what's the comment? Wish the Trevor Project didn't take money from Zionist PAC money. So it's like,
oh my God,
there's never any winning. Yeah. You can't even like even within their own sphere, it's never good enough.
Yeah, that's why that's why I kind of early on in the 2020 days, when I would stream, like I did 2 big streams about pro Gina Carano. Gina Carano shouldn't have been fired from them. You have to understand, The Mandalorian was a huge thing during the pandemic. And, Gina Carano getting fired after that is like, what was that, 2nd season, I think? I don't remember. But the point is, like, I remember just vocally just being like, hey, this is wrong. Like, you guys are celebrating, this woman losing her job because she said something that wasn't remotely offensive. And, I remember, I had a friend named Erica unfriended me on the spot because I came in her comments like, this is wrong. Like, you people need to look at yourselves and realize, like, you're literally celebrating this kind of shit. It's demonic. It's literally, like, bizarre. It's baffling behavior. And again, it just
Well,
doesn't matter
here's one.
because if they
Here's
support
one
the
from
Orange Man, go ahead.
do you follow Dom Lucre? He's a breaker of
No,
nations.
doesn't matter who's saying
He's a black
what.
dude on Twitter. Says, so what should Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre do now that she's out of a job? And there's comments like, oh, maybe she get a job at McDonald's, like use her head as a toilet brush. I don't like that. And one of them's like, I mean, it's already a circus. She could go work for the circus. I kind of like that. That was funny. My comment was, she could probably stop lying, start loving herself, get back to being pretty. This commie BS has taken a toll on her. Because when she started the job, she was actually pretty attractive, like in the face and.
That doesn't.
But
yeah, I mean that's the thing I was saying earlier. Like I have friends who, Mariah knows, where they have so much. Like I have so many friends that have aged terribly over the last 4 years, and the reason is because they are just stressing themselves out. I'm gonna go on cam, and I look the same. All right, I got friends who like their hair is fucking white right now. I got friends where they got the wrinkles, they got the stress lines. It's
Dude, I don't know. I'm 43. I still have all my hair. Like I do have like a white patch on my beard, but
this is the look of
from 20 years ago.
Yeah, this is the look of a man who is
Well, there he goes.
Yeah.
It's our stream now, John.
I meant to just turn the camera off.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, the thing is, like you living in this like stressed out, hate-filled, like literally hate-filled, like calling Trumpers the party of hate. Like we don't fucking hate anybody. We hate these criminals that are trying to enslave us and cull the population. But hey, if they're not doing that, then it's all good. Like seriously.
Oh my God!
To be quite honest, I was canceled by the left. Because I was, Mr. Hey, this vaccine seems like it's a bioweapon and like all this, and like all my friends. Like I said, the people that I'm sitting here talking about, like that I still have connections through on Facebook, tangentically, and it's not that I hate any of these people, but like they won't speak to me with any kind of reasonable, like actual, good faith effort. And so, over the course of the last 3 years, I was pretty damn isolated up until this last year, where I started kind of doing stuff here on YouTube based on stuff that I knew about from when I was in art school. And, I've actually been accepted here. Like, do people agree with everything I say? Obviously not. No. But I'm here part of this conversation tonight. And like, I have conversations with people all the time,
Right. Oh, yeah. And that's the thing is like, I don't want people thinking that, all these people that I hang out with on YouTube and Twitter, they're all right-wing fucking nuts. No, I mean, we
all believe the same thing and we all agree with everything that Donald Trump said. No, that's the Democrat thing, is where if they say this, you have to agree. And if you question it, then you get attacked. Yeah. That's them. That's not the Republicans. That's not MAGA. Well, it is some Republicans, but I went to my niece's, I think I showed you pictures of my niece's graduation. And so, she's an ass, but I love her to death. Her mother and her mother's friends, who are all very, very far left, they just despise Trump. I couldn't say much of anything around them, but they could say everything they wanted. And I'm like, well, what do you mean it's a vaccination? They said it prevents COVID. Like, no, it doesn't. And they were like, we're not talking about politics. Fine, whatever. They all look like shit. Like, she is, I think she's 35 now. And she looks like she's 50, and she's morbidly obese. And her two friends are just, they look like gutter trash. And I don't think it's because of, it's the stress. Like they have destroyed themselves with all this worry and all this craziness because Trump this, Trump that, blah, blah,
and
blah.
Not
blah.
even that. Like, I mean, how many of my hippie friends that are so against Trump, like that's all they talk about. How many of them are noodle-armed drug addicts with like a lot of mental illness? I'd say like 99% of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like and there's nothing, there's nothing wrong with being a noodle-armed drug addict, but at the same time, it's like I don't really want to hear what you say about, how I should run things and do things and how
be responsible, because clearly you're not.
I'm a drunk, or I'm an alcoholic. My name's Boosh. I'm an alcoholic.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We all have our vices and stuff, but at the same time, like I'm not telling I wasn't. That's the thing is this whole election, I wasn't going out telling people on social media like you got to vote like me. You got to vote for Trump because our lives depend on it. Even though that's kind of what I think. I was just crossing my fingers. I was just kind of crossing my fingers and hoping that the majority of the country would have come to the same conclusion I did. And I was very happy to see that that's true. But at the same time, if I was one of these Kamala supporters who's very confused right now and shocked and worried, it'd be easy to think, oh my God, we've lost. Oh my God, it's over. But at the same time, you got to think maybe the majority of the country is onto something and I'm behind the curve here for some reason.
They cannot do that.
Yes, they can.
No, Jamalama said it earlier. People hate to be wrong. And Jamalama is correct. The reason a lot of these people hate to be wrong is because if they admit they're wrong, all these other people are going to rub it in their face or oust them.
Dude,
or,
I'm wrong all the time. I'll probably be wrong. Yeah, I mean, like you don't go through the day at all, 100% perfect. Like, for as much as these people, want to sit here and say, I don't like Trump because he's this, this, and this, and this. That's a very Trumpian kind of thing of oh, well, and even Trump these days is not the same guy who, was there a time when you could ask him, did you do anything wrong? He'd be like, no, it was all perfect. But that's not who this guy is these days. I've had to I listened to the Joe Rogan podcast. He's very just cordial and just human. Just talking it's completely different system. The guy exists in a couple different phases, as we all do. Am I comprised of my past? Yes, certainly. But there's certain things that happen that indelibly affect you, and getting shot at and living through it. He's been a very different guy for the last few months. I
thought he's changed before that. His whole
I know, but I'm not saying there wasn't, but I'm saying since then though, it's very much just this guy who's just kind of well, this really isn't even necessarily about me. It's kind of the state of reality.
Yeah.
And I can respect that. That was kind of and for a lot of people, that is when this election was completely, buttoned up, because it was they just tried to shoot at this guy. Why? And when you find out that
he said something they didn't like, oh my God.
When you have people freaking out how bad they are right now because he won, you're encouraging more assassination attempts. Yeah. People people want to be a hero. Anime Night's in the chat saying hello.
Hey, Anime Night, how's it going, dude? Yeah. Did you two watch the Trump acceptance speech for the win?
I did.
That leads me up to the second question, which is, did either of you, which he has not done this in a while, did either of you want him to say it really was the best election? Everyone agrees.
Yeah,
the Trumpisms from
he said some great stuff. Did he thank the Amish? He should have.
I don't know.
If he didn't, that's going to be the one thing I'm going to have to say. Because, seriously, it's crazy how we all owe. If you support Trump and you're happy he won, it's because of the Amish. The Amish came out, and it's just insane. It was this one guy.
And they wouldn't have done that if maybe Biden could have kept the trains from not only going off the rails, but then being blown the fuck up. Creating a goddamn chemical cloud that
oh yeah,
and also increasing the cost of literally everything for people who live on pennies to the point where
there's a lot of stuff that factored into this campaign over the course of the last 4 years that people really should take the time to actually appreciate and understand. If you don't like toxic environments, that's exactly what happened in Palestine, PA.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's part of the reason why the Amish community actually, did the support that they did.
Yeah. God, I'm trying to figure out if I can find that guy's name. Oh my God, this is funny though.
Is it like Zebediah or Mordecai or something?
No, it was a non-Amish guy. This is funny though. This is Joe Biden. Hang on, Joe Biden watching Kamala come back into the office. On the White House today. Yeah, Joe Biden. That's the whole thing. Funny. I think Trump said that. I think Trump said that he wasn't joking. Joe Biden hates Kamala. Why wouldn't he? I mean, let's be real. She was installed. She wasn't voted for. She shouldn't have been running.
He didn't pick her as his running mate. even 4 years
And what's
ago.
crazier is that this is like the third time this has happened. It happened with Bernie Sanders, where he got ousted and chose over Hillary. And then it happened again with Bernie getting ousted again over Joe Biden.
No. Joe Biden was also ousted when he was running against Hillary. They told him to concede, even though he was right neck and neck with her.
Right.
Well, that's because because that was a 2016 Bernie bro, kind of and then everything that happened with that, where they collapsed around Hillary to kind of make that the thing, and then in the 2020 go around, when Bernie's heart literally wasn't in it, you kind of just saw that he was a guy who was just trying to sell us on something, for as much as his supposed principles and values were supposed to be rock solid. No, he's just a virtue signaling asshole. He's just a politician like anyone else. And
he did make me laugh. I don't like his politics, but I really like watching him in the debates. I thought Bernie was hilarious.
Yeah. No, he could talk well enough, but why
don't you just throw your arms up, Bernie? He's like, all right, here, I threw my arms up. Are you happy now? God, I love that guy.
Right, and even still, probably on a interpersonal human level, he probably is decent enough. But ultimately, he capitulated and became a caricature of what he was to sell for the machine. And Donald Trump, neither perfect or completely terrible. He's just kind of he is what he is, and at least he's authentic about it, and that's kind of something I can at least appreciate.
Bernie is kind of a real guy. He's like, yeah, I know I'm a socialist. Yeah, what? So,
right. But even him though, ultimately, he became kind of a caricature of that. He was trying to sell that idea when obviously that wasn't even the case anymore. And that was
Eraserhead, bring it to my attention. This is Bernie Sanders from 9 hours ago. It should come as no surprise that a Democratic Party, which has abandoned working class people, would find that the working class has abandoned them. While the Democratic leadership defends the status quo, the American people are angry and want change, and they're right. And he writes a big letter, Sanders' statement on the result of the 2024 presidential election. Let's read this. Burlington, Vermont. Senator Bernie Sanders today released the following statement in response to the outcome of the 2024 presidential election. It should come as no great surprise that the Democratic Party, which is okay, we already read that. Today, while the very rich are doing phenomenally well, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and we have more income and wealth inequality than ever before. Unbelievably, real inflation accounted for weekly wages for the average American worker are actually lower now than they were 50 years ago. What?
He's talking about the lack of actual jobs and income because inflation's so high.
Today, despite an explosion in technology and worker productivity, many young people will have a worse standard of living than their parents. And many of them worry that artificial intelligence and robotics will make a bad situation even worse. Today, despite spending far more per capita than other countries, we remain the only wealthy nation not to guarantee health care to all as a human right, and we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We alone among major countries cannot even guarantee paid family and medical leave. Today, despite strong opposition from a majority of Americans, we continue to spend billions funding the extremist Netanyahu government's all-out war against the Palestinian people, which has led to a horrific humanitarian disaster of mass malnutrition and the starvation of thousands of children. Also, the whole Putin-Ukraine thing. Will the big money interests and well-paid consultants who control the Democratic Party learn any real lessons from this disastrous campaign? Will they understand the pain and political alienation that tens of millions of Americans are experiencing? Do they have any idea as to how we can take on the increasingly powerful oligarchy, which has so much economic and political power? Probably not. In the coming weeks and months, those of us concerned about grassroots democracy and economic justice need to have some very serious political discussions. Stay tuned. I mean, yeah, I agree.
No, he's not wrong.
No, he's not. And that's the thing, is it's easy to hear someone. Now, I never heard Kamala say anything where she was like, you're not wrong. But, and that was why it was specifically bad. But there are plenty of times where, someone on the left says something and our reaction is like, of course. Of course what you're saying is true. Of course. At the same time, Yeah, but I know.
And what are you guys doing to fix it? Oh, nothing? You're making it worse. All right, okay.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. This is probably I'm assuming a parody. But Kamala Harris tweeting November 6th, 3:40 a.m. The haters said I couldn't do it, and they were correct. Honestly, great call from the haters.
That can't be real. That's her
No,
parody.
it's not.
No,
I'm
of course
joking.
it's
I
not.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. Still funny, though.
Here's what's also crazy is we're
I
starting.
actually did hate Kamala.
This is what's also interesting. Like, you know, like I said, they keep calling us racists. This is Rabid Sturgeon today at 4 a.m. I'm looking forward to Latinos and Muslims getting the reckoning they deserve. As a Jewish Democrat, I'm done bending over for groups that hate me and themselves. Time for Democrats to focus on white people. I mean,
what the hell are you talking about,
mean,
man?
that's what I'm
Jesus
saying,
Christ.
And I've said this before, like I've had plenty of friends that are, you know, black or Mexican or gay, and that they love you unless you say I'm voting for Trump. And then guess what? Doesn't matter. Oh, black people, your voices need to be heard. Okay, well, Candace Owens, no, fuck that bitch. Like she should be shot. You know, that's what these people are saying, unironically. It's crazy, dude. Denzel Washington probably voted for Trump, guys. I know that's hard to hear, but I think he's one of the boys.
Yeah.
Can Clarence Thomas be heard? No, because as soon as he was, they were like, "We need to censure him."
You're literally calling
how do we get rid of him?
Calling him an Uncle Tom, calling him like horrific names.
Oh, Larry Elder in California too, dude.
Oh, right.
Jesus.
Or who was the politician that died of COVID quickly on, and everyone was like, "Ha, fuck you," you know, you deserved it.
Black politician. It was the Secretary of State under Bush.
Doesn't matter his name. I forgot. Still, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then he turns around and says he was actually against the Iraq war. And I was like, "What? No, you kind of weren't when you were in office."
Yeah, vote. This is from Gad Sad. Vote as I say, or I'll divorce you. Vote as I say, or I'll disown you. Vote as I say, or I'll ostracize you. Vote as I say, or I'll fire you. Vote as I say, or no sexy time for you. Fuck off. Truth and freedom are not to be bartered. Choose the proper spouse and avoid such women who presume that they are so desirable as to barter their sexuality as a means of zombifying your dignity. I'd rather be celibate for 1,000 years than to violate my principles for this woman.
Right.
I mean,
and if that's what you think of yourself, you're the one who's being sexist because you're the one who's saying that your vagina means more than you do as a person.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, there's a disconnect there when they say things like, we have total body autonomy and we should have total rights of our uteruses. And then at the same time, like I'm going to literally the man I love, the husband I have, the father of my children, I'm going to withhold all sex from him, even if I don't want to, because what I mean. No, everyone likes sex. So when your wife tells you, "Hey, I'm not having sex with you anymore because you voted Trump," I mean, she's not happy about that either, and also she's probably going to start cheating on you. So just be wary of that. But also, but yeah, I mean, let's see, where the maggots getting this idea from that they're. Oh, where are the maggots getting this idea from that they're half the country? Again,
I would say probably the election that said that they're actually more than half.
It's more than half.
This is from October. This is from October, but still, yeah. I mean, again, it's because you've isolated yourself. When I go out in public and hang out with normal people at karaoke, I go to ghetto booty bars that play rap music with a bunch of black people. I go to redneck bars full of rednecks. I go to Tejano bars with Mexicans. They're all voting for Trump, and maybe it's because I'm in small town Texas or whatever. But like, that's the thing is like, I go to karaoke in Austin. I go to Austin a lot. I visit and I hang out. And when I go to karaoke up there, they're all fucking Trumpers. When I am talking to people privately at dinner tables and shit, it's like Trump is great. Yeah, even if it's like I don't think like Trump, I'm probably voting for him. I don't meet actual Kamala supporters in the flesh, and when I do, I already know they're Kamala supporters because they're very vocal about it online.
Right. It's kind of like talking to like a vegan.
And it was the same thing with Biden voters. I mean, just not long ago, these Kamala supporters were all Biden supporters. And like I said previously, like if they had swapped Kamala out the day before the election with fucking Dick Cheney, people would be begging us. People would be begging us to vote for Dick Cheney.
Yeah, like, wait a minute. The guy that you were saying caused worse damage than the Holocaust.
And let's be real. If they were going to replace Kamala with someone, it would have been Michelle Obama or Barack Obama or maybe even Hillary Clinton again, because they don't have anybody. They don't have anybody to run. And honestly, neither do
awful. It's insane.
The Republicans too. They're all awful too. Like, that's the thing.
I don't know. I like Rand Paul.
Oh yeah, but I honestly, like, some of the Dems, like, I want, AOC, for instance, she's fucking stupid, but I feel like she is not a deep state operative. I feel like she is another one of these victims of the brainwashing. I feel like she can be reached. So
stupid,
I feel like I literally think AOC could pull a Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she is asking the correct questions at some of her hearings and stuff.
I never hated Ron DeSantis, even after his campaign run for the presidential nominee.
Dude, honestly,
was so scripted and I think
so bad. I think it's more 4D chess. I think there's been a lot of that this past 4 years.
Well, you saw before when he was attacked by the media when he was governor, like there was a hurricane relief and stuff, and he went after the media the same way Trump did, and he was real. And I don't care about the fact that he's short and wear a bunch of lifts and everything, but he was pretty decent in debates. But when he did his rallies and his promos and stuff, it was so scripted and so fake. I'm like, this is not the same guy. And once he conceded the nomination to Trump, he went back to being Ron DeSantis again.
I really think that was all. Again, these are all counter moves. Like, this is how you find out who's loyal. You say, Ron DeSantis, oh, you're a tyrant, you're a fascist, whatever. I'm running for president. We all need to support Ron DeSantis and make sure he beats Trump. Any fucking Republican or even Democrat or whatever, anyone saying, yeah, Ron DeSantis is a guy, that's all of a sudden you're outing yourself as someone you're a phony. You're
he's been amazing in Florida.
I really think Ron DeSantis did that shit on purpose. He did it on purpose. He made it seem like there was feuds with Trump. He made it seem like he was literally trying to run. The truth is he was trying to pull people out of their hiding.
No. I don't think that was him. I think that was his campaign managers. They're like, if you want to win, I really, honestly, truly believe Ron DeSantis wanted to be the presidential nominee, but he got a bunch of people saying, if you want to, instead of being himself, which is what he should have done, he adhered to these, I don't know if they're rhinos, but they're definitely GOP politicians they're in these positions of power for the GOP and they never leave. Like, when you get elected to office, and you want to run for a different office, you're just surrounded by this team of campaign managers, and they're always working for the GOP. They're not elected. They're not appointed. They're just there. It's really weird. And they're the ones that write his speeches. They're the one that says, you have to say like this, and you can't say these kinds of words. And that's where you get things like, he said something really stupid when he was in Florida. It's like, that's something that someone else wrote for him to say, because that's not Ron DeSantis,
right?
And they do it all the time. It's terrible.
Really done purposely, because like I said, like you said, like, he was running, and
I don't know about that.
The second he stopped running, he went back to Ron DeSantis. I think it's all an act, literally, to pull people out of people get comfortable. They can't help.
But you think the people who were trying to make Ron DeSantis the nominee actually wanted Trump to go in? Because I disagree with that.
Yes,
I don't think so at all.
Yeah, I think
most of the GOP did not want Trump in.
No, but I mean, that's the thing, is like, you find out who are the Republicans, who are the GOP that actually, anyone that's saying, oh no, not Ron DeSantis, Trump, like, those are the people that are like, okay, these are the white hats, these are
what you're saying, like, how do we make Ron DeSantis fail? Then why even put him up there?
Not about making, he run with the intention of not actually making it to the presidential office, simply to see who changes loyalty, who changes sides and goes with DeSantis.
It costs too much money. Like, Ron DeSantis ran his campaign on fundraising. These people put their support behind him with millions of dollars. When he doesn't put up, that hurts him and his standing with future fundraising opportunities, right?
I literally think Mike Pence, for instance, Mike Pence is also another one that is like it's all optics. It's all
I
about.
never liked Mike Pence.
No, but
Everything
I mean,
he said was so robotic and so scripted.
Right, but I think him doing the whole, certifying the election anyway, I think that was literally intentional. It's literally part of the plan because, like I
that
said,
was definitely GOP,
you did the 4D chess where like you tricked the Democrats to quickly making that not the case anymore, where the vice president has to just certify. They can't not certify. It's not up to the vice president anymore. So therefore, now that's why Kamala Harris is in this bind. So like I said, there's these moves and counter moves, and like, how do you know who is actually legit loyal?
I don't know, but based on what I do know of Ron DeSantis, you're pulling out some that's a bit of a stretch.
Conspiracy theory shit for sure. But I mean, like I said, if you can believe that the military's like secretly trying to take the world back from literal vampires.
Well, what about Jeb? Jeb Bush was trying to. Do you think he was just?
No, Jeb Bush is literally running. No, Jeb Bush was he's part of the Bush dynasty, of course.
Yeah.
But
his campaign was run kind of almost exactly the same way that Ron DeSantis's would, but he wasn't propped up as this guy that's already running a very successful red state. Jeb Bush didn't have that behind him, and that's what Ron DeSantis was kind of running on. Look at what I've done with Florida. We can do this for the rest of America, but it was so bad, and he not good on a script. He's so much better off the cuff, especially when talking to the fucking media.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Hail, Nix. Hail, top of the morning. Yeah, I guess this has been 4.5 hours already. Jesus.
Oh, we're going to do some Schmitty?
No Schmitty.
No.
Oh, come on, let's get
No. It's not the right vibe for that.
We got our racing today. We got Dax. We got Nix.
No.
To what you were saying, like I've got a Facebook thread here that I'll just kind of read to you. It started with you reap what you sow, and like this little conversation comes about. And it's just like I just wish somehow the hate Republicans have for everything would stop. Such blind rage, right? And then the next person's like, now you can air your grievances to the Republicans. I'm sure they'll be very receptive. It's oddly kind of freeing, not giving a fuck anymore. Let it burn. And it's just like if anything bad happens, I'll let my Republican family know that it's what they voted for, especially if they complain about how expensive everything will be in the next few years. Next person, this honest question. Do you like this outcome? Not even a little bit. Someone replies, same. I don't even know what to do. And then this is the thing. It's like, and this is one of my professors from college. It's like, take one step forward. The straight, white, conservative, racist people won yesterday, and it terrifies me. I never cared for our country, but I actively despise it now. Not the land, but the majority of the people. I cannot and will not be proud of who we are. I'm going to work my ass off and do good around me and hope that the things don't get as bad as I think they will. And it's just like...
Well, like I said before, it's Trump or not Trump. And if you're on not Trump's side, then you want America to fail. I'm sorry.
Right.
Well, I had that conversation with people in D.C. I went and visited in 2016 and 2017. Friends of mine who were liberals, and we used to make fun of Joe Biden when he was vice president. And we could talk politics. We could talk about what was good about George W. Bush, what was bad about George W. Bush. I called him G-Dub. Things that were bad about Obama, things that were good about Obama, and then it started to turn.
Yeah. Well, the cherry on
you can't. Everything Trump does is bad. You have to say it's bad. If you question anything that the TV said was bad, well, now you're crazy. You're the fascist. You're insane. That's like
the cherry on top of
I said to them, I said the same thing that this guy is saying. He's like, you want the country to fail, right? And they're going, well, no, I just want Hillary Clinton to be in office. I said, but you realize that she's not, and it's Trump, and you said all of these horrible things are going to happen. Do you want them to happen? No, they wouldn't happen if Hillary was in office. Like, you're not listening. You can't think. There's no critical thinking happening.
There's
not listening at all.
It's an emotional reaction. There's no actual time to take responsibility and accountability. Because like I said, cherry on top is the next person who's like, the worst part is if Trump dies in office, he's nearly 80 and his health is atrocious. I expect cardiac arrest before this point. Then we get JD fucking Vance as our president. I'm so embarrassed to be an American today. It's like, I
leave. Get the fuck out.
Right?
They're not helping.
Toxic was literally saying he hopes that happens, so it's like, Jesus.
Right? But these people are all like, you know, like fairly well off middle class kind of people, like with like, you know, decent kind of, you know, like, and that's what I mean. Is like I'm just sitting here just trying to like, you know, like I haven't started any shit with anybody. I'm not a single thing. It's like what you're saying. I'm gonna try to give it like 3-4 months before I even actually approach any of these people like in any way to see if they ratchet down just a little bit or if they're going to ratchet up. And it's like, this is, you know, when you go into an argument with someone, not even necessarily an argument, it's like there's a difference between joking around with somebody in good faith and being ridiculed, right? This is not joking around in good faith. This is trying to ridicule. And like, you know, so for like all the stuff they want to sit here and talk about, like, you know, they literally like they open that conversation thread with Republicans are so full of hate, and then like just one thing after the next about like these people are complete utter pieces of shit, and like, you know, and I feel embarrassed. I despise the country. It's like, whoa, okay, maybe you're losing the plot of all this. Maybe you can't sit here
one that's hateful. Maybe
right. Like maybe you can't have this moral, ethical imperative, you know, when you're the one who's like either like, you know, hypocritically even saying this thing that you're, you know, supposedly against. I point to me like any, like we've been having this conversation, like I said, for you. I mean, Enzo's been on for over 4 hours and we came in probably about 2 hours ago, you know, and we're just sitting here talking about things, just having a conversation. Like there's nothing about like, oh, ha ha ha, you know, like all you people are like, do I think that there are people that are troons and this and that and like, you know, like say some pretty outlandish crazy thing? Yeah, but those are individuals, you know, and I deal with
I don't talk about the entire group
as individuals, right?
Yeah. Nick says inauguration is in January, right? So Kamala will still have a few good months to play president, even officially if Biden steps down. Wrong, as he always stumbles on them stairs. Yeah, maybe smoke a bowl and chill for a second, says Dex. Yeah, I mean, here's something I'm seeing copy and pasted from friends of mine. If a president-elect is convicted of a crime before they take office, they do not have presidential immunity and could potentially face legal consequences that disqualify them from assuming the role. If a sitting president were to be convicted of a serious offense, it would raise unprecedented legal and unconstitutional questions, including whether they could serve their sentence after their term or even be removed from office. This is uncharted territory and could lead to significant historical and legal decisions. Yeah. This is what they're hoping for. They want some kind of more this lawfare, you know, literally. But like I said, like but what exactly?
They can't do that because the conviction
Department of Justice today,
the conviction has
investigation.
The conviction has been deemed to the appellate courts and then went to the Supreme Court. So no, what they're talking about, he hasn't actually been convicted because a whole lot of his rights and his attorney's rights were violated to achieve this conviction.
Let's see. Let's just see if this stream has a bunch of community notes under it, you know, soon. You
guys need to come over to the LawTube stuff. I brought some people over into the pop culture sphere, but we're talking politics and legal stuff too. So you guys might like going over there. Moxie Dame is the go-between as far as I've seen so far. She's awesome.
I haven't seen a man beat the woman this bad since the Olympics, says Ken. Yeah, that was crazy too. People were trying to gaslight us, say that woman who won the Olympic boxing was a woman. You guys are a bunch of transphobes, and it was just revealed that the person has testicles and a micro penis, and it's like, yeah, no surprise there. Again,
no, that's a dude. That's a fucking dude. He beat the shit out of several women.
Yeah, it's pretty baller, honestly. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, guys.
They like me over there, Knicks.
Everything's gonna be all right, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I want it to be all right. That's the thing, is they don't want it to be all right.
I didn't unfriend a bunch of my friends for posting the stupidest shit for 4 straight years, you know. So I mean, no, not even 8 straight years. So I mean, like, surely there is room for everyone to learn and grow and mature. I did.
I doubt it. There's some are too far gone. Some are just complete too.
No, I agree.
My cousin Patrick is gone.
10%.
Like, I can't even I used his own words against him, and it broke him. Like, it broke
10% are unreachable.
I can't talk about this anymore.
Yeah. 10% are unreachable, or you know, that's the thing, is like, like you said, like they're so dependent on the system. It's like the Matrix, Morpheus, like when you awaken some people, like they can't even accept it. They will fight to protect the systems that they are grown accustomed to seeing. They're living their lives in these systems.
Well, it's what you were saying before with the, you said $1 billion. I'm sure it's closer to $5 billion effort from the media to fearmonger and get these people brainwashed, and they've been doing it for 8 years. It's just absolutely insane, and they need to hear the TV tell them what they want to hear. They need to justify their hatred, and the TV does that for them.
You literally think Trump is a racist or a sexist because the TV told you.
No.
And when you ask for specific examples, they can't. Yeah.
I mentioned before in the chat. This is you can look it up. Donald Trump, since I think it was 1972 when he actually really got control of his own business, he's created more minority charities than the current slate of the entire Democrat Party has actually donated to.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, he's a racist? Is he really? Huh? Because when he was in office for the 3 years, let's not include COVID, he increased the individual wealth by an average of $5,000 per person for minorities.
Dude, let's not even.
That's more than Bush, Obama, and Clinton combined, and he did it in 3 years. He's such a racist that they can now have luxuries. What a bastard!
I mean, that's what I said before. Trump, I mean, it's pretty simple what he wants. He wants us all. I mean, think about it. I mean, he owns hotels, he owns casinos. He wants us to have more money to spend at his casinos and hotels. I mean, it's even if that's the basic, even if that's what it all boils down.
Well, he doesn't own them. It's more of a management company.
A thriving economy is quite better, in so many ways than a lopsided economy. And with a lopsided economy, the only thing that you really have as an option is the thing that these authoritarians want, and that's to kill a whole bunch of people and get rid of them.
Well, it's my situation, which is, you were saying what Bernie said 60%. I think it's closer to 70% are living paycheck to paycheck. I've been to the pub, I don't know, 5 fucking times this year. I just can't afford it. I go to the gas station. It's like, what is it today? $3.89 a gallon. Okay.
Razorhead says, dude, I'm in my early 20s from a big blue state. I refuse to go on any social media because I don't want to see people I know having meltdowns. And Nick says, media all around the world convicted him since day one, the first time he was a candidate for presidential position back in 2016.
Correct. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't know. It's like I said, for me, it was like, all right, I hate these people. I hate Hillary Clinton. I hate Obama. I hate the Bushes. I hate Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. I hate all these fuckers, and they all hate Trump. So I'm like, all right, well, that right there, I hope he wins.
Well, I don't want to hate that. Like, I didn't really hate Obama until
second term. I realized
towards the end of the second. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote. Like I said, the first time I voted was 2020 for Trump.
Black Bush.
Second time I voted 2024 for Trump. That was it. Those are the only 2 times I ever voted. I fucking hate politics. I didn't give a fuck about any of that shit. I thought it was all stupid and gay, and everyone in politics was a criminal. I was one of those guys. And
I didn't hate any of it.
I was really impressed of Obama for a good minute, and then like I said, the Occupy Wall Street stuff happened. I was like, yeah, no, this guy's Black Bush.
When Obama won,
Arab Spring happened, and that's when I started talking a lot of politics in Tampa. And people were like, well, it wasn't that bad. I'm like, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, when Obama won the first time, I remember thinking like, oh, good, because I didn't want the other guy to win. Whatever. I felt that it was worse. Hope. Yeah, all right.
John McCain.
Hope, yeah, exactly. And then the second time he ran. I was like, "Fuck no, dude! That dude's he's worse than Bush. He's a goddamn warmonger.
He's a demagogue. He killed in his first term, into his second term.
Every 20,
he killed 800,000 women and children with drone strikes. Yeah, and they're like, he's the president of peace, and he also got the record number of people on to food stamps. He's the food stamp president and the drone strike president. And your second term, you're telling me you still love him?
Also,
Yep.
people fully know that he's the one behind the strings of the fucking Biden regime.
Yeah, I 100%
They're
believe
aware of that. They don't even care. And he was like, this would have been his 4th time like running the show. The Obamas and the Clintons and everybody. It's like, dude,
Well,
stop.
his second term was a piece of shit. Like
Bush's.
Well, the Bush's first term just had the Iraq thing with getting rid of not Osama bin Laden. What's his name? Hussein. Hussein.
Nick says drones the best way to get a Nobel Peace Prize.
That's right, dude.
Like what he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in his first year, and what did he do in his first year? Get elected. That's all he did, and they gave him Nobel Peace. Yeah,
they set him up. They set him up. That was the advertising, so that and marketing, so that he could then spend the rest of the time just like blowing people up with the drones.
How did the Nobel Committee give him?
Because it doesn't mean anything. That's what we're sitting here talking about the last few hours. Is a lot of the things that we put false virtues and values and into things that don't really need them, and then the things that actually
I lost some friends on Facebook. I said the only reason he got the Nobel Peace Prize was because he was the first black president, and people went no,
right.
And I went, okay, why did he get the prize? Yeah, exactly. What's the reason he got the Nobel Peace Prize?
Because he happened to be portraying a black man while being president.
Yeah, actually, I've conceded that he fine. He wants to be black. He's black. Kamala, on the other hand, no. But the other thing was Trump signed 3 peace accords in the Middle East that were historic. Clinton did a couple, which were really good. He didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump did 3 and was nominated 3 times for the Nobel Peace Prize, but didn't get it. Mm-hmm. And Obama was nominated and got it for what? Being black?
Before he even ran. He's also the piece of shit prize winner. Nobel Prize winner. That's what he said. Here's funny. Taylor Swift was wrong about a guy again. Yep. Yeah, we saw that turn around. What did I see this time? I saw one that was funny. It was like 2016, A New Hope, 2020, Empire Strikes Back, 2024, Return of the Jedi. That's great.
No, we can't see it if you got to bring it up.
No, I didn't share it. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was trying to help.
No, and I got friends that are, again, like, just really bad. Really, I am not ready for 4 more years of what, like, I'm kidding.
Of being able to travel the United States.
The last 4 years have been objectively worse. No, excuse me. The last 5 years for sure. I mean, we'll count the last year of Trump's presidency for sure, because shit, that was awful.
Well, one, there was COVID. 2, he was impeached.
Yeah.
Remember him being impeached and couldn't do anything?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is, like, now that we have control, Trump has the control of the House and the Senate. Like, we're going to see moves getting made. And if they start shipping us into camps and, do the digital dollar, then we all got played. And I'm sorry, we listened.
Well, the other thing is, if we all start getting shipped into camps, there will be, a lot of pew-pews. That will not happen.
No, I know. Yeah, I mean,
they're talking about things that are just.
But we're just saying, for the sake of argument,
we wear guns, so I think we're okay. Like,
Yeah.
Kamala was saying mandatory gun buybacks. No.
Well, it's not just that. We're not exactly docile. If you start coming into our homes and trying to arrest us, put us into camps, we're going to fight back.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is, like, like, if for some reason, like, like, these people are right, best case scenario, we've all been duped. Like someone like me, like I am very willing to talk shit about anyone or anything that is not actually kind of like being the thing it spouses to be. That's the reason why I find myself lumped in with these people, these terrible MAGAites or maggots, whatever they call them, years removed from when I was one of the people saying, oh, these people like are unreasonable, like it's they're
the
just
other thing
people.
is, like, okay, it's a war on women. Then why did so many fucking women vote for him? Like, Like, you think that no women voted for Trump? Shitloads of women voted for Trump. Shitloads of black people voted for Trump. Shitloads of Mexicans and Puerto Ricans voted for Trump.
Latinos came out like crazy. It was at a 42% increase.
Is it because they're all racist and sexist? Yeah. You know,
that's what is it? Van, he's on CNN. Van Jones. That's what Van Jones said. That's what Joy Reese said. That was what Joy Behar said. That was what Whoopi Goldberg said. It's because all black men who voted for Trump are racist and sexist. Like, that's a way to win the vote next time, girls.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, we're just trying to hopefully help some
Give
people.
a little perspective.
If someone watches this and tries to make a little sense of what's going on in their head, it was okay. Plus, it was fun to just sit here and shoot the shit for a few hours.
You know what I like? You know what I really like? I don't care if Enzo like it. I don't give a shit. I'd like to be able to travel up to him, get a hotel room, and hang out. And I can't do that right now because of Biden and Harris. Now, hopefully, under Trump, hope, I could afford that. Next year, maybe the year after that, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely appalled and heartbroken right now. Woke up crying and puking. Normally, I like to watch my wife and her BF make love, but I was too distraught and had to sit out last night. The maggots really won. This is too much. That is from Matt.
That sounds like Harry Sisson.
Yeah. Again,
God, that guy's insane, huh?
Oh yeah, what happened with him? Did he disappear? And that's the thing. I mean, I got no shame. I got no hate for people that are just like buying the fear porn and they feel like they're in danger because the media told them. But the people that are like on the media, like the people that are literally regurgitating the talking points and trying to commit the fear porn, like, yeah, fuck those dudes. Fuck those people. Yeah.
Well, there was a bill
Rachel
passed.
Maddow, fuck Joy Reid, fuck these idiots who are just like literally a part of the machine.
They didn't used to be able to do that until, like we were talking about before, Obama's second term, or it was right in between. It was right in between his first term and second term. They got control. Ugh.
When you see people who are popular in high school again, yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is real or not, but I mean, shit, dude, people get fat when they get older, and also that's the other thing.
He also got into a severe accident.
Oh, I know he had some plastic surgery for sure.
Well, I mean, he lost half of his face.
Shut up. This can't be true. This can't be real. Let me look this up. No, it's not true. Never mind.
That's Zac Efron, right?
Oh, no. I was talking about some breaking news I saw. It's bullshit.
Oh.
Something saying the Olympic boxer, Amin Khalif, loses all titles and faces lifetime ban after failing mandatory gender test. That's fake.
The Olympic Committee is just so far gone. So, Obama passed this bill. Of course, he had control of the House and Senate when he did it. You can't just sue the media anymore. Like, they can just say whatever the hell. They can slander you. They can use defamation, especially if you're a public figure.
The news isn't news anymore. It's entertainment. It's
propaganda.
Get it classified.
Propaganda. Yeah, propaganda.
Right. But they get it classified as entertainment, so that way they can quite literally
not entertainment. Not entertainment. What's the other? Editorials. They could say it's editorial.
Well, no,
so it's just
they do editorials, but what I'm also saying though is on TV specifically, it's considered entertainment, so that it can have the broad view.
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah. Like when Rachel Maddow
wrestling did the same thing, so they're not technically a sport. You know, they're classified as entertainment.
Exactly.
But that's what. So when Rachel Maddow just starts spewing her nonsense, they can call it editorializing. So it's opinion based, but people who watch it think that's actual news, that's reality. But she can say whatever the hell she could say. Donald Trump was in Times Square eating a live puppy, and no one stopped him. Yeah. And then 2 weeks later, they'll issue a retraction from MSNBC going, okay, so that was wrong. But during those 2 weeks, the psychos with the people brainwashed, go, he eats puppy dogs. Right. And there's nothing that Donald Trump or anyone involved can do to change that. They can't
Or
sue
undo
because of the law, that Obama got passed during his administration.
Anime night saying, I'm thinking of becoming a poll watcher for the next election here in Arizona. Yeah, do it.
And
do it, man.
And for a worse version of what you're talking about, that's what the whole thing with COVID Hell World was they told us lie after lie for as long as they could, until the point that they couldn't hide anymore. But by that point in time, you've already been injected multiple times with this poison, possibly, that has now fucked with your entire mitochondrial DNA and just the very basis of who you are as a human being.
What's the guy's name that has the late night show, the faggot?
What?
With the glasses?
Jimmy Fallon or
Jesus
like
Christ.
Stephen Colbert?
No, you're thinking of the English guy, John Oliver.
No, not him. The other one.
Stephen Colbert.
Stephen Colbert, with his the vaccine thing.
Yeah, that's right. It's cringe. But I mean, I think the main thing, regardless of who wins, the end goal is the reset the system. Either the bad guys reset it or the good guys reset it. But I mean, either way, it's going to be a fucking super exciting shit show. And I think we're all going to be okay. I think as long as we stay, cool,
human,
protect ourselves, our own homes, and just like I said, just put the popcorn in the microwave and just get comfy.
The end goal for me is, even though they're going to hate me because they don't really have an option inside their own brain, they could despise me because I voted for Trump. My goal is that everything gets better. Even if they could still hate me, as long as they're better off and they're happy. Yeah. And as long as I'm better off and I'm happy, that's fine. But I want them to be better off and happy as well. I don't want them to lose their hair like we've seen from these videos.
We want these people. Dude, you ever seen? Yeah, exactly. You see the people, they're beautiful, they're young, they slowly transition.
Karine Jean-Pierre,
new hair, half shaved, tattoos, piercings. And I'm not saying it's a bad look, but they just look unhappy.
Right.
And when you see the reverse of that, like I got a friend I ran into today in real life, she was like hardcore, goth girl, alcoholic. Now she's like sober, going to church, working at the restaurant I picked up food at today as a bartender. She looks great.
I still go back to Karine Jean-Pierre. When she started, I'm like, wow, she looks cute and young and fit. And I saw her today, and I'm like, good Christ, it's only been 2 years.
Like, she is paid to lie nonstop.
Yeah.
And
it's not
the damage it's doing to her soul.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the stress, the craziness of having to put up with this bullshit. Like, all Steve Ducey would ask is like, so President Biden made this statement yesterday, and what would you say that applies to the current situation that's happening in Miami right now? And she just goes, well, we're just not going to talk about that. And it's what who was the first one? Jen Psaki was the first one. And then Karine Jean-Pierre got the job because she's the first Black lesbian. And I thought she was really cute when she started, and now she just looks drawn and worn and tired. And she's put on some weight, and I feel bad for her.
It's the lying.
But she's just, it's constant lying, constant deflecting, going home and probably just screaming her head off at her cat.
And that's the other thing, man. I mean, you think about it like this. Like, this is the first time in 30 years that Miami went Republican, dude. It's insane. You've got the first time in 20-something years since George Bush, and this is after 9/11. This is the first time a Republican has won the popular vote.
Well, no, not Miami-Dade.
Blue Collar says, how have you been? Miami-Dade, sorry. Blue Collar says, holy Christ, how have you been on for 5 hours? I just saw it now. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like we've only been talking for a couple hours, but that's what
we're just having a general conversation. It's not
fun. I've been laughing my ass off with these two. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. The one with the glasses.
I was talking to Nix. He said the FNG late night show. You got to be the one with the glasses.
Right.
Yeah. John. When you said John Oliver, I'm like, yes, he is also one of them.
Just like I said with Mariah earlier, and also like when I did the assassination attempt stream. it's like, dude, what if Trump literally is being protected by God? Like, what
Right.
if God is literally on our
Right.
side? Like, are you going to like join the ranks, or are you going to still
Right. Like, think about all those
resist?
witches who quite literally said there's some kind of protection
He has
spell over him,
protection spell on him. It's insane.
Did you
and we
see
can't
the,
break it. You know.
We
you
tried
ju-
everything, and he seems to have protection. And it's like, yeah, he
Yeah,
probably does.
I think it's supposed to happen. I think he's supposed to be in office after
Yeah.
all that crap.
No,
Like
I
they,
know.
they tried to
I
they tried
know.
to sue him into oblivion. They tried to lock him into prison. They
What
tried to
if
kill
God
him.
was one of us? Fucking really? Hey, I'm joking, but I mean, at the same time, like, what if? I mean, what if God literally came to you and was like, "No, dude, seriously, Trump, would you still be anti-Trump?
Yeah,
Would you
what if
still be-
what if it
Right,
actually
right.
true?
Like the creator of all creation, all space and time and everything's like, no, but really, like, you know, like there's like this really bad demonic high-end technology that nobody really even understands to pretend to
They
understand.
tried to impeach him
And
twice.
there's
on
like a
false-
transhumanist agenda, and the only way that I can stop it is by getting this guy into this position right now, so that the world can, like, you know, actually, like, you know, like flourish and become something else that isn't that control state.
But
And
also,
you
yeah,
still
like,
be like,
they
but
tried
no,
to-
fuck
they
you,
tried
God.
to-
He mean tweets. He mean
They tried
tweets.
to they
So
tried
no.
to impeach they tried to impeach him twice. That failed twice. They tried to wreck his presidency by unleashing, Antifa and BLM. Then they unleashed COVID, and they wanted him to die. They were, please let Donald Trump die. And then, he lost the
Yeah.
election. He's been campaigning for
Dude,
4 years.
yeah, John,
They tried to bankrupt him. They raided his home. They arrested his family. They arrested his supporters. They tried to lock him in prison, and then they tried to kill him. And he is now president again. What would it take for you to believe in a higher power?
I couldn't stomach it.
I'm just
For,
saying-
it was like 10 minutes of people just saying, don't miss this time. You know, it was just like these tweets that were happening
I
today,
know.
and somebody put it to
Yeah,
music,
and
and it was like 10 minutes of it.
You see the the assassination attempt, and you got to think like, dude, that was so close. Like, how could that not have been?
It was.
It's
Right.
easy to think
That was like, that's miraculous.
or
If-
tinfoil, obviously. What if you actually supported the corporate oligarchy, pretending that there was a winner to be had? Yeah, I was actually proposing that earlier. Like, yeah, what if Trump is actually a double agent? What if it's all? What if it's all? Then yeah, I guess the joke's on us. Shit.
Right.
Yeah, we already had 4 years of that, and it didn't happen. But whatever.
Right. And that's the thing. Like I said, I was talking to my other conspiratorial friend about that today. I was like, look, man, as long as I end up getting clean food and clean water, I don't care. Like, even if it's like, even if this is leading us down that same dark path, even I'm just saying for the sake of argument, even if it slows it down so that I can actually kind of commiserate through the misery, then that's a win.
Well, at this point, I gotta wonder which of us is actually wearing the tinfoil.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. No.
The joke
one,
is on us.
Yeah, don't call us fucking idiots. That's not nice.
Well, it's fine. And that's the thing is, it's one of those things where, I don't think it is on us. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I think it's one of these things where the brain, like I said, dude, it's been 4 to 8 years of nonstop fear porn, and it has broken people's brains where they think that literally Trump is the bad man. Trump is the bad man. Yet all the evil politicians and corrupt government officials and corporations and media elites and all that, they all hate Trump. The Republicans, the Democrats, all the war hawks, all the neocons, they
also hate you, Johnny.
So yeah, exactly. They don't like us.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would just say, I don't know. Like I said to Mariah earlier, still all love on this side. Don't want anything going bad. Obviously, we're not. The idea that we're all racist and sexist and istophobes and whatever.
Do you know Skid Row in Philadelphia? Have you heard of it? Like there's Skid Rows all at different major cities in the country, but Skid Row in Philadelphia before COVID was, I think, 3 blocks, and during COVID it was like 3 blocks, and then it was like 4 blocks. Now it's 17. People in Philadelphia are tired of the crime. They're tired of the drugs, and Philadelphia is hardcore blue. So when they started swinging towards this horrible, horrible monster that you want to believe in, now you adjust your tinfoil hat. They're tired of the crime. They're tired of the drugs. They're tired of the politicians with empty lies, and they believe in Trump. And they watch these people who have destroyed their lives for the last 4 years major
Every major city is fucking blue, and yeah, I
that's
agree.
not that's not correct. It's some are completely blue, like L.A., Chicago, New York, but Detroit. But Miami is not completely blue.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Houston, San Antonio, a lot of Texas states. I mean, yeah, I mean,
Houston's not completely blue. Dallas is not completely blue. Tampa is not completely blue.
and you think any politician isn't the bad man belies a huge misunderstanding. Well, I mean, again, Trump, I mean, he wasn't a politician. He's certainly not a career politician.
No.
My problem is these people that have made millions of dollars enriching themselves.
Oh, wait a minute. Can I ask a question based on his statement that says that you think any politician isn't the bad man belies a huge misunderstanding? Who do you support? Didn't you just say that the person you support is the bad man?
I mean, if you're, I mean, that's the thing, is like, even if you're a hardcore anarchist and don't want to vote at all, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
And like I said, if you voted for Kamala, that is also fine. I mean, that's the thing.
That's a logical disconnect. So yeah, there's several major cities we named.
There's not a I mean, I don't know. We're this idea that like we hate people. Answer. Go ahead. I mean, like I said, John, you have a link if you want to come in here. But I mean, I was gonna wrap up since we've been doing 5 hours and nobody came in. I was hoping to get more people like yourself and others to come in here.
We got Moira. We got Moira for a little, or Mariah. Sorry, Mariah.
That was fun. And like I said, it's all love.
I think Mariah is just scared. I think that's all it is. She's just terrified.
Yeah, and like I said, it's like we said, we empathize with that because, like I said, these people have been subjected to insane, like psychological warfare over the last 8 years. To think that the sky is falling and everything's going to go to hell, it's like, this is going to happen if this person does this, but these people are literally doing it. So I just don't get the disconnect. If things are going to get worse, they were going to get worse if the current administration stayed in power. You got these, you have everything going on a downward decline, and then Trump shows up for 4 years, and it just kind of reverses briefly, and then it just starts going back down just as planned. I mean, the end goal, I've said this before, World War III, have us lose, get rid of the Constitution. There you go. Mm-hmm. That's how you do it. How do you get us enslaved? I don't think, nobody wants to be enslaved. Nobody wants to send anybody to camps. Nobody wants, us to lose our money. And stuff.
Hillary and AOC want to send people to camps. They've said that several times openly.
Gaslighting doesn't really account for supporting an actual fascist. I mean,
okay, so let's deconstruct this. Yeah. Gaslighting is telling something that they've seen themselves doesn't actually exist. Can you define fascism for us?
I mean, the actual fascism was like telling people that they were going to lose their jobs if they didn't get injected with experimental fucking, medical therapies.
That is a fascist aspect. Yes.
I mean, that's why when I hear this thing, I always just have to laugh about like the state. It's like, where do you think you've been living for the last? So
the definition of fascism, and don't look up on Wikipedia because that's just nonsense. So it's an alt-right movement. No, it's any system of government. Which a corporate? No, that's not what it is. Fascism is any system of government that has rigid nationalistic tendencies, like what you're saying right there. Our democracy, democracy. They've been saying that is a threat to our democracy. That's what the Democrats have been doing for the last 8 years. It also is a system of government that has control of commerce, education, entertainment, and media. And a new addition, which is more recent in the last 20 years, is social media or big tech. Democrats have control of all 5 of those things. They have for the majority of the last 30 years.
Right.
So that's not Trump. The other part is forcible suppression and censorship of opposition. That's the Democrats. So tell me any of those characteristics that Donald Trump embodies.
We've been talking shit about the Republicans all night. Sure. Pretending one side of the aisle is the problem says you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, like I said earlier.
Well, no, but your side is also
it's globalists versus populists. Like I've said before, it's people versus the machine.
Blah blah blah. Democrats. No, it's actually true what I just said.
Yeah, I mean,
globalist corporatism
You called us
I've
fucking
said this
idiots.
multiple
You said we
times.
wear tinfoil hats. You said this is an oligarchy. You said it's fascism. And I just showed you how it isn't. Voting for Donald Trump is actually anti-fascist.
Yeah, globalist corporatism is a giant fucking issue. And I've said that multiple times in the last few hours.
I'd rather you not have a side. That's good.
But you hate Donald Trump and say that he's part of a corporate oligarchy and he's fascist.
I mean,
but he's
do you
not.
hate Kamala? So do you hate Kamala Harris as well? No, you really failed to make that point.
Actually, I made the point. I made the point quite well.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the point is, like, I mean, who is actually the one that is angry? Who's the one that is, you know?
Do you like Kamala Harris? That was a very good question from Stupenzo.
Well, I mean, yes, fascism is a tricky thing. Would you say Christian nationalism is a fascist movement or no? They have fairly
because
rules.
fascism is a system of government.
Yeah.
So no. Christian nationalism is not a fascist system of government. They don't control the government, right?
Not yet. I know.
Yeah. There it is. Is that Project 2025? Is it
I don't know.
Christo ethno state?
I mean, I don't know what the future entails. I just know that I'm not terrified. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that we're all going to get.
They're fucking trying. Do you think Trump is trying to get a Christo?
I mean, I think ultimately that's the thing that we're trying to vie for, though, is to not know what what we're trying to have is what, like,
we're not allowed to laugh. Look,
I don't want to know what the future holds. But if we continue down the timeline of events that had been occurring during the last 4 to 8 years, like we all know where that was leading to. That is complete ultimate doom and gloom and destruction. We could be wrong. We could be wrong. We could be getting snow jobbed, right?
If I'm wrong, I have a shotgun.
But if that's the case, I will be one of the first people to sit here and say, hey, you know what? I allowed myself to get bamboozled because you know what? When I was living in Washington, I allowed myself to get bamboozled, right?
Right. But you think the majority of the country are stupid now? Do you think the majority of the country have lost their way, or is it that you guys are just behind the curve a little?
They're talking about things that have not happened yet.
Right.
I'm talking about things that have actually happened.
Last 4 years, yeah.
The last 8 years, yeah. So I'm not asking you to love Trump or hate Kamala.
No.
I'm asking you to remember the last 8 years and then question whoever told you things like he is a corporate oligarchy and he's a fascist. That's all I want you to do. I just want you to question whoever told you he's a fascist. That's it.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where I'm hoping we all just keep staying along, getting along. Yeah. That's why
oligarchy, whatever. Sorry,
No, yeah, I can read.
I wasn't insulting you, dude. I was like, why are you cursing at us?
You don't need to be defensive, John. We love you, bro. We love Mariah. I just, like I said, the whole point of this stream was just kind of hear what people are thinking and maybe understand why people are so upset, so afraid, so like shaking right now. And it's like, I'm thinking things are going to be okay.
This is what's going to happen. Let's
honestly,
live in now and remember what already happened rather than everything's going to suck for everybody everywhere.
Again, like I would say, because I'm very much, I don't care about either political party. And I think trying to put this through a political prism of partisan kind of like dichotomies is where a lot of this falls apart.
It's true,
like can we all just be like just people that are here in America that are like, trying to like actually like figure out our own shit that isn't, controlled by all this other stuff. And if it takes a group of rebellious kind of like, malcontents to make that happen.
Yes, stay the fuck out of our lives, man. I'm with John.
That's not unlike history, that founded this country. Like, we don't need to be perfect. We don't need to have every little thing going a specific way. Like, we don't need to get into hive mind mentalities.
There are a lot of things about Trump I do not like.
Exactly. But the ability to actually kind of like live and breathe is kind of more important to me than like the way I feel about someone.
Hyperbole. Hyperbole Central. I'm not partisan, but your defense of Trump is indefensible.
No, it's actually fact.
It's actually quite defensible, I think. But I mean, the thing is, I mean, I don't know. Like I said earlier, man, like when I realized like Trump was not the bad man, like I got sick to my stomach, dude. I fucking vomited and went to sleep for a day. It's like, dude, everything they're telling you about this guy is a fucking lie. Everything they're telling you about pretty much everything is a fucking lie.
Well, I mean, John Mnemonic here is basically just repeating what the TV told him. And so you call him so the fact is, I know the exact definition of fascist. You called him a fascist because someone else told you to call him a fascist, and you don't know what the word means. You just know it's a bad thing, right?
Right.
So you repeat the bad thing because
and unfortunately,
he's a bad man.
Right. And unfortunately, the thing that happens is that word's completely bereft of any meaning these days. And you can call me a fascist and I just laugh about it. It's like, okay.
Donald Trump did not have control of the media, commerce, entertainment, or education in his 4 years in the administration. So you're wrong. It's not a fascist administration. He did not dictate law from his position.
Yeah. In fact, I mean, that's what Joe Biden started doing day one when he was inaugurated. I mean, started just signing all kinds of stuff into law and into bills and stuff. I mean,
was it 75 executive orders in his first week or whatever the hell it was? And he couldn't read them. He couldn't even fucking read them. He's like, this is a bill for the whatever. And he just signs it. He sure fucking tried. No, he never tried. He never tried.
I mean, I think yeah, I mean,
name one bill President Trump tried to push through that supports this fascist ideology.
I think it's mostly
he tried to take government control over commerce, media, education.
Yeah, I think this whole deregulation thing. I mean, again, like this idea of that you can't defend your guy without attacking an imaginary opposition speaks volumes. I mean,
no, it's not imaginary. Joe Biden actually did those things. It's not imaginary.
Yeah. I literally lost my job at a doctor's office because I wouldn't get needled in a fucking arm.
I lost my job at a restaurant. I was an assistant manager.
Yeah. You know, and you're going to try to tell me that didn't happen to me. Like, you know, like I couldn't even get another apartment because I lived in a place that was so authoritarian that unless I got needled, I couldn't even schedule to look at an apartment, let alone sign a lease.
Okay, so I can get on board with what John Mnemonic said there. Not my guy. That's good. That's fine.
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
can say that. You don't like him. That's fine. But when you start throwing out terms and you don't know what these terms mean, and you start saying that we're fucking idiots and we are wearing tinfoil hats,
we should have gotten fired. And yeah, I mean,
and what we're saying is imaginary when we have proof that it happened.
Yeah,
that speaks volumes. If you don't like the guy, that's fine. I don't like the guy that much either. He's kind of a dick. He's a blowhard. Like John, like see, you're being exactly what we don't want you to be.
Right.
Yeah. You're being the thing that you claim to not want to like have to deal with. And it's like, well, then you better not go like look in a mirror or like actually like, you know, use any critical thought about like what's transpiring here right now. Cause it's like, you know, you are being myopic in your outlook on this whole thing. There's no openness to your heart or to your mind or to the possibility of just, you know, what happened to hope and change, you know? Like
you want things to be terrible. You use a lot of curse words, and that's fine. I swear sometimes too.
Yeah.
But you're attacking us because we're giving you an alternative.
Yeah.
That you cannot.
I don't know how old you are.
We're being obtuse.
I don't know how old you are. I'm 43, so like, you know, this is not my first rodeo. I've been dealing with like, and I've been
imaginary
about,
okay.
You know, like I've been complaining about governmental like overreach since the 90s at least.
An alternative to what? Hey, darn kitty's here. Hey, Americans, how's it going? Yeah, we're all right.
I'll be right back, Enzo. Talk to Kitty. She's adorable.
Hey, there's R2 also here. Like I said, guys, we're streaming simultaneously on Facebook and YouTube. We got some friends from Facebook trying to figure out why Why did we do this? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, just seemed like a way better option. I mean, like I said, peace, prosperity, health. These things are important to everybody. And to think that somehow, those things were being offered by the current administration is asinine. We saw where it's going. They're leading to World War III, economic destruction. Or John says we're suffering from cognitive dissonance. Maybe not. Has that crossed the head? I mean, maybe that we're not. Maybe more than half of the country is catching on, like I said. Or you could think that, everyone's stupid and you got it all figured out. In which case,
I literally lived in.
We'll be the first to say we're sorry. Yeah. We should have listened to you, John.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in hipster Shangri-La. I lived in Kirkland, Washington. I worked in a naturalistic homeopathic doctor's office. I was like Mr. Natural Fibers, all this stuff, right? Like I am like the spitting image of somebody who was like railing against Trump 8 years ago. And what I'm here to say is it is not as much of an issue. Like, even if the guy still was with the mean tweets and that's like the big to do about it, I'd much rather deal with mean tweets than having my entire life completely undermined. And, I have less than $100 in the bank right now. These are the outcomes of the Biden administration in my life, and undoing everything that I had built up over the course of 20 some odd years.
Yeah.
So, and this isn't me like saying, oh, well, Donald Trump's going to save me specifically. I didn't even vote. But I can at least kind of, because I'm so broke, I can't afford an up-to-date ID. So I live in a state that doesn't allow for that if you don't have an ID. But I can sit here and at least kind of say, hey, given what the situation is, I can actually sit here and say, do I need another 4 years, the thing that made me effectively homeless? Or would I rather deal with a guy who might be a little bit difficult? The last time that was in play, I had a very, very nice life from a economic standpoint. So,
John wants to know, why should anyone listen to you, John?
Yeah. So John Mnemonic, are you incapable of listening to anyone at all?
Why should anyone listen to me then? Because all right, so maybe the reason why so much listen to me is because I actually have a broad view of experience and I'm not just looking at this from one myopic end of the political spectrum or the other. I'm literally just an American.
We even said earlier, we don't think anyone should listen to us. We're not political experts. We're just three guys just shooting.
Mariah, it wasn't Republicans. It's both Republicans and Democrats.
All right.
Push for verified ID to vote that you're an American citizen. Right. It's only recently that the Democrats have decided anyone can vote. We don't need to know who you are, even though Russian collusion can vote in their states because they don't require ID.
Right. And the point that I would say, in terms of listening to me, just in the point of just not dismissing what I have to say outright just because I don't fall into whatever your pre-existing kind of acceptance is. That is prejudice. That is the thing that you sit here and say, I don't want that to be the thing. All right. So if you're not willing to listen to me, a guy who has this broad, diverse background that goes from one end of the political spectrum seemingly to the other over a course of a lifetime, and you're not going to listen to that, well, then what does that say about you?
Well, I mean, we're just three random dudes on the internet.
I know, yeah.
So, I mean, you don't need to listen to us at all, but we are people. And that darn kid says, I would have voted for Trump if I was American. My husband would have voted independent, apparently. Blue Collar Loser says, funny is a friend of mine. First thing she said today was, God, I can't wait for cheaper gas again. It'll probably go up, to be honest, in the next few months.
I think it's until next summer. Next summer, it'll probably go down a little
John
bit.
Mnemonic says, you used to believe in stupid things and you still do. Daxstar says, hey, John, how much money do you have in the bank again? That's not important.
Well, no, you're not listening at all, actually.
That darn kid says, I'm sure it's not all going to be perfect now, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Exactly. The way many Democrats are thinking. That's kind of the whole point of the stream. TED Talk incoming here. It's the result of the pandemic and multiple natural disasters. The Republicans pushed for the IDs, says Mariah.
I already responded to that, which is we all pushed for voter IDs until very recently.
Yeah. That darn kitten says you don't have to do anything with what you hear from him. Jackson says yes, because the content of someone's ideas depend on how much money they have. Nice one, Facebook John. Jesus Christ. That darn kitten says, what? You can't just hear it and have an opinion on it and then live your life.
Right. Well, if you're going to sit here and
think,
say that the value of someone's, perspective is based on how much money they have in the bank, that in and of itself is a very authoritarian kind of fascist mindset.
Correct.
Like when you look at the last,
that's
10
very
years,
oligarchical.
Right. When you look at the last 10 years, specifically the last 10, 20 years, the only progressive thing that's actually happened is fascism has become multicultural, and that it's not about the color of your skin, but the color of your bank account. So, again, I don't know how old you are and where you're coming at from your perspective on this whole thing, but you're being very myopic in like what you're even allowing to like actually permeate your thought process. Not saying that you have to listen to me and like be exactly the way that I am or anything like that. What I'm saying is challenge yourself, because that would be my only bit of advice. And you don't even have to listen to my advice, but if you're not going to sit here and to complain about the thing that you yourself are perpetrating, just makes you a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yes.
R2 Litu says, I'm just hoping Trump can hold back a tidal wave of globalization for a few years.
That's not going to happen.
That's how fungible commodities work.
Yeah, fungible commodities are, things like oil, which, can be sold. But if the government, like your oligarchy, has control over the cost of oil, then it is not a commodity in a capitalist society. Now, is it? Because when Biden sold 180 million barrels to China and systematically depleted our strategic reserve that Trump built up over 2 years, it no longer has the value of that fungible item, does it?
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer a commodity to be traded. It is now a pressure point that the government can put on the people in this country. So when you're talking about Trump being an oligarch, Biden actually did the exact thing that you said Trump's going to do, dude. Boom! Ooh! Eat it, son! Now you're a fucking pinhat moron.
I'm down.
Well, settle down just a little bit, because this is the thing. Like when you even like, what is the thing going on?
I'm sorry.
I know,
right. but I was very excited.
But you're undermining your point.
Yeah, well, John says the premise any single country controls oil is childish, simplistic.
They do. What are you talking about? They control the means of trade with oil. You are.
Well, that would be the whole reason why they're talking about, like, we need to actually have more capacity to be, domestically independent on our energy acquisitions, because
we almost were. We were getting
when you go and put that under the the
fuck
control
OPEC.
of OPEC, right? And that's the whole thing. But like, so if you say fuck OPEC, then like, that's Donald Trump is trying to fuck OPEC by saying, all right, well, we'll be able to have like, energy here in America.
Is Russia part of OPEC?
There's more than enough oil in this planet,
Europe becoming wholly dependent on Russia's export of energy.
Oil being called a fossil fuel.
Their exact ideas that you espouse.
Right. Being called a fossil fuel is something that came from the, big oil companies. They want people to think that oil is this finite resource. But, it's like we as people, we generate oils. Everything that's living generates oils. The earth is a living biosystem. It generates oil. So, are there issues with the way that the system is set up and the financing and economically speaking? Yes, most definitely. And to think that, it's all or nothing from Trump, like he either fixes it all or he's a fucking charlatan. That's a little bit kind of like, I think, like I said, if I can get clean food and clean water over the course of the next few years and not have to worry about that being like an issue in this country, I think that's a pretty big win. Dramatic.
What straw man has anyone on this panel built other than the one hypothetical I mentioned? Because Europe is becoming dependent on Russia. They keep giving Russia more and more money.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the main thing is like you don't need to imagine what a Trump presidency is going to be like because it already happened. And
Right.
and like I said, it was just so much pushback on him when he was trying to do things. And I don't know, man. It's just let the guy cook. Let the guy cook. Let's just see.
Gas prices dropped year after year when Trump was in office, and it got to its lowest in summer 2020. Yes, I understand COVID, less people are traveling, but were they really?
Yeah, I mean, the point is, like, it's just we're over here, guys, just trying to alleviate
People in
fears.
the cities who
Yeah,
didn't
we're
have
trying to assuage your fears to know that, like, no matter where you're at, like, you know, in your current journey, like, we all have a destination to get to, and it's called like the end of our life, and we're all gonna
We're
like get
just
there one way
normal
shape.
guys like you, dude. We
Yeah.
just, we
Well, hang
want
on, John Mnemonic. So, local politician? No, it is a concerted effort from a whole bunch of people. It's not a local politician, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I thought Trump only ate McDonald's and overdone steaks. That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, and I agree. I was saying this earlier. The Earth will live with us or without us. So I guess none of this matters anyway. I don't agree with that second part.
That was actually Clinton. Do you remember Clinton in the sweatsuit running down Independence Avenue?
Yeah,
eating McDonald's. That was actually Clinton, Mariah. Do you remember that?
The thing about the global inflation, yeah, like I said, it's like the Western central private banks are, they're loaning our own money to us with interest. It's a system designed to implode, designed to fail, and the economy is going to collapse no matter who's in charge. Like for real.
Yeah. When the United States economy starts crashing, the global economy starts crashing. When we had the credit card crunch, we had the
do we pivot to a to a digital dollar, or do we pivot back to old systems like gold, the new systems like crypto? I mean, that seems to be the way it should go.
Well, if you want to get ahead of it and fight it in a tangible way, whatever space you have to garden, grow a garden.
We had an oil crisis. We had an oil crisis in the 70s that affected the entire planet. We had a credit crunch in the 90s that affected the entire planet. We had a housing crisis in the 2000s that affected the entire planet. We had COVID and a whole bunch of other nonsense going on that affected the entire planet. So yes, when all of these different countries invest so much in America and America starts failing, those countries fail too. That causes this global inflation that you think is just made up.
What's up, JJR?
All of these countries get together and say, America sucks right now. They've got a lot of inflation. Let's increase our inflation too. That's not what happened.
No, I was saying gold. I think you need to go back to gold, but I know a lot of people are saying crypto and digital dollar. I mean, yeah. I don't think digital dollars are the way to go. They can be tracked. They can be traced. They can be turned off.
Enzo, how about bottle caps?
No. Gardening won't save us from the wet bulb point. Yeah, I think owning a garden is one of those things that's it's fun to do. I don't think it's going to save your life during times of insane.
But I'm not talking about one person having a garden. Like what I'm talking about is like it's a cultural kind of thing. Like as stated, the doctor's office I worked at, it was about lifestyle, conditioning and things like that.
Those weren't straw men. Those are things that happen to the planet, John.
And I understand, but well,
not you, the other John. Sorry, mnemonic. I'll call him mnemonic. I'm sorry, I'm confusing everyone.
So but the thing I'm talking about, like we used to have these things called victory gardens, and it's not just one person having one garden. It's about having a system that's locally sustainable and strong at the city-state level, not the federal state level. A federal state system is closer to the thing that you sit here and say that you are completely against, because the more opulent and overbearing it becomes, that's where the bureaucracies start to take control and become like this shadow government that is a rogue state, or you could call a deep state. There's more that goes into it than just like a few bad actors. It's an entire system that is
mnemonic is correct about
itself.
You're saying now is actually hyperbole, but we are actually seeing it happen and moving towards it. So it's not a straw man. It is a progression of things we are seeing with our own eyes today.
Mm-hmm.
But Dex,
Strawman.
Strawman.
Enzo beat me to it. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, we're just having fun. If you're trying to get into a lively debate, it's better to do this kind of things, over the phone and the person in the chat.
Well, it might also be a good idea not to call everyone a fucking idiot right off the bat.
Right. Because
Well,
you're
like I said, emotions are high. People are upset. I don't blame.
Yeah,
John
you call me that, and I'm not going to hate you for it. But the point
I
being
don't
is
mind
that
it.
the point being though is you're not in the conversation in good faith.
I still am John's buddy.
And I don't even have a problem with this guy. I don't really know him. Not probably gonna ever have a conversation
John's
with
a
him.
good guy. I've partied hard with John. I partied hard with John and Mariah.
But the point I'm getting at is
Climate
there's a certain good faith aspect to this, and if you're gonna do that in good faith, then we'll kind of know that. Like, this one thing to sit here and kind of be like, oh well, I don't agree with that, which is what I'm basically saying to you, right?
But you can't throw up terms that you don't know what they mean.
But
it's also rude to assume he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like I said, it's very difficult to have a debate when we're literally on voice and he's on chat.
And we're running in different parallels, like in the YouTube chat and a Facebook chat. Like, there's all sorts of things going on here where it's like, and it doesn't even need to be a debate. It's just like an open discussion.
Yeah.
So again, like, you don't have to listen to me. This is just my perspective on the life that I've lived.
You could, you don't need to block us, unfriend us, and
shut up, eraser,
chastise us. But if you do, shit, dude. I can't stop you.
Yeah,
I can't stop you. You're perfectly allowed to do these things.
But ultimately, know that in doing so, you just kind of become the thing that you claim to not want to deal with. And that's what I'm using you on.
You're using words for us that you don't know what they mean, and you're attacking us. And we're talking in good faith. You're the one that isn't, right? You understand? Well, I'd like to go back and hear John's perspective on the one.
Rude to assume he doesn't know what words he mean.
Well, he doesn't know what fascist means. He just uses it because he saw it on the TV or heard it on the TV, whatever.
Not necessarily true.
I
think everyone knows what a fascist is. I think it's just hard to see. I think people have blinders on.
So it's too late for that. I can appreciate you wanting that. I do. But climate change is coming for us all. A clear progression of things we've seen today. So what is your solution to this? Because climate change has been happening since 1932. That's the first time it happened.
They've been glooming on climate change since I was a little kid. And not to say that things
have before my grandfather went to war, for Christ's sake.
Right. But I can show you documents. Like, the Climate Change Initiative in and of itself is a way to bring about this DEI insanity and to do this thing with the globalist overtake that you're concerned about.
Yeah,
if you don't want globalist fascism, then you really shouldn't support.
Well, I want to hear her response. Like, what is? So yes.
Well, there's a delay as well.
Let's assume climate change is this horrible thing that's real and hasn't been going on for almost 100 years, but is recent. Any solutions?
Well, Eraserhead says we should care for the planet. No, giving politicians more money won't fix the planet.
Yeah, exactly.
And we haven't done jack crap about it. Well,
what are we supposed to do? I didn't say. Are we going to? It's like, what is the solution? Because there is none.
And to be honest, all I'm hearing people talking about right now is, clean food, clean water. If that isn't some type of environmentalism,
then I don't know what it is. Because it's.
And I've always said openly, many, many times, I think one of the biggest problems the world faces is overfishing. And again, this is largely in part China's fault. China, they're overfishing.
The West Coast of the U.S. too, not just China.
Yeah, no, I know it's bad. That's one of the things.
The East Coast has very strict laws in those states. The federal government doesn't regulate it. It's the states, like Maine and Massachusetts, say you can't take lobsters this size. You can't take lobsters that are pregnant. If you find one that's pregnant or might be able to get pregnant, they can tell. I don't know how, and they notch them in the tail. So that if they are caught, they are released immediately so they can breed and have more lobsters. They do this with sturgeons in Russia. They do this with clawless langostina lobsters in Florida, and all kinds of fisheries across the U.S. I don't know about California, but
So
they are
global
overfishing like
standards-
crazy.
But this is again like you're sitting here talking about things that go counter to what you're talking about. Like you say, I don't abide by fascism.
I agree with Mariah.
Yeah, this is
But-
this makes sense.
But like saying that you don't abide by like fascist control states and like all this that's what global standards are.
Yeah, I don't want. We went over this before with what Mnemonic was saying, emission standards within global treaties. No, I don't want France telling the United States what
Right.
their emissions should be, because
and
France has the same population as California. It's
Right.
not comparable.
It's
And you
not
can't
comparable.
have people in New York tell me in Houston how to farm my land, or that I'm not allowed to have
Right.
certain trees because they don't want it.
And regardless what I choose to do, China's not going to give two fucks about any of that. China's just going to go about being China. So like that's again like this is one of those things where it's like you say that you don't want like this globalist control state, but then at the same time you're arguing specifically for it. That's the whole point of using climate change as a way to bring about a globalist control state. This has been their literature for 60 fucking years.
Well, the U.S. says John holds most of the hegemonic power. I mean, I agree that, when the United States does something, they kind of set the standard, and people like to follow suit, other countries sometimes. But yeah, like I said, if it's like I said earlier, like we have a problem with, the way women are being treated like second-class citizens or this kind of blatant sexism. And yeah, our problems are with some other countries across the sea. Same thing with pollution. Like if pollution is such a huge thing, yeah, we need to talk to China, India.
China are our friends.
I mean, like, it's one of those things where like you're not wrong. Like you guys, we are agreeing on the same things here. There just seems to be this this rhetoric right now that because Trump is in charge, it's all going to get much, much worse.
When he said we have hegemonic power, that is partially true because it relates directly to these straw man arguments I was talking about, where the global economy tanked because the U.S. economy tanked. It's not straw man. Those things happened because these other countries invest in the United States, and the United States has this hegemonic power that you are now saying is actually a thing.
Right. And these non-governmental organizations, these large-scale corporations that created that, are able to go and through their bureaucracies, which is the thing people actually have a problem with here, is their bureaucracy
absolutely
is able to undermine actual local autonomy and sovereignty and set about these standards that are ultimately just there to line the pockets of a very small group of people that would like to offset that by getting rid of most of us so they can have more resources.
And those small group of people are the ones in power.
Right.
Yeah. JJR says we should worry more about plastic and garbage in the ocean, and China is the biggest polluter.
Yes, they
John,
are.
Being sarcastic, fascistas say, gee, the biggest economy in the world affects the global economy. I mean, yes, obviously. I mean,
yeah, I said it several times. Yeah.
But I mean, it's like one of those things like you're saying something he obviously knows. Tell me something I don't know.
Fighting back against me with that.
Okay.
He said it was a straw man argument. I'm like, I don't think you know what that word means.
Again, it's just one of these things where,
he's just trying to win an argument.
Who are the ones that are actually like raging right now and filled with hate?
There's
who are the ones
to even win? This is discussion. That's why.
Like we all want.
It might be the person calling us all tinfoil hat wearing fucking idiots. Maybe.
You keep saying that. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of repetition going on right now, and frankly, I'm over it. But yeah, I mean, as far as like Mariah was saying earlier, yeah, I mean, we all hope that things are going to be on the bright side. Things are going to be looking good. Hopefully, our money.
She said several good, important things that are correct that I completely agree with.
And
she's
Sean,
just scared. Yeah,
not everyone, just you. If you're not raging full of hate, you're not paying attention. No. I think you're wrong right there.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
a
can tell you
I'm not
something
a
used to
hateful
be-
person, man.
Yeah, like
what?
there was a point when I was raging and like kind of hateful. You know what?
Why
It
are
doesn't-
you burning down a city, Enzo?
it doesn't do any good ultimately to like just sit here and like harbor
Right.
like if you
When-
hold on to that, that's what you become.
When Joe Biden won the election through obvious voter manipulation and cheating, did we all get fucking filled with hate, or we all just
No, it's
kind of
like-
like, holy shit, this is crazy?
Right.
I said, well, that's the end of that. I figured Trump was done. I didn't think he'd run in 2024.
Dude,
when,
biggest
Biden
comeback
won.
of all time. Like, you can't
But-
deny that. Objectively true, whether you hate him or love him. This is unheard of. And I think that's the thing is like this newest election.
Was it Grover Cleveland did it?
I was
Like,
screaming the same thing with Biden won. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm with you, John, man. I don't like the politicians. I hate them.
I was
And
not,
this is why
I was
it
not
took a
screaming
lot
Biden.
for me to come along on the Trump train. This is why I was like, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
same here.
Like I said,
Yeah.
it's one of these things where you what was January 6th? Yeah, I mean, that
It was a protest.
Yeah.
January 6th was a psyop in
I mean,
so
I
many
agree.
ways. Like,
I don't. Yeah, the most deadliest insurrection of all time. Yet nobody came with any guns. Nobody did anything. They all walked in a line on their velvet ropes. Yeah, a
So
few
what is-
people.
What's it? What's
few
an
people threw some
insurrection,
shit,
though?
broke some shit. Obviously, some people got
Right.
arrested.
And then
so-
the cops instigated some
John,
bullshit. And
So let's
you
not
know,
pretend there's a win to be had here. Yeah, I would say this is definitely less of a loss if you want to put it that way.
yeah.
I
If
agree.
you want to be pessimistic, I mean, you could still say I think things are looking up. Even
what's
if they're still going to be bad, I don't think they're going to be as bad.
Even if the fact
They
that like the
need
only
a
thing that
cop.
improves is
No,
the way that people are willing to encounter you and actually say, "Hey, dude, I'm not trying to fight you on this. I just trying to like talk about things." That is improvement. That is markedly improved.
Mariah, the cop that was hit in the head with the fire extinguisher was from Portland. That was not DC, but they used it to say that that's what happened in DC.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of fuckery with January 6th.
Yeah, there's a lot of glowies out there that were.
Yes, we are. The paradox of tolerance.
I don't know what the paradox of tolerance is. Enzo, can you help me out?
Oh God, it's a bullshit argument. It's
No,
basically
I want to hear.
what
I want to hear what it is.
Right. It's basically what Antifa uses to proclaim themselves to not be fascists.
Oh, yeah. So he's bringing up he's bringing up
We
straw
have-
man.
Yeah, we have to be intolerant to
Shit.
intolerance, otherwise the intolerance.
Oh,
it's
no,
a fucking yeah.
I made Enzo laugh. I win.
It's a
I
mind
win.
fuck.
I win tonight. I made
Yeah,
Enzo laugh.
I mean, it's the same thing with the whole, anti-racism. You got to be racist to fight racism.
You have to
Right.
admit you're racist first to fight racism.
Right.
Yeah, I
it
mean-
was a
Yeah, you have to use racist
They used to call
control
it-
states to prevent racists from
Well,
which
like I said earlier, and I think John or Mariah were here earlier, but yeah, what's crazy and hard to believe and kind of hard to swallow is the right is actually more diverse right now than the left is. I'm sorry. Like so many people have turned away. So many people have turned away from the left, the Democrats, the Biden regime, the Obama regime, whatever you want to call it, whoever's running it. People are over it.
yeah,
and it's
where are you
because
gonna
we've
go
been-
if you're just gonna be a decent person. It's like, well, I guess I'll go over here where people seem to be like less, myopic in their outlook and making me beholden to
Yeah.
what it is that they believe.
When I say the left, you know what I mean? I'm saying just, the left, the Democrats, quote unquote, in looser terms,
He's being
the
obtuse again.
liberals. Yes, I know.
He knows
Uh,
exactly.
The
He's
point
just being-
is, I mean, the main point is, I forgot what I was going to say. As
Well-
far as like going on the, I mean, if you don't like the left, if you don't like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and you also don't like Trump, that's fine. If you want to be, that's okay. It's okay if you're totally black-pilled, basically. If you think that we're all going to shit's going to hit the fan and we're all going downhill, I mean, you're totally allowed to think that.
But understand that's what you believe, and that's not everyone else. And so, like, when you are at that point, like you can't really sit here and be pissed off at other people for not being as pessimistic as you are.
No, exactly. And yeah, the GOP isn't conservative in any traditional sense of the word. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing we're seeing is a lot of registered Democrats voting for Trump, a lot of classic liberalists and libertarians just finding themselves agreeing more and more with quote unquote the GOP, the side of the right. It's not really about that. It's the MAGA party. It's the Trump party, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
it's the
the
populist
American
party. Yeah,
you know,
people.
It's just Americans.
There's no longer. There's a new dichotomy that's kind of brewing.
There's women and trans and gays,
there's
blacks
the people,
and Latinos, all in the MAGA party.
Yeah,
now, I know you don't like to hear that, but it's actually fucking true.
Well, the World Economic Forum, you know, the all these
Trilateral Commission,
the globalizations, the Bilderbergs, the Rothschilds, you know, they're
you mean the ones that Klaus Schwab is part of? This is my uniform for when I go to
all these different things that we can point to, you know, like they're all kind of vehemently against like a guy who doesn't go along with that. That's probably someone that you can at least kind of say, I can hitch my wagon to this for the time being.
Oh, Trump is the one that's the globalist, dude.
Oh, is it the Jews, right. Says John? No, I don't think so. I don't like Israel very much. I mean, Israel's kind of a problem, but I don't, when it comes to Israel versus like Palestine and the Middle East, it's like, Jesus Christ, man, that's a
battle that goes all the way back to the Bible.
Rough.
Like,
no, actually, no, it isn't.
They're all horrible.
The Ottoman Empire took over. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, and most of the planet gave Israel back to the Jews.
I think the thing is, John, I think we agree on a lot more than you're giving us credit for, even if we're not being as eloquent or as awesome as you'd like. Normally, you have to understand, John, normally we do these podcasts and talk about shitty movies and goof off. I just wanted to reach out to my friends and just say, hey, I voted for Trump and I'm here for you. Like we have our arms open, and even if you fucking hate Trump for the rest of your fucking life and never vote for him,
like to give the Monica a hug. I give really good hugs. I've got big shoulders and big arms and a big chest. I'd like to give you a hug and tell you it's gonna be okay.
We're your friends.
If it's not okay, we'll deal with it when it happens.
Exactly.
Right. And even if the only silver lining of this conversation is the fact that you're still in this conversation 15, 20 minutes later, maybe even an hour. I think time is kind of like, an enigma right now.
Yeah, we've got an extra hour. We're almost at 6 hours now. So
I was going to clamp it around 5 hours. Right, but the fact that we're just having this conversation and like we're still in it, even though like you've been calling us fucking idiots and all this kind of stuff. Like I think
it's funny. I don't really mind.
Yeah. No, I'm perfectly fine with it because that's the point that I'm right, and that's the point that I'm getting at. Is just like clearly we're just.
This is what the whole point of what I've been saying nonstop, not nonstop, but several times on this show on my channel. I feel like John says, I feel normalizing support of any mainstream candidate is to be frowned upon, but I hope your attention stays to the days ahead, of course. And I mean, the thing is, like,
I'll be paying attention.
When you talk about Donald Trump, like he's pretty far from the mainstream because the fucking mainstream hates his ass.
Wants him dead.
I mean, they want him dead, literally. Maybe it's all a big. Maybe he's an agent of Mossad, and it's all a psyop to trick us. Maybe he's shaking hands with Biden and Obama.
Like this is all just a fake.
I'm really fucking high. Enzo may be correct. Like New York changed their laws as a psyop to pretend to convict.
Aside from the PACs that elected him. Yeah, Jesus. I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, it's one of those things where if he had ran independent or whatever, that wouldn't have worked. So, I got to say, as far as...
PAC, I don't know what a PAC is.
What's the PAC?
Political Action Committee?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it stands for.
Is that like the Electoral College?
No, PAC is that's like a big money conglomerate. This is like how they get their money fueled.
Oh, he means like Pac-12. Okay. He means like global.
Yeah. You want to talk about somebody who knows about PACs? Like that's fucking Kamala. She got $1 billion from donor class people.
Yeah, that was something that was interesting. Was saying someone on Reddit saying that Trump had the money. Trump had more money than Kamala's campaign. And it's like, that's absolutely not true.
Yeah, no.
You know,
Lizzo got paid
that's funny.
$2.3 million to show up. We have no idea how much Beyonce got paid.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Okay, so John's in the boat with it. They're all bought and paid for, and I hope you're wrong. Yeah, I mean, obviously that'd be a nightmare if it turned out Trump took his fucking mask off and be like, he starts shaking hands with Klaus Schwab's, and they're just like, we tricked you. Like, obviously that would be very, very sad.
Again,
I have yourself.
Then
I'd be like, oh God, no, what have I done again? Because like
Trump is in league with the World Economic Forum, according to Monodic. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
hey, Morgan.
Like John said, we are going to be paying attention to the days ahead. I mean, that is that is the plan.
That's the whole point of what we're
I can
talking about.
You, if Trump starts doing shit that I was like, this is out of nowhere, this is a 180, I think I'll be one of the first motherfuckers to go live and start talking about it. Like, what's happening?
You just have to remember what happened before, and then what's happening now.
But
and that's all you have to do.
And
then question what they're telling you to listen to on the TV that may happen. That's it.
Having our eyes on the days ahead is the whole point of the conversation that we're having right now. Is
yes,
to say, let's not jump to conclusions. Let's all just like take a breath, kind of just understand that today's just a day. There's still like a whole 2.5 months before the inauguration even happens, So
I hope that black chick
on
Twitter doesn't show up to be a slave tomorrow.
I mean, Trump is pretty straightforward about what he wants to do. I mean, I'm assuming you've been watching his speeches. I mean, he seems to care about people basically making more money. Everybody,
he wants to end the two
economic solvency
wars that are happening.
Stop funding the military-industrial complex. He wants to.
Did you know this, Demonic? That
these are all hippie.
Zelensky and Putin both reached out to Trump after the election was called for him. Immediately.
Like I said, it's easy to be thinking. Yeah, it's easy to be thinking that things are going bad, and like you said, I'm going to be keeping an eye on things, and if shit goes bad, I will be the first to say, holy shit, maybe we were wrong. But also, I want you guys to do the same. If like a year from now things are looking pretty all right, maybe chill on the whole
there's more of that lie.
I mean, it was pretty obvious that Hillary Clinton was more involved in Russia than Trump, and that's why it's actually kind of crazy. And of course,
all of our depleted uranium from the United States sold to Russia by Hillary Clinton using the Clinton Foundation, and the American people didn't see a dime of that. Yes, I'm sure that Trump is the plant.
Well, Mariah says pay attention if people start going missing, or if there's an escalation of violence or violent rhetoric toward American citizens.
300,000 children have gone missing since they trying to cross the border.
It's bad, but talking about? No, she's right though. I mean, what if political opponents start going missing? Like, what if Trump becomes like Stalin and starts getting his guys left and right of him? I mean, obviously that'd be a bad thing. John says he would fucking love to eat his words too. So you guys, like I told you, John's a homie.
Well, there we go.
So is Mariah.
There we go. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like then tonight's a success. Like that's the whole point of this is to actually just sit here and say.
I would say if you think it's not a success, err on the side of caution. Maybe I mean, I don't know about you guys, but we've been drinking and smoking and hanging out. I assume you guys are.
I am out of marijuana.
I drank some coffee. I think I smoked a little bit of a J earlier.
Yeah, we don't know, Mariah, and I wish we did. And I know Haiti was a big thing.
No one has any idea.
It's rough. It's crazy.
There are two organizations in Texas. I don't know where one is based. The other one's based in San Antonio that have been looking for them, and someone, Biden. Shut them down and got the FBI involved to make them stop doing that.
Well, I would like to think that, everyone's on the side of there are things that we all don't even realize we all agree on. Like for instance, I think unchecked, unfiltered, insane, illegal immigration is a bad thing. I think we could all agree there.
And protect our kids. And protect our kids.
And unfortunately, those things are linked because a lot of kids that aren't, American citizens to begin, they end up in the sex trade because again, they aren't part of our system, so they're never there to be missed to begin with. And
Yeah.
that's stuff that ramped up during this administration with the baby sniffer administration. You know, like I mean, it is what it is.
I know.
You know, like, you know, and I'd like to get to the bottom of like the Epstein kind of client list and like, you know, what's gone on with like.
I
all the
was
Diddy
so
parties and this
sure
and
that list would leak before the election, and apparently it didn't even need to. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm
So could I just say something to promote another person who I love that does live streams sometimes Thursdays, every Friday. Her name's Janet from Another Planet. I was on her live streams a lot of 2022 and a lot of 2023, and she was in Louisiana and I was in Texas, and I used to take a screenshot of every blip that I got from the what is it? Is it the Ashley alert?
Amber
Were they-
alerts, probably.
Amber
Alert. Thank you, Amber Alert.
Shit, Ashley alert. What the fuck's
And I
that?
was, I'm sorry. And
Sorry.
I would get like 3 a day during the summer of 2022 and then 2023. And I would take screenshots of them, and we would.
Whoa.
Does she have an ex? Yes, Janet from Another Planet. And we would talk about that and then talk about what the government's doing to stop it, what the media is talking about, and they didn't ever. And I get it on my phone all the time. This kid's been kidnapped. This kid's missing. Like I said, 3 times a day. That's a lot. 2 summers from 2 years. There she is. Yeah.
Eraserhead says West Side of New York is a migrant prostitution strip. How are
oh,
we
shit.
giving migrants a better life if they come here just to be sold off into prostitution? It's sad to see. Have you tried
The-
any of them?
the other one-
Eraserhead?
The other one we talked about a lot, which is a very touchy subject for a lot of people who hate a certain guy that looks like the frog on the left there, is the trans rights thing.
Mhm.
And we did a lot of research and started coordinating with people in Michigan and California
West Side
to
Story.
bring some light to situations that the media would not. One of them, the big one that I got a hold of and actually talked to people in Boston,
Be nice.
was 6 trans people living in an apartment paid for by the local and state government so they could do their drag shows. They had someone OD, and cops came by and they wouldn't open the door, so they got SWAT to come by, break down the door. They found 4 children under the age of 10 in a room in back of the condo with a door that locked from the outside. And
Right.
Governor Healy and Mayor, the Asian lady, I can't remember her name, both stepped in to remove it from the media and fired the police chief who said it was because of drag shows or because of poverty. No, everything they had was paid for. They drug paraphernalia everywhere. There were beer bottles and liquor bottles everywhere. This is a real story. You can look it up. It was 2021, I think, is when it broke. Maybe 2022. You have to look it up. You're not going to find a whole lot, but you can go to Janet from Another Planet and look it up. And we covered everything that was not scrubbed from the internet.
Like every other
Like
Section
every
8.
Section 8. No, it was a fucking condo.
Oh, Section 8's
Yeah.
rough, though.
I mean,
Uh,
it's. Oh, God.
No, you go ahead, buddy.
Well, it's like just to, like, you know, like along that pizza fries kind of timeline of events.
Well, I like
know-
how he's trying to dodge that. Oh, it's just like no, Section 8.
Like the you know Podesta's friend is the guy who, like, you know, supposedly you know, he debunked the whole like pizza fries isn't really a thing, and then he
and
now
guess what?
and then,
He was
and then
doing.
and then he gets caught up because he's doing exactly pizza fry shit. You know, so I mean, like, that's the thing, is like the cabal that we
poverty.
speak of, like, you know, is protected by the cabal that we speak of.
Wait a minute. So mnemonic right there. So because of poverty, you think the government, the governor and the mayor stepped in to protect them because of poverty?
I don't know. Again, it's hard to, you know, decipher. There's a, it's chat. It's
Right.
I can't detect
You
sarcasm.
can look it
Can't
up.
detect
It's in
context.
Boston. It's
Also,
in
there's a
Boston.
delay, so when you write a comment, it comes in 20 seconds.
You're right,
after
you're right,
We've
you're
already talked about it.
So no, it wasn't Section 8 housing. They lived in a nice condo. And the story after all this stuff was scrubbed by Healy, the story was squalor in condo. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, it was disgusting in this condo building where other people were paying actual money for the places they lived in. I think it was $250,000 for a condo, and these 6 people lived there for free, paid for by the city of Boston and the state of Massachusetts to live there, and liquor bottles and drugs everywhere, and 4 children locked in the back room.
And it's one of these things where I think the main point of this stream is like, yeah, I mean, you definitely have Trump voters in your friends list, in your family, and we just can't even be vocal about it. I'm reading this right now. This is insane. A black podcaster summed it up. It's a masterclass in white privilege. He can't say enough racist things to be a racist. He can't commit enough crimes to be a criminal. He can't fail enough times to be a failure. He can't say enough stupid things to be stupid. The idea of him overshadowed any reality. The Christian savior who doesn't know the Bible, the adulterer who fucks porn stars and steals from charities. It's the promise of the protection of whiteness he represents. I mean, the thing is, if it's white supremacy, then why is so many Mexicans and black people voting for him, and Chinese people and Jewish people? Everyone's voting for him. It's crazy.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, and it's one of these things where all the stuff that they're saying he did, I mean, he didn't do. It's one of these things. He's a racist. Give me a racist example, please. Like, give me one thing he said that was extremely racist. Why do black people love him so much if he's racist? It's one of these things of being outraged on behalf of other people that aren't outraged. And I don't know. I think it's just like I said, there's a multi-billion-dollar disinformation campaign that's been going on designed to fracture the psyche of millions of Americans and make them terrified. There are fine people on both sides. Yeah, I mean, he said that, but he also said, except for the white supremacists and the Nazis, he specifically condemned them. I hope that's not what you're insinuating. I mean, the thing is, I can't put words in John's mouth. I mean, for all I know, he's just fucking trolling and shooting the shit and just being silly. If he's actually trying to make coherent arguments, I mean, yeah, there needs to be a little more context as to what he's actually saying. Because
not talking about the Nazis and the white supremacists.
Yeah, he specifically said that. I don't know if you know that.
Them outright.
I think it's one of those things where people are being told 2 different stories.
He's just being a fucking idiot. Is that what he's doing?
Yeah. It's white supremacy because he's white, supported, and held in high regards by all whites, by all but whites. Jesus Christ.
white women when they get
oh god, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, because it like blue collar people, things like that. Like it does tend to be people that are of a higher education kind of background and are a little bit more white and pasty that seem to be the ones that are most kind of
right. So I have to concede. I said I win tonight's stream, but I think Nick's just took the winning spot.
We all won, guys. That's the thing.
Yeah,
we're Americans. All won.
We have tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that, and that's the whole point.
I hope I'm a slave tomorrow.
I mean, if anyone's going to become a slave in America, it's because China's going to invade and try to collect on the debt that we owe.
Right.
It's gonna be you because you have a bad back and you can't get away.
No, my back's fine. I have a mild
Oh, damn
pain.
it! Well, I'm actually glad to hear that.
Yeah, I actually, doctor said.
Wait, no, let me be a white supremacist. Fuck your back, you Odie. You Mexican or Honduran? What the hell are you?
I'm Italian, bro. My name.
Oh, jeez.
It's okay.
Even worse than Mexican.
We've been streaming. Yeah, I mean the Mexicans of Europe, Italians. You'd think the Spanish were the Mexicans of Europe. That's not true.
No, that would be the Irish.
Oh,
everybody.
My father was Irish, so German Irish. So
my father was Irish on Irish, and my both of my grandparents.
Y'all
on
are
that side.
definitely the winners, cis het men. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying there, but
What does het mean?
cis
I don't know what
heterosexual
cis-
men. Heterosexual. You
Oh, okay. What does
gay
cis
boy.
mean?
Cis.
Yeah,
you know what
I-
cis means.
I
We're men.
don't-
No,
and
I think
We're
the
not
word cis is a
trans.
slur. Yeah, no, I think, but to me, like it's like some kind of like modern slur. It's like a word that didn't exist 20, 30 years ago.
I understand, Mariah. We're back on top, baby. No, I'm just joking.
So het means heterosexual. What is cis short for?
Cis is cisgender, dude. Get with the program,
What the
bro.
fuck does cisgender mean?
You've never heard the term cisgender. I refuse to believe
I
that.
see people say cis and cisgender all the time. No, I don't know
Cisgender
what the
means
fuck-
you were born in the body.
I mean, it's like the word
Yeah.
neurodivergent. I don't think that was like neurodivergent was not a word or a phrase
Cis
that
is
anybody
a-
used
you mean
15,
human.
20 years ago.
Yeah,
mean
cis
human,
is
or-
another word for normal or whatever.
As
Mammal-
Dax says,
mammalian.
yes. Yeah. It-
Mammalian.
Yeah, I'm shocked
So
Boosh has never heard the word cis
Cis-
het. He doesn't know
I
what
have
that is.
heard it. I just haven't
Wow.
had anyone actually tell me what it means.
Wow. Unbelievable. I guess we're going to
So,
disregard
cis-
everything you've been
cis
saying all
means
night now,
ma-
Boosh.
ma-
Sorry.
Yeah, cancel this man.
I can't
Evil.
believe you didn't know that. I'm
Yeah, how
embarrassed,
dare
I'm
you.
embarrassed to be
Normal,
seen with
normal
you right
bad,
now.
right?
Right? I'm just gonna have to throw you under the bus, and you're no longer part of the hive mind mentality. How dare you, sir?
Yeah, cis is a default. It's a prefix meaning outside of the use as well.
All right.
Yeah.
I have-
Basically, you
I
were
have
born a man and
retaken-
you're
I
still a
have
man.
retaken my championship from Nick's back. Fuck
Yeah.
you all. I knew what cis meant.
It's literally just a way to denigrate people who don't drink the Kool-Aid. It's a bullshit
Right.
modernism.
You spelled Kool-Aid wrong.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Dax is a
No, now we have to hive mind on Dax and be like, oh no, he didn't spell the word right. But
it's
see, that's what we're saying.
KOL.
Cis
Hyphen.
means gender binary is
Right,
what I-
but that's the whole point that we're getting at, like, and just trying to make fun of this right now.
Hey, wait.
The ludicrous nature of the hive mind stuff is like that's not good for anybody.
Yeah, Flavor Aid. I was about to ask, like, because you know how Band-Aid is not the technical term. Band-Aid is a corporation, a company name. Kool-Aid's the same thing. Kool-Aid is a company name. What is Kool-Aid though? Like what? what do you
Flavored
call
drink
it?
powder.
Flavored drink powder? Yeah,
It's,
I mean,
if it's purple, it probably has arsenic in it.
yeah, Band-Aids or medical bandages. You know.
Hey,
so,
Jonestown.
who?
Jeffrey Jones. You don't know about Georgetown?
Oh, okay.
Jonestown, where
He
he
makes fun
a
of the
bunch
hive mind while being part of it.
He took a whole bunch of American cult members down to South America, and they formed Jonestown. And then
Oh
things
yeah,
started
suicide
going
guy.
very-
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Things started going very poorly.
I thought you were
and
saying
he
someone Jonestown in the chat was here or something.
shut up and drink your Flavor Aid.
That's hilarious. We can only get off-brand Kool-Aid for the suicide punch. You couldn't
Only
even
in
get
the
real shit.
gunpoint. Drink your
couldn't
Kool-Aid. and
blur-
be like,
I mean, if it's gonna be suicide punch, go all out. Pay
Yeah,
a little
make
bit
a-
extra.
make
Get the Kool-Aid.
Suicide
You know, it's,
sangria with like
Jeff
fresh
Jones
fruit.
is like holding a gun to
Yeah.
their head saying, drink your Kool-Aid. And they're like, sir, this is Flavor Aid.
Yes,
This
this is
is-
not
yeah,
even. I don't
this-
even like this flavor. Like, could you imagine you're
That's
forced to
right.
drink the suicide Kool-Aid? You don't even
Purple?
like the flavor.
You bought
Right.
purple? Red is the best. Everyone knows red is the best.
Where's
I
the
mean,
shark? Yeah,
that
I
is a
want to
complete
die. If I'm going to
dickbag
kill
move,
myself
like-
with suicide punch, I want Sharkleberry Finn. or
Dude,
something.
I am
Dude,
not
I mean-
drinking purple suicide punch.
it's your last foray into fun and excitement, and you're gonna like shortchange it because you're gonna save 25 cents on the pouch.
yeah. John, who cares if the women are crying?
But
Drink it.
John, this is usually what this show is normally like, just fucking goofing off. When we try to get serious, it just sounds like three dummies trying to, so
Well, I
don't,
mean, we are.
Because
You
that's
can-
what we
you
are.
could totally think we're idiots. You could totally think we don't know what we're talking about and we're misguided. It's fine.
But that's the
still love
point.
buddy.
Do I look like the stupidest person on planet to you?
Jonestown couldn't get the Kool-Aid sponsorship. I know. Could you imagine if you actually, let's say you actually got Kool-Aid to sponsor the event and you didn't tell them they used for a Kool-Aid,
Tonight
suicide
with the
cult?
Jonestown.
You have,
Wait,
like, big banners that say
Wait, you
Kool-Aid.
want how many pounds of powder?
The
about
FBI
700.
Yeah.
And you're
The
doing
FBI
what with it?
shows up to all the dead bodies and there's like Kool-Aid branding everywhere.
Right.
There's
It's
like,
like
a Kool-Aid representative who shows up later. He's like, "Oh my, what the hell
And
happened
they're like,
here?"
no.
Tiger King is like,
no.
I'll never financially.
Oh
repay
no!
Oh my
How am I
God,
gonna
that's
spin
hilarious.
this?
See,
Right?
Mariah,
Why
this,
didn't they save 10 cents a package and buy Flavor Aid for fuck's sake?
this is the stuff. Thank you, Mariah. That's a return to form of this show, of what it's normally like when I'm shooting the shit. You should have seen all the streams I did through Halloween, October. I was basically me watching stupid Halloween commercials and movies, public domain
Oh, it's
stuff.
gr- oh, it's great.
Of course,
we
say
watched.
you're on the other end of that equation though, and like you're like, hey man, why are we paying so much money? We just get some high fructose corn syrup
Yeah,
instead
yeah,
of like,
exactly. Yeah, the
actual
money.
sugar. You know, it's
About
like
the-
we're not gonna live through the night anyways, man. So like, what's the matter? You know,
John Amaga says one of them actually slept through cocktail hour, woke up and was like, "Larry, what the fuck?"
Like
That'd be
Jones
great.
already offed himself. This dude woke up and went, oh,
28 days later style, Joe. 28 minutes later, wakes up.
right?
I'm gonna take a quick
They
nap.
just thought he already drank the Kool-Aid, but he was taking a nap.
Yeah, he was just napping in the
Right.
sun.
Everybody thought he was the first one to die, but no, he's just like
Dealing with a fucking hangover.
narcolepsy.
And then he has to answer all the questions when the cops are there, and he has to get all the interviews. That'd be
Right,
shitty.
right. So,
Because if at least there's a handful of survivors, like you could pass them around all the
Just
television
one
shows.
dude, you're like, I have
One of
no
them can
idea
go on
what-
Oprah. One of them can go on 60 Minutes. But if it's just one survivor, like, dude, that's going to be his full-time job for the next
yeah,
several
like
years.
at a certain point in time, you just gotta be, look, I'm gonna make a studio here, and you guys have to come to me because I'm not
Like
traveling.
sometimes,
from work.
yeah. All the traveling makes me wish I died in the suicide cult sometimes.
And the
It's
cops,
awful.
The cops find all the Kool-Aid flyers that they were endorsed by him. And they're like,
Dude, that would have
"Sir,
been the funniest
what is all
shit
this
ever.
about?" And he's like,
Now,
I drank the rum.
it goes without saying that the Jonestown Kool-Aid massacre was a nightmare, and the audio tape of the people drinking the potion is fucking horrific, and
And we're
it was
horrible
a
people
tragedy.
laughing about it. We're laughing about it right now.
We're laughing at this is like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This is like a make-believe version of the same story. It's funny to laugh at. And that's the thing. I think the main thing that I've been talking about on this channel, on my show, is like it's all about laughing. And yes, maybe some
maybe
jokes,
you might have-
maybe some
maybe
jokes
you
are
might
too
be right.
offensive. Maybe
We're
some jokes
terrible
don't land. Maybe. But the point is, like, if you're over here trying to tell us like what we can and can't joke about, I think that's where I just start losing. You start losing me personally. I'm just like,
Right.
And if I ever say something that's uncouth or out of line, it's not hard to tell me, hey, don't say that shit around me, or don't say that shit to so and so. I'll be like, oh, sorry.
Right. And if I do happen to say it around you, just like understand I'm a problematic white guy. I say a whole bunch of stupid shit.
Don't be
you
a
grew up-
dick. I mean, the point is, I'm not a dick. I'm trying not to
I
piss anybody off. I'm trying not to push people's buttons. I'm just here to fucking make laughing fun again.
Yeah, but
and
I should
grew up
never be
watching
anybody's role model.
self-correcting.
If anything, I'm like a cautionary tale, far so more so
Yeah.
than anything else. Like you don't want to end up like me.
Nick
Seriously,
says your
I grew-
jokes
I
are all
grew
like
up
Boeing planes. Not all land voluntarily. Oh man.
I grew up
Uh,
watching stand-up comedy in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. Louis C.K. had some very off-color stuff. Like this, we just
Yeah.
made a
No,
lot of
you
really
can't
bad jokes,
control
bad
what
jokes.
you laugh at. You know what I mean? Especially when
Yeah.
something's really offensive and you laugh and you're like, Jesus, why am I laughing at that? That's a great feeling. And it proves that you actually do have a moral compass because you're laughing at it despite it being wrong. Because
How about
it's
that,
wrong.
Lincoln Riley?
That's what makes it funny, I mean, it's like, oh boy, yeah. And as far as like John and Mariah, if you guys want to watch stuff, if you look at my channel, normally it's just for the odd occasional political stream.
like
It's mostly
riff track,
just
basically.
we did an 8-hour Goosebumps marathon. Boosh was on a few episodes. We just watched Goosebumps for 8.5 hours. And
I got the good episode.
it was a whole lot of jokes. You actually did. Yeah, you got the better of the episodes. That was a lot. And it was fun. And this is kind of more what I'm doing for my, just as a hobby, shooting the shit. I'm not over here trying to ride an algorithm. I'm not trying to get a bunch of subs and make money on YouTube. I'm just trying to, watch movies with my friends and record them and put them on YouTube for posterity. And
Also,
of course,
he's
these
not
digital
telling-
hangouts. I do these
He's not
digital
telling you
hangouts
the
once
most
or twice a week.
important thing. Yeah, and so I know it's your stream. I got you. I'll cut you off. He's not telling you the most important thing. What you do is when you go to his channel, Stupenzo, just like it's spelled right there, you go to his channel and go to playlist, and then it'll show you
Oh yeah.
the dark side.
The Wii watches.
Wii
Yeah,
Watch.
I have all the Wii watches in a playlist. We have, I think I've done over 125
Over
movies
100.
at this point.
Over 100. Yeah.
Let me see here.
So Philip Morgan You are incorrect, sir.
Dude, I've done 130 movies, I think, or 129. That's a lot.
Not including the Goosebumps marathon, which
right. No, that is including that. I've busted out. Yeah, the Willies.
No,
I
mean,
that was great. That was from today. Yeah.
Are you counting each individual Goosebumps as a thing?
No.
Exactly.
That's one large video. Yeah.
You counted them. That was like 20. No,
yeah, it was like 21. I think it was
Yeah,
one of
it's
those
a
things
lot.
where like I remember because I was recording the videos like kind of occasionally throughout October. Preparing to release the big compilation video around Halloween. And I remember around like the 25th, around my birthday, I was thinking like, oh, okay. I think right now the video as it stands is about 3 or 4 hours long. And me and Boosh and Dudicus are going to watch a handful of more episodes.
Yeah, I think we were supposed to watch one and we wound up watching like 4.
Yeah. And I was saying,
it
was probably like 3 or 4 hours, and before we recorded, and I knew we were going to probably watch about an hour and a half to 2 hours more of episodes. So I was like, yeah, it's probably 3-4 hours. It might be, 4-6 hours total. And I looked it up before we started. I was like, no, I've already done like 17 episodes. So that right there is already like 6 hours,
And they were shaved down too. So like kind of skip through the first minute and a half.
20 minutes,
because of the intro. So the video itself is like 20 minutes long, but you're cutting off the intro and then cutting off the credits.
The point is we watched a lot of that dumb shit. It was bad. But yeah, I mean, like I said, for the most part, you guys know what I like to do here is just goof off and watch shitty movies. Watch some good movies here too and there. But yeah, like I said, the Halloween live streams very different from this.
I don't think Sammy is your friend anymore after what you put him through.
Well,
yes, he is.
That's his favorite episode.
That was like the worst.
No, but he fell asleep recently on the last episode of Dork Side.
He did.
Yeah,
and that was. I told him you were the best part of Quiplash. I can't talk.
He was. He's like
he stole the show.
It's like a metronome. Gives us something to play.
He said, "Was it Sammy? What do you think about this?" And then unmuted him.
Oh yeah, that was good. Sammy, why don't you give us your thoughts on this? And just that boy snores. It's good. We love him. And that's the thing. Is like if you guys knew me as long as John and Mariah have, you guys would know that it's like I haven't changed, man. I'm still the same chill dude you guys partied with all those years ago. I'm just just a goofy guy who likes boobs and good food and movies. I'm a simple man, and it's easy to think the world is doom and gloom. It was easy to think that during Trump's first term, certainly the last year of the first term. It was easy to think that during, the Obama's second term. It was easy to think that during Joe Biden's term. It might be easy to think that this upcoming term, but I don't know. Me personally, I'm not worried. I'm white-pilled, I think even if shit is bad, I really think
having friends, as long as you have friends and like an outlet, and like you're not homeless.
The world has always been doom and gloom. Exactly. It's hard. Right. It's easy to focus on the bad stuff. It's just that's the thing. You just look at nature. Nature's so beautiful. You realize nature's a fucking nightmare. It's like everything's dying and getting killed, and everything's suffering nonstop out in the wilderness. When you focus on it that way, there's so many horrific nightmares happening everywhere in nature. And the same is true with the world, like unbelievable crimes and what's the word I'm looking for? Just terrible things that atrocities and stuff that are committed every day. And it's easy to focus on that stuff you can't even imagine. We were talking earlier about eating our pets, if shit got bad, but seriously, put yourself in the pet's shoes, put yourself in your child's shoes.
I was in adamant disagreement with that entire perspective. I'm not
I'm just saying it happens. I mean, imagine, put yourself, it's like The Shining, your husband, your father is going to kill you and your mom with an axe. It's something that you can only think, happens in movies or scary stories. But when it happens in real life, it's a nightmare beyond all comprehension. And it's easy to focus on crazy shit like that all the time, but it's not healthy. And coming from me, who's obsessed with horror movies, and I'm not a stranger to watching an occasional gore video here and there. You can't You can't be dwelling on the negative. You can't be you can't be expecting bad things to happen, because honestly, it's that hippie mentality about manifestation. I know that's bullshit, but at the same time, like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. A lot of times when you think bad things are going to happen, they do. It's like, oh, that one guy you're worried your chick is talking about that ends up being the guy. It's self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's like, did you actually will it into being? Is it happening because you thought it was going to happen? Chimps are our closest relatives, says John. I know, dude. And if you haven't seen Chimp Crazy, that documentary was badass on HBO. The guys who made Tiger King did it. That was a great. Go ahead.
Enzo, have you seen the there's a documentary, I think it was sponsored by Nat Geo on Discovery Channel years ago, about the bonobo apes that they got into captivity. And they treated them very nice, even though they're in captivity. I hate that shit. Like, just because they're like smart enough that they're kind of close to, like he was saying, close to human. Anyway, they started like working with them, and one of the first things they did was teach them reading and writing, but they couldn't actually write and create language, but they could like target point and things like that, and like give me treat or things like that. Sign language is one of those things. Then they taught them currency. And one of the first things they did was like, okay, you can give me this coin and you'll get this treat. And there was a large female in captivity, and she just has like a stack of coins next to her.
Oh no, I know where this is going. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about shit wars.
It's true. The first thing they did when they learned currency was prostitution.
I mean, they call it the oldest profession. I mean,
oldest profession in the world. Exactly. They taught them how to use currency, and they're like,
my father told me a long
if I give
time ago,
if I give her these coins, she can get more food. She wants more food.
Now,
I
remember the documentary that blew my mind about the those baboons that lived with those flamingos, and they were living in peace and harmony. And then one day, one of the baboons killed one of the flamingos and ate it, and then they realized like they're edible. And that's the dichotomy of the area just changed dramatically after that.
It's like, holy shit, those things are food.
These things are chicken. Yeah,
Mnemonic,
I've always, I don't know if this is crazy.
Hang on a minute. Mnemonic said cancer is a great opportunity for self-reflection. Do you have cancer, dude?
I hope not. Man,
I hope not either. I've lost a lot of family members too.
Of course,
cancer.
We hope you don't. I mean, Jesus Christ, unless you're being that could be the classic Johnny sarcastic, facetious wit that we've grown to love. I don't
see any sarcasm or.
Well, I hope that's not true. Unless you got it, you got better. But yeah, I mean,
if you have it now, I hope you get through it.
Totally. John's a big food guy, man. He makes some good food. And Boosh is a big good food guy. You and John would have that in common. It's actually pretty crazy now that I think about it. Big foodie boys over here. Me too. But something I'd ask John and Boosh also, I've always wanted to eat a flamingo. What do you think that would be like? You think? I mean, obviously I wouldn't want to eat the legs. But
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Have you ever had chicken legs?
Yeah. Also,
there's
John,
meat. There's meat on chicken legs, like boiled chicken legs with some spice on them.
John does make a good point. The lag being relevant makes being relevant hard. Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Gamey turkey is what he said it'd be like. Okay.
I can't imagine that, like the body of the bird, because they don't have a lot of muscle. They don't really fly that often. Right. You need something that's got you need something that has a big chest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I know people eat those big emos and do people eat ostrich? I know people eat ostrich eggs.
I don't know.
I've seen people cook big birds. Are they actual ostriches?
Emu and
dude, a lot of times when you go to carnivals and they have the Ren fairs and they have those huge turkey legs, sometimes those are emu legs.
Oh, the legs? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they definitely eat that stuff.
Yeah, emu's tasty for sure. I've had emu before. It was one of the, like I said, when you go to the state fair and
I never had
gigantic turkey leg, there's a good chance it's actually emu being marketed as turkey. In fact, maybe there's actually
or
some kind of maybe they spell turkey Terkey, or TETURKY. You know, maybe it's one of those things where like you don't even realize it.
Well, I do know there are people in the United States that breed ostriches. I have seen people that keep emu as pets. I don't know if they breed them for food though, but I do know they breed ostriches for their eggs. And now that you mention it, yeah, probably for
Oh
food
no,
as well.
these people totally eat ostriches. Here's a
Well,
video.
ostriches, yeah. Emu, I don't know.
Yeah.
Also cassowary. I don't think that thing would let you eat it because they are probably the most deadly bird on the planet. Like
Cassowaries, yeah, that's like one of
cassowaries
the.
are crazy.
Anytime someone brings up that game Far Cry 3, I'm like, I immediately just have flashbacks to the cassowaries. Like fucking, you're an armed like what's it like? You're like a revolutionary guy, like running around an island full of guns and grenades, and then you encounter one of these big birds, and you're like, fuck, like damn it, dude.
It's like I shot it
I
like 5 times, and
I'm
its
missing.
brain has not reacted yet.
Yeah, oh yeah, that too. Yeah, yeah, those are some big dumb birds for sure.
And I don't think they're birds. I think
the
they're
game.
actual fucking dinosaurs. No, I mean like in reality, cassowary, like emus and ostriches, yeah, they're huge and they're very, dinosaur.
One of my favorite jokes on Party Down. Party Down when Roman is telling about his story of the big bird attacking the city. And he's like, nah, bro, it's not scary. He's like, it's a 15-foot bird. Like, it's terrifying. And he goes to Jane Lynch and he's like, hey, Jane Lynch, how big does a bird have to be scary? And he's like, I don't know, 100, 200 feet tall. It's just like,
you're out of your mind.
A 10-foot tall bird. Yeah, Jurassic Park of Velociraptor Claw was actually a cassowary. Yeah, and also the Velociraptor was actually Deinonychus. But
look at this fucking thing.
It was called Velociraptor, Velociraptor is the size of a turkey, and they called it Velociraptor. It's the cousin of that animal, but yeah, I'm sure you.
Well, no, there's a caveat to that, which is wait, no, I want images.
Cassowaries.
Dude,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
fuck it. Where's the other one? No, I gotta go back. That's the one.
He's got some cankles, man.
Look at this fucking thing.
This was real fun. Peace and out panel and chat. Night Enzo's Facebook friends.
Rainforest Rescue. Dax. Oh no, that's not what I wanted.
Yeah, Utah Raptor was what he meant. Oh yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yes, the Utah Raptor I think was like the biggest one they found was 20 foot tall based on a femur, but it matched the rest of the animal. And Utah Raptor was huge.
Allegedly. I mean, that's the thing about dinosaurs. They find one bone and say it's a whole new species of animal. In fact,
no. It's the same animal. Everything about it was identical, but Utah Raptor was a lot taller than the that was one of the jokes they said in the first Jurassic Park was, so it's what, like a big turkey? Yes, but it also has gigantic freaking claws on it, and it has these hands that have these claws on it, and massive teeth. Like I've been to the Smithsonian Museum in DC, the Natural History Museum in DC. They have the Velociraptor, and yeah, it's kind of tiny. But if there's 2 of them, you're fucking dead. There's look at this. Hell yeah.
Yeah, pack hunters, right? You see, that's how the Velociraptor attacks. It's a coordinated patterns. They are out in force today.
That's the idea. Is like you see one. You see one bird, and you're like, "There's one bird," and then
the other 2 raptors you didn't even know were there.
And they hit
I might as well talk about some stuff I didn't talk about on Tuesday. I didn't go to Lance's show on Tuesday because I was getting my back checked out from the doctor. And
is he stuffing that with garlic? Right. I love this guy.
But I think so.
I think that's
this guy is named Arbaran or Aljazeera. I can't remember something. Will here. What's happening there? Did I cut out for a while there?
You did. It was okay. That's parchment paper. I love that stuff. I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right.
Yeah, you were roboting for a second there, and the video was stopping,
I can hear you.
But all right.
Boo, roboting.
John?
But yeah,
John,
as far as cooking a giant ostrich, John's here probably. But yeah, what are we? We're going for 6.5 hours. Just
And maybe
shooting
he's going
shit,
pee.
and
Maybe
talking
he's going
about
pee-pee.
last night.
Well, I
Mostly
can't, well,
talking
go
about
back.
friends
I
of
can't-
mine today, really being very I don't know. The ostrich. It was a guy cooking an ostrich. The point is, it's been done.
Yes.
And I want to try it now. I want to eat a whole ostrich.
Dude, I
Fried
wanna
in
cook- I
like
wanna
battered
cook
in ostrich eggs. Dude, fried chicken. How do you chicken fried ostrich. Now
I
we're
don't think he
thinking
could do that.
with a
'cause
huge
it's
waffle and syrup.
too big.
I know. It wouldn't cook all the way through. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I could dream though, damn it. Maybe with a
Ugh.
gigantic pressure cooker, we can cook the meat all the way through, like Colonel Sanders did. You know, Colonel
Part-
Sanders figured out
part cook, yeah.
you could pressure cook a chicken in 6 minutes. You know,
Part cook the meat, then
yeah,
wrap
there
it
you
in
go.
the
Then fry it.
batter, then
Yeah, yeah.
deep fried. Yes, we're working on this. Look, first thing we need ostrich.
Or you could fry it and then finish it off in the oven. But still, it might burn. It'll probably burn up real bad.
No, it burn the outside. Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
want to burn
yeah,
the
yeah.
breading. You want the breading nice and crispy.
I gotcha. We're thinking here. We're thinking with our
Maybe
brain.
maybe John went pee.
Yeah, PG. Oh, you're asking about PWG, John.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I started calling the other one mnemonic.
Right. That makes sense.
Uh,
No, yeah.
it was getting very
Here is
confusing. I understand.
PWG FNT FN 2.0 takeover. It's
No.
okay. Well, if he's not here when we close the stream out, that's fine. I'll just
Yeah,
kick him
I
out.
did not get to see Utah Raptor at
Honestly-
any of the two museums I went to. I went to one in DC and then one in Atlanta, and they did not have the whole thing of Utah Raptor, but it's like the biggest. Again, like you were saying, how do you know that bone is actually from that thing?
Yeah, I mean, there,
But
like I
they
said,
were
there are
like,
people that
the
think
biggest
that,
one
like,
they found was supposed to be like.
I'll say there are people that think that, like, you know, Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus and all these other, you know, sauropods are actually just one creature at just different, you know, growth spurts or different ages, or maybe they're all one creature, you know, with different kind of, you know,
No,
kind of like how there's
they
three species of tiger, you know.
they have found whole Diplodocus, which is like the
yeah.
largest dinosaur that there was. It's like its neck was all intact and shoulders all intact.
Extra
spine.
long neck or
Oh,
long tail too, super long.
But
tail.
it wasn't one of the ones like was it Brachiosaurus, which had its head up like a giraffe. It had its head out in front of it.
Right. Yeah,
It
when you
was-
see, but then again, like, how do we even know Brachiosaurus had their heads straight up like a giraffe? Do we? Is that
Yes,
solid?
that's one of the. There's a discussion about that.
That's
like,
the
are we
difference.
sure?
I do
Because
love
it-
the dinosaurs
Because it
with
fell
feathers.
down.
I like
It fell
dinosaurs-
down like this, and maybe its head went, sideways and laid in a way that we found the bones to make it look like it had the elongated neck going up rather than
Right.
out. Yeah.
Well-
so there's arguments about that.
I definitely like seeing dinosaurs with loud colors and patterns and feathers. I think that's always cooler to look at.
Oh, I like the bones, man. Dude, Stegosaurus. That is wild. Like they have intact skulls of Stegosaurus that they got out of the mud. It's like the
Stegosaurus
other
had a brain in its tail, right? Allegedly.
No, that was Ankylosaurus.
Ankylosaurus. Okay.
That's the one that it had like an armored back and spines.
I
on
know
its
which one
side.
it is. I was a 10-year-old
Okay,
boy once. I know what
You
the
said
dinosaurs
you
look
said
like.
it was Stegosaurus. No, it was Ankylosaurus. Anyway, but it was the craziest one I saw is when I took my girlfriend to the Natural History Museum, and we saw the megalodon jaw.
Oh,
I
yeah.
could stand inside that, and I had a picture of it. I don't anymore because that phone died.
They got teeth
but-
like the size of my phone. You know,
It's
like,
insane, dude.
yeah.
Like she has a picture of me standing up on the platform. It's all encased in glass, but there's a platform you can stand up, and if you're 6 foot tall, the jaw is still above your head. Like-
John says the origin of the Cyclops was ancient Greeks failing to understand a mammoth skull. Oh yeah.
Yes, I would. Yeah, that's there. That's the other one was
woolly mammoths. Why hasn't there been a movie about a killer woolly mammoth yet? Because like when you hear about Megalodon, you're like, all right, it's obviously someone's going to make a movie about it one of these
And
days.
so because the 80s aren't here anymore, that's why.
I would watch a movie about like you do like a King Kong style thing where he's not like a evil monster like a megalodon, but he's like a misunderstood giant. But like you resurrect a mammoth, somehow.
It just
and
wraps.
goes
It just
ape
wraps
shit.
it wraps its trunk around someone, just rips their head off in the first act.
How
That'd
much
be
longer
awesome.
am I going to be on? Do you want the link, Blue? Is that what you're asking, or are you telling us to wrap it up? I'll send you the
I don't
link.
know. Speaking of wrapping it up, though, like
You kind of went away for a while, so I assumed you fell asleep.
No, just a little bit. Like trying not to, but I do have to
bro.
get some sleep because I will
worries,
be
man.
streaming in like 5 hours.
Yeah, it's already
So he
almost
was saying,
3. We started
he
at
was saying
8
it's
o'clock.
Cyclops.
I
He
know.
was saying the Cyclops skull. The other one was in not exactly China. It's like Eastern Persia. That's where they got the idea from the Griffin for, because they had like a Stegosaurus skull, but they didn't have the horns anymore. And it was just like this sloped thing that looked like a wing that was hanging back behind the skeleton.
Yeah.
That was wind, like sand and wind blown out of a piece of rock. And they were like, that's what this thing is.
I'll end on this on my way out. One of my friends growing up, his dad, who's like a very old man when he was born. There's a mastodon sculpture at the University of Nebraska Lincoln campus.
Awesome.
Called Artie, and like that is like based off this giant mammoth skull that he found here in Nebraska, as I recall. I could be wrong on the placement.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I saw at the Natural History Museum. It's right when you walk in.
Blue collar.
6 hours and 43 minutes. Holy shit!
Are you working? You're working.
Yeah, well, I get 3 hours.
You get to wear the cool shirt now.
Yeah, no, this one, sir.
Yeah. I remember when you first got the job, you were like working in like
blue collar, don't dox yourself, man. What are you doing?
I don't give a shit. No. This is our bus clean. We get 3 hours. So
awesome. Well,
honestly, this time I'm listening to Netflix, watch movies and shit because there's nothing. It's just an empty bus, and you get 3 hours to do it. So fuck it.
Yeah, it's 4 in the morning where you're at, right?
Do you smoke weed in there while you're doing it?
I mean, of course not. No, I'll never do this. Never do that at work.
Yeah, I mean, like that would be immature and irresponsible.
Exactly.
I dated a DC bus driver. She's like, no, when I clean up the bus, I always smoke one.
I definitely don't have a fucking beer in my bag right now.
Yeah, remember, guys, one of the first WeWatch we did with Blue Collar when he was a bus driver was Speed.
That was
a good one. Sure. It was a fun time, and a lot of times I'll revisit that.
Pop quiz, hot shot.
Unfortunately, that one had to be edited, obviously, so it's about 40 minutes, and
Well, funny part is they give you 3 hours, like this, what you get. But honestly, I can probably do it in like 20 minutes. But I mean, sure, give me 3 hours, guys. I'll take my sweet time. Sorry. No.
Oh yeah.
No, they want you to really clean the bus, bro. You're obviously not doing a good job if you clean it in 20 minutes.
This shit is? Come on, like this is a dirty bus. Come on, this is
a pretty. You're being sarcastic. This is
pretty clean. Look at the forest, dude. This is fucking.
This is a New York bus, folks.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think Blue Collar Loser is over here shattering stereotypes that we think of when we think of public transportation in New York.
It's so dirty, it looks like an old York bus.
Yeah, here's the floors and the seats. Yeah, this is quote unquote a dirty vehicle. Like I got a lucky one today.
Yeah, you could eat off of these seats, bro.
That's what I'm saying. But hey,
if you want sepsis,
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it.
If you want to give me 3 hours to do this, I'll take 3 hours. Sorry, I'll take my sweet time.
You're such a good worker, buddy. All right, well, I guess we are approaching 6 hours and 45 minutes, and PWG's tapping out, and Blue Collar Losers trying to work. And like John Mnemonic says, there's not enough cocaine in the world left. And also Philip's off to bed. And I thought my jokes were bad. Thanks, Boosh.
Mnemonic is incorrect because we can grow more.
Well, honestly, the point is, I'm glad Mnemonic and Mariah showed up. I'm glad some people showed up on the Facebook stream. Let's see if I still have the same number of friends as I did when I started this.
Probably not.
I wouldn't be surprised if I did.
Enzo, no, I think
I still do. I still do.
They started having a really good time.
No, I'm not talking about them specifically. Anyone could have scrolled Facebook and saw us live and been like, "Fuck this guy."
Yeah,
so again,
he's making light of all this.
I'm glad that John and Mariah came in here and just spoke their mind, and there's absolutely no hard feelings or anything, and no.
Yeah, but maybe some friends of friends started joining the stream. Like they're talking about 6-foot turkeys. What the fuck is going on? They're showing a whole
that was the last
ostrich
like
30
minutes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So maybe you got some subscribers. Or
yeah, like I said, the Kool-Aid talk. That's kind of more on par with what we normally do.
Yeah. That's the highlight.
I don't like doing serious episodes, and even if you do watch like episodes where we talk about the assassination or whatever crazy,
you mean like making fun of one of the worst cult tragedies in human history and laughing about it? Yeah, that kind of
right,
shit.
dude. The fucking Aztecs and the Mayans were like, "Hold my beer, bro!" Like, come on, what are you talking about?
Hold my heart. Hold my human
hold
heart.
My friend's human heart right now.
It's like you're saying,
that was one of my favorites.
People are so pissed off about this shit.
Oh, sorry. What'd you say, Blue?
No, so people are just so pissed off. Like the thing is, like, say Kamala fucking won. I truly don't give a shit who you vote for. I'm not gonna divorce you or like disown my family or just threaten to put you in jail. Like the vitriol of this dude winning. It's just I love the reactions.
Well, I gotta say,
I got called a
we are upset that
hat wearing fucking idiot tonight.
Yeah, we are upset that another guy joined the panel and he's another cis white male. That's not good optics. I swear I've had women of color on this show before. I promise. I know that sounds hard to believe.
What does cis mean?
Shut up. No.
I'm not cis.
We've already been through this. Yeah, it's a little too white normative hetero here, so I'm gonna
but it's funny because Blue Collar's literally like 90% Native American. So I know he looks like a white dude, but he is Native American, like almost 100%.
I thought I was Native American too, based on my own background.
No, dude, Blue Collar has like reservation status. Like,
yes,
right. Oh, I could too. I could too, but when I was in jail, I found out nope, just problematic white guy. Because allies are allies, and
well, the reason it took him so long to get this job in New York,
I'm part Native American.
They found out he was Seminole, and they're like, "You're from fucking Florida, ew."
Seminole Indians, yeah, that was one of the funniest. We watched Adaptation on Blue Collar's channel. That was a good time.
Yeah.
Seminole Indians, getting the orchid plant, the ghost orchid. Yeah. That's a great one.
Well, all right. Well, on that note, I will be back on. If you people are awake in 5 hours, you're welcome to come see me over at Will. Yeah, you shouldn't be. I'm gonna try to catch a nap.
All right, man.
I'll be on Will of the Fans in the morning. You all safe travels ahead. Wonderful week going forward.
Good. I worked this afternoon after like 3 hours of sleep. I've been up since then, drinking and smoking weed. That's. I'll try, John. I'll try, John.
I like to meet Enzo. Someone's like, hey, like nobody, get on a plane January 7th because you don't want to stop all the celebrities that are supposed to leave in the country. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is something that they say every election, or the last couple anyway.
There's like a list of 400 of them, and they still haven't left.
Yeah. Oh God, no! Please, like, what would we do without less actors in our country?
Well,
yeah, dude, that's the thing. Actors, it's like, dude, you know how many people? Blue Collar could be the next big actor. I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah.
Just throw his ass on camera and tell him to just, read the lines, and next thing you know, he's being spoiled with millions of dollars. Blue Collar gets all jacked.
Dude, I said that. Weren't you in drama, Enzo?
I did take theater class once I dropped out of once I stopped doing band. I was like, no more of this. My junior and senior year. Theater was fun.
Just throw some emotion into it. Like, I can do that stuff. I don't like doing it.
Oh yeah,
but I can't.
That was David Cross's funny. One of his funniest bits was making fun of actors. He's like, dude, it's the easiest job in the world. You get paid millions of dollars to be pampered. You sit in a fucking big Airstream trailer all day playing video games, getting all the food you want, and you sit there while the actual second unit. They basically work on the movie. They do the sets and the costumes and everything. They do all the actual work, and then when they call you on set. You come out on set. They have little hover boots so you don't touch the ground. An umbrella so the rain doesn't touch your precious head.
Less than a drop of rain touches your precious head. Yes.
And then you get up on stage. You get up on set. They cameras point at you. They say action, and you just do this. I am so ashamed. And then they say cut, and you're like, oh, okay, that's it. I'm good.
And you go back to my trailer.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's good. It's good stuff. I mean,
did you see a lot of people don't like Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up. I love Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up. It's very clean comedy too.
Clean comedy is hard to do, you know. Like when you're a successful clean comic, it's impressive.
Well, Bill Cosby was very successful with clean comedy. If you know.
No, but I mean, other clean comedy is Jim Gaffigan's pretty clean, and
Jim Gaffigan's great.
Who's the other guy? He's
Kathleen Madigan is phenomenal.
She's not
clean comedy. She doesn't talk about her vagina at all.
She's like PG-13, maybe.
Yeah.
But
there's one from
God damn it, I'm forgetting his name. I see his picture. I'm in my head.
Dave Chappelle, the guy that says the N-word all the time.
No. Here he is. He's right here. God damn it. What's his name? It's like the best clean comedians. He's on the top of every list. Maybe the chat beats me to it. I don't know.
Brian Regan.
Brian Regal. That's him. He's hilarious. Brian Regan. Yeah. He's one of the best. He's so funny.
Is it crazy that I read your fucking mind right now? Out of all of the comedians, anyway.
No, because he's the best. Also, Tom Papa, he's a good clean comedian.
Joe, or maybe it's John Caparillo. He's pretty good.
Point is,
he talked. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's always appreciated as an art form. It's like, damn, dude, you could be all that funny and not talk about farts and titties and cuss words and all that shit. Interesting.
Although sometimes that kind of stuff is like Chris Rock gets pretty vulgar. Also, one of the best stand-ups of all time.
Sure. Well, if you say a clean joke and you're a dirty comedian, you're still a dirty comedian. Dirty comedians can say clean jokes here and there.
Kevin Hart.
Comedians.
I think Kevin Hart is hilarious when he talks about Shaq and LeBron, and they're in the audience. Like that is one of the best bits that I've seen him ever do.
Check out the new Grendel from Jim Henson's Beowulf Grendel movie.
I dig it.
Jeff Bridges plays Grendel, and Dave Bautista plays Beowulf.
He's not as deformed as he should be from the book.
I don't know if this is a hot take.
From the texts.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but I like the Robert Zemeckis motion cap Beowulf movie. It was cool.
Yeah.
With
Crispin Glover and what's his name is the guy from Departed.
Angelina Jolie.
Ray Winston and Angelina Jolie.
He harmed me, Mom.
Oh, so I forgot to talk about stuff on Tuesday because I wasn't there. But movies I watched. I watched the John Williams music by John Williams. That was really good. Yeah. I also watched Superman, Christopher Reeve's documentary that Blue Collar recommended. That was very good.
Yeah, I have to get that video out soon. Just been so fucking busy, but
I also watched several Hallmark Christmas movies, and some of them were really good.
Hang on, go back. What was the Superman thing?
Superman, Super Spaceman. It's about Christopher Reeves and him getting paralyzed and his whole life story, and it was pretty moving. It was made by DC Comics, DCU.
Is it on like YouTube or HBO or
not yet?
It's out there on the the Indian seas, the Indian Ocean.
Okay. I went to the theater and saw it.
Yeah, you went to the theater like a good Samaritan.
Post me what's called in the private chat because I'm not going to remember it.
I also watched, like I said, I watched a handful of Christmas movies, Hallmark movies. One of them was called A Christmas Charade, and this one was like by far like one of the best Hallmark movies I'd seen in a while. It was about a woman who's she's a cautious librarian, and she's set up on a blind date. And she's got very overprotective parents who worked in security, and she's going on a blind date to meet a guy with a green sweater. And it just so happens that there's an FBI agent wearing a green sweater who's supposed to meet his agent, and they're supposed to pretend to be a couple and have dinner with this other couple that are involved in some art gallery where there's a
wait. So this is a Hallmark?
This is a Hallmark movie. Yeah,
I love this. That's amazing.
It was like an FBI. So the girl accidentally sits at the wrong table, and then she meets the Marks, the actual couple they're supposed to do surveillance on, but they've already met her. So like the FBI agent lady comes in, and the male FBI agent's like, "Nope, you're too late. This woman is basically on the heist now," and they get her involved. It was ridiculous, but it's very funny. It was actually some good jokes.
That sounds amazing. What do you mean it's ridiculous? That's great.
I mean, it was one of those things where it's still a stupid Hallmark movie, but it was better. If you don't like Hallmark movies, this one was pretty different. All Hallmark movies are the same.
Well, what was the one with Steve Carell and I think it was Tina Fey.
Yeah, you're talking about Date Night.
And they actually become spies, and like
Date Night
John
is a
Hamm.
fun one.
John
That
Hamm
was the one where they talk about Dirty Mike and the Boys, which is something I love to talk about.
Dirty Mike and the Boys is the other guys.
Oh well, they definitely talk about
Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg is in both movies.
Oh, maybe that's why I'm getting confused. Well,
That's
anyway,
I got your back, dude.
Other good movies I watched. What else? There was a few. I watched a really weird horror movie called Almost Mercy. That was okay. Pretty fucked up and violent.
You should watch a movie called Mercy. It has
that one.
Mark Hellenberger and Jeremy Sands, or was his name Jeremy Sands?
I don't know.
Julian Sands.
Oh yeah, dude, I love him.
That shit is fucking twisted. The
what's crazy?
Is so much crazier.
I actually looked this up the other night, and there are 480 Hallmark Christmas movies.
What was the one? Have you seen? I think it's Hallmark. It's a Castle for Christmas, and it has Brooke Shields and the fucking guy from Saw, and
haven't seen that one.
Who's the guy from Saw and
the old guy,
Men in Tights.
Tobin Bell.
You're talking about Carrie Elways. Carrie Elways, Princess Bride. Yeah,
Princess. I should have said Princess Bride.
That's right. When you say the guy from Saw, I think you mean the old guy who plays Jigsaw.
Jigsaw.
I had to sit through that bullshit with my aunt and my mother for Christmas one year. The Castle for Christmas.
Yeah.
Very much a Hallmark movie and very predictable, but I actually wound up kind of enjoying it because it was kind of sweet and cute. And those are not kinds of things that I usually enjoy.
Oh, right. It's one of those things where I started watching them ironically to be cynical and take the piss out of them. And every time they're over, like, that was cute. Every time it's over, you're like, that was sweet. I watched another one called Our Holiday Story. It's
coming from like a mile away though.
Yeah, exactly.
It happens, you're like,
it's like when you listen to your favorite music for the 100th time, like you're watching a movie that doesn't challenge you, doesn't give you negative feelings. I watched one called Our Holiday Story where mom and dad are talking to daughter's boyfriend about how they met, and it's this huge long story about how they almost didn't many times. There was another one called what's it called? A something for two, a carol for two, or
there's Northern English Bastard in the chat.
Oh hello. God. Hail, you beautiful bastards. You're still up for Paprika tomorrow, Enzo. Yes, I am actually. Let me know what time it is, or send me a link.
Wait, what's it?
We're gonna be breaking up Paprika tomorrow on Northern English Bastards channel tomorrow. I'm gonna be on his show that he's doing.
I need to subscribe to Northern English.
Yeah, he's doing Penguin today, right?
I didn't know.
Probably. I haven't watched the last couple episodes.
I haven't been keeping up with Penguin. I watched the first two.
There's been some crazy shit happening,
Oh yeah, this last episode Sunday was fucked up.
Oh, something else I do want to talk about that I watched is I did watch Here. And I didn't care for it that much. I was not excited about it, but I thought it might do something cool.
Yeah.
Here, Robert Zemeckis, like you said, the camera doesn't move at all.
Yep.
The camera stays still, and you're telling the story that goes over the course of hundreds of years. What I did like about it was, first of all, the anti-aging stuff is amazing.
Wait, what are you?
Here.
Oh, that's
Tom Hanks and Ginny reunited. Right pen.
From Forrest Gump, yeah.
Yes.
I seen Jeremy Johnson was the best de-aging here we saw.
Yeah, the de-aging was amazing, and it was done on a fucking dollars to donuts budget because they did AI. Now, again, this is something that I'm all for AI doing, special effects and things like that, because it makes it easier.
You said they also have the camera stationary the entire movie.
Yes, that helps out.
So you don't have to pay for a grip.
Right, exactly. You don't have to do like what, dude. When you look at the making of Hollow Man, for instance, It was
Oh,
insane,
God, yeah.
dude. Every camera is on a computerized, computer-controlled, camera system that moves it.
It's like a rail. They had a rail system, and
Yeah.
then
So
they had
anytime the
the
camera moves, it's being moved by a machine precisely. So every
Yeah.
time they would film something, they would film it twice with the actors there, and then they would do the same thing with no actors there. So that way, when
they had it
pause it,
so they could
Yeah.
digitize it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was
Like that's
so
insane.
crazy. Yeah,
And
it's very
the other one
difficult to do.
was when he's moving through the house. They have that crazy rig where all of the weight of the camera is on the dude's legs, and like he can just move his. He's like holding, what do you call that? A gimbal. He's on it's a gimbal, and he can just move his hands up and down like slowly, and that's the tracking of the camera.
Yeah.
And that was designed for aliens. When that thing comes in with the scanning thing,
Yeah.
on that gimbal, Cameron used that to design a system for a rig for a fucking camera. Like it's crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean, here, like I said, good effort. It was an original idea, but the movie kind of is very hokey, and for some reason, it is told non-linearly, which I did not care for. There was a lot of jumping around, which I didn't like.
Shouldn't do
saw
that.
that
It
too.
seemed like
I thought it would have been better if it was like, we just
straight
watch
linear.
we just
straight
watch a
linear,
straight
like-
linear story of multiple families, and there is a little bit of the cringe in the movie, but it was okay. I wouldn't say I hated it. I definitely wouldn't say I loved it. And it's one of those things where, like, I mean, people thought Oscar bait vibes, Oscar, it's trying too hard kind of vibe.
Well, it's also Tom Hanks and
Robert
Sean
Zemeckis
Penn,
and Sean Penn's wife.
Penn's ex-wife.
What's her first name? Robin Wright Penn.
Robin
Thank you.
Wright. Robin Wright.
Just came to me, but yeah.
Oh, some films are just okay.
What were the other Hallmark movies I watched? There was I watched a dozen of them, like half a dozen of them. There was one called.
Did you film it and riff them, or did you just watch them?
Nope. I just watched them. I watched them at double, triple speed though, to kind of just burn through them. That's what's great about them.
You want to riff them?
No, you can't. Yeah, they're pretty protected in terms of like getting on YouTube. Right, like lately, I've just been wanting to watch stuff that is allowed on YouTube.
I did sub to you, Northern English bastard.
Yeah, I would assume you were already subbed.
No, I didn't know he had a channel.
Oh.
My channel is on hold until I figure out the internet thing that has been an issue since May.
Hmm.
I cannot stream from my PlayStation, or I can join streams. Like I can join into a stream, but I cannot create my own streams because the bandwidth will not hold. It'll.
I told Boosh to watch January 6th, The Most Deadliest Day from Babylon B. Did you watch that?
I did not.
It was actually pretty fucking funny. I'm sorry, and it was very tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic.
You told me this on fucking Sunday. I was really drunk on Sunday.
Don't worry. I would definitely recommend watching this one. It was stupid and funny.
You're right there now.
They said, what were some of the jokes they said?
The most deadliest day.
Alexandra or Ocasio-Cortez died 7 times that day or something like that.
She wasn't even in the building.
It was ridiculous. It was silly. I also watched "Am I Racist" by Matt Walsh. I thought it was okay.
I heard it was pretty fucking funny.
Is it on YouTube? We can watch it on YouTube.
No.
Oh no. Okay.
No, everything's on the.
Yeah. We're not gonna say that on your channel.
Sure, we are.
She was
I fucking break the law, motherfuckers.
How much did you laugh at it? Because everyone says it's a good comedy.
It's a lot. All the humor's in the deadpan. Like. Granted, Matt Walsh is not that funny, but he has a very insane ability to not break and laugh or snicker or keep the straight face. It's I can't imagine how
John Cleese.
Like
John
Dolly
Cleese.
G. Sacha Baron Cohen, John Cleese. Yeah.
Like John Cleese from Monty Python fame has not broken character for like 60 fucking years.
Well, I think the real comedy is because these people that he's fucking with, they actually believe this shit. Like, what was it? Remember, like restitutions for black people, or like the whole white privilege and shit.
So yeah, Northern Dickens Bastards talking about doing the stream tomorrow. The stream is in 33 hours. So yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
tomorrow for us.
Yeah, that's today is tomorrow for us. Does that make sense? Northern Dickens Bastard. Today is tomorrow. It's Wednesday now. No, it's Thursday.
No, it's Thursday.
He's actually American, so this is really weird.
All right. It's been 7 hours, guys, and I appreciate it.
I had a blast. I'm glad we got not that they ever came to the side, but Mnemonic and
they could literally
Mariah
still think we're morons,
to laugh
as long
and
as they're-
have a better
yeah.
time, because
long as they're
Mariah
still
was
in my
talking about
friends
like
list.
she's been crying all day, and
lot of
we
people
got
have
her
been.
to kind of laugh in the chat, and I think that's a win.
I just want some homies to feel better. Even if shit, even if World War III breaks out tomorrow, I think we all still need to, not lose sight of what we have in front of us. Take care of your loved ones and your friends and family. And, be thankful for all the good times we did have. It's not all fucked.
Even if they don't like me or don't like you or don't like Blue Collar Loser.
Yeah, fuck this bus driver.
I still like them. I don't want any harm to come to them. Let's get together and be hopeful rather than the doom and gloom that was preached.
It's hard.
Very
Megan's kind of black pilled too, and I sometimes got to talk her, tell her things aren't so bad,
Yeah, but Megan's, I've seen Megan. I've talked to Megan on the panel too. I don't think she's gonna.
I want to know what Blue Collar thinks.
What do you think, Blue
What's
Collar?
funny today I had to watch a hour mandatory sexual harassment training video, and boy, the whole LGBT, like there was 9 sections. Every section we got to do a 10 answer quiz. I kept getting more on purpose.
Fail? Did you fail?
You have to get 80. No, I kept failing on purpose. I kept hitting true. I was watching Chucky on my phone. Then what I would do is they would say you got this. They would say you got this answer wrong, this answer wrong. So I took a screenshot of my phone for the right answer. So I cheated in because I didn't care. It was all about trans rights and stuff and LGBT and gender identity. And
Are you kidding? No, you're not kidding. You're not kidding at all.
No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah, you're not kidding at all.
Well, it's the whole thing again, Enzo, where it's like if you call a person by the gender they don't prefer, that's considered harassment, and they're protected by
New York.
All right.
It's New York.
So
it's New York.
But the fact that I watched,
how many hours did this take?
Well, it's supposed to take an hour on a laptop. I put my phone on a laptop, so I put Chucky on. So I watched 2 episodes of Chucky, and I milked it for 2.5 hours. But it's supposed to be an hour training course.
Enzo, why are you entertaining this? This is not
Yeah,
what he means is he paid attention every single step of the way and did exactly what Jeff
Everything he's saying is a joke. Everything we've said all night is a joke.
Yeah. So I have to call Enzo Ina, if that's his new name now because he transitioned, or that's sexual harassment.
He actually beat the shit out of his trans boss the other day.
If I transitioned, I'd have it going on, boys. No, I'm just kidding.
I think he was asking you about the election.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was also asking about that. Yeah, what else, how are your thoughts about
it's even funny.
His answer
what's
is so
the
much
temperature of things up in New York right now? Are
I'm
people
fucking
starting to
sweating.
riot?
Right now, it's like 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, dude. It's like 65 degrees outside right now.
Hell yeah! Are people protesting like in
I
Chicago?
think he means protesters too.
Oh.
No, I don't think so.
I can't tell because I go fucking work home. I don't even give a shit no more.
This shit's like Laurel and Hardy, the two of you. Jesus Christ, my side is hurting. He's asking.
What's funny, Enzo, you mentioned the political stuff. I talked to a friend of mine.
Sounds like I had to watch a video today.
Let him talk, Bush.
I know. It's funny because my friend's like, yeah, I never voted for Trump, dude. I can't stand Trump. And I voted for Obama and fucking Biden. He's like, dude, after the past 4 years, this fucking economy, I actually voted for Trump for the first time. I was like, damn.
Oh my God, my side hurts.
I think that's the thing is
both
it happens.
of you. Fuck you both, man. I'm in
happened a
pain.
lot
I'm in
more.
actual pain. Ugh.
I'm in pain. We're all in pain. All right.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
I think we're gonna wrap it, guys. It's 7:11. So it's been good night, and we'll see you all real soon. I did not mean for this stream to be long. I thought I was gonna do it for like 2 or 3 hours, honestly.
Yeah.
Surprisingly warm here for November in UK. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
English bastard, shut up.
it was cold. It was cold a few weeks ago and rainy, and then now it's back to getting warm, and then it's gonna get cold again. I mean, it's the way she goes.
So Enzo, I have an honest question. Were you talking about the political climate in New
I was
York?
just asking how things were in general for Blue. What did you think about all this stuff? All right.
Jesus,
Well,
that was
let's
some serious Laurel Hardy
let's
shit.
close us out with the Night Owl outro. I haven't played this in a while. See y'all.